every second, every minute. Man, I swear that she can get it. Saying you a bad bitch, put your hands up high. Hands up high, hands up high. Tell them dim the lights down right now. Put me in the mood. I'm talking about dark room perfume. Go, go.
I recognize your fragrance. Hold up, you ain't never gotta say shit. And I know your taste is a little bit high maintenance. Everybody else basic. You live life on an everyday basis with poetic justice. Poetic justice. If I told you that a flower bloomed in a dark room, would you trust it? I mean, I write poems in these songs dedicated to you. And you're in the mood for empathy. Is blood in my pen. Better yet, with your friends and them. I really wanna know you all. I really wanna show you off. Fuck God, pour up plenty of champagne. Cold nights when you curse this name. You called up your girlfriends and y'all curled in that little bitty range. I heard that she wanna go and party. She wanna go and party. Nigga don't approach your whip that Atari. Nigga that ain't good game home is sorry. They say conversation rule the nation. I can tell, but I could never right my wrongs unless I write it down for real. P.S. You can get it, you can get it, you can get it.
so quiet, but I hear you. Say it to me, baby. Say our time, we're making up time. The times you wasn't with me waking up. Now you never said I couldn't miss your touch. I needed you, I needed you. Needed to distance myself from you. I was just alone with you. So complex, won't you? Won't you? Can I tell you something for what it is worth? We ain't having it back take you there, take you. Show you something, give you more than what we ain't having it back take you there, take you. Show you something, give you more than what we ain't having it back take you there, take you there. Take you there, won't you? Fill me up till my cup's overflowing. I'm so anxious just to feel the silence. It's so quiet, but I hear you. Say it to me, baby. Say our time, we're making up time. The times you wasn't with me waking up. Now you never said I couldn't miss your touch. I needed you, I needed you. Needed to distance myself from you. I was just alone with you. So complex, won't you? Won't you? Can I tell you something for what it is worth? We ain't having it back take you there, take you. Show you something, give you more than what we ain't having it back take you there, take you please be done. Please be done. Can be done. I want you to be yeah. Please be done. Please be done. I want you to be
Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Saying if you a bad bitch, put your hands up high. Hands up high, hands up high. Tell them dim the lights down right now. Put me in the booth. I'm talking about dark perfume. Go, go.
I recognize your fragrance. Hold up, you ain't never gotta say shit. And I know your taste is a little bit high maintenance. Everybody else basic. You live life on an everyday basis with poetic justice. Poetic justice. If I told you that a flower bloomed in a dark room, would you trust it? I mean, I write poems in these songs dedicated to you and you're in the mood for empathy. There's blood in my pen. Better yet, with your friends and them. I really wanna know you all. I really wanna show you off. Fuck God, pour up plenty of champagne. Cold nights when you curse this name. You called up your girlfriends and your girl in that little bitty range. I heard that she wanna go and party. She wanna go and party. Nigga don't approach her with that Atari. Nigga that ain't good, ain't home is sorry. They say conversation rule the nation. I can tell, but I could never right my wrongs unless I write it down for real. P.S. You can get it, you can get it, you can get it.
Hey y'all, come on in, hit that like button. Double tap the screen, I forgot we in the vertical app. Double tap that screen, y'all. How y'all doing? Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday, everybody. Come on in. I know y'all surprised to be in court on a Saturday. But I think I mentioned yesterday that I was gonna try to do some catching up on this channel. Hold on, let me pull my chat up, y'all. Mm. Hey, Miss B. Hey, Lady Marie. Miss Gloria. Y'all come on in. All right, all right, all right, all right. We got the chat up. So listen, y'all. This is a case that was going on, like I mentioned, on yesterday. Hold on, let me cut this what's called off. Hold on, y'all. All right, y'all. So this is a case that I mentioned on yesterday. Uh-huh. That I said was going on while because we've been covering the missing wife murder trial. So I did not get I actually wanted to stream this one, but it's okay. It's okay because it was only a 4-day trial, and what I'm gonna try to do today is start it. That's why I labeled it part one because the trial is actually over. But I did want to stream it and talk about it, and yeah. So um, it's a 4-day trial. I labeled this one part one because tomorrow I'm trying to do part two. I'm gonna go a good little time today until I can, and then I'm gonna do part two tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll finish it tomorrow. If not, I'll try to squeeze it in next week, along with the other trial that we're covering. But I did listen, some trials that go on that we're not able to stream, I still want to like talk about or whatever, or put on my channel, and this is one of them. I don't know if y'all seen anything on this or heard anything on this. I've been seeing it, but I have not. I have not clicked. Listen, a lot of stuff that I react to with y'all, I react in real time, right? So I gather all my little clips or whatever, and we react to it together. If anybody want to hit the link, I'll post it on my community wall. But just let me know if you want to hit the link, and I'll post the link over on my community wall. But anywho, I don't know if y'all seen this trial. It was going on last week, like I said. It's pretty much over with now, but we still are going to react to it and talk about it or whatever. So the gist of it is a young lady, I guess, that was with to my as far as I know, but we'll get more details as we listen to these clips. As far as I know, it's a young lady that was dating a young man. He had a baby. I don't know if it was her baby. I'm not sure. I don't think so. But she ended up unaliving the baby. The woman her name is Trinity. She is a beauty queen pageant or something, beauty pageant queen or some shit. I don't know. One of them entitled ones. That's what she is. She's one of them, what I call one of the entitled ones. So, anywho, we gonna learn and we gonna react and we gonna watch and listen together. Okay, because I have not had time to actually listen to this stuff that I'm about to play, y'all. So we're gonna listen to it together. All right. So with that being said, y'all make sure y'all double tap the screen, like the live, and we're gonna get into it. If y'all got any questions, because I'll be listening to as well. So if anybody get lost, ask a question. Yeah, right, maybe. Anybody get lost, ask the question in the chat and I'll answer it to my knowledge. All right. So let's get into it. So before we get into the actual trial, I am going to play some clips. Now, this case is got to be at least, let's see, it's not showing me a date on this, but I think it's a couple of years old, y'all, and I think she's just not going to trial. It may be a year old, I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. But there was some hearings that took place before this actually went to trial the other day. So what I'm gonna do in order to give us a background on what the case is about, I'm going to play those clips of the hearings that took place and such, and then we're going to get into the trial, okay? So let's get started because we got a lot to cover. I don't know how long I'm going to actually be on this live, but I'm going to try to get as much in today as I can, and then we'll do part 2 tomorrow, and then we'll go from there, okay? So let's listen together. Let's listen, and we're going to talk about it. Like I said, if y'all have any questions, hold on, y'all. Like I said, if y'all have any questions, put them in the chat, and I'm gonna be listening. And if I can answer the questions, I will. Okay. So let's get into it. Let's listen together, y'all. Let's listen.
Clearly, there was something horrific happening here.
From small-town beauty queen to accused murderer, this Georgia teen is now out on bond after allegedly killing her boyfriend's toddler.
How awful certain human beings can be to other human beings, especially about very vulnerable young babies like this. It's hard to wrap your brain around.
Now we're learning more about the gruesome way the young boy died. We first told you about this story last month when 18-year-old Trinity Madison Pogue was arrested. She now faces multiple charges, including felony murder, aggravated battery, and first-degree cruelty to children. Before posing for this mugshot, she posed for a beauty pageant shot like this one when she was crowned Miss Donaldsonville 2023. She also competed in the Miss National Peanut Festival last year. But now, investigators say this small-town Georgia beauty queen knowingly killed her boyfriend's 18-month-old son. The boy's legal name is Romeo Angeles, but his family refers to him as Jackson Drew. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation began looking into the case on January 14th, when the toddler was pronounced dead after being rushed to the hospital. A medical examiner later determined the toddler's cause of death was blunt force trauma, and Pogue was subsequently charged with his murder. Georgia criminal defense attorney Meg Strickler has been following the case since it broke. Even weeks later, the details continue to shock her.
When you read the blunt force trauma, when you read those words, blunt force trauma, I can't elicit anything friendly in my brain. I think of horrible things happening to this little tiny baby. 18-month-old is still tiny in the sense of being able to defend themselves. So, and as you saw, she's charged with aggravated battery. So clearly there was something horrific happening here. And we may never ever know all of the details, but the medical records, when they do the autopsy, will show some things and they can guess what occurred. And we don't know those things yet. But what you just see right now is those terms, blunt force trauma. And I all I do is think of really horrible things.
So that is the big term that we're hearing a lot, is the blunt force trauma, because we don't know, as you said, all of the details. But what could blunt force trauma be?
Well, I was thinking about, it could be, and again, I'm just telling you from prior cases I've done. I'm not saying this is okay, but there are times when you can shake this kid so much, that you're so angry with an 18-month-old that it shakes their innards. So it can cause some damage, internal damage from doing that. And there's a lot of science involved with that. There's also where the baby could have been pushed down the stairs, something like this. I keep saying baby, I should say toddler, but whatever. Could have been pushed somewhere, could have been pushed and fallen down, could have been pulled and then pulled and shook over this way. I mean, there's so many scenarios that occur where you might be fighting with the 18-month-old to get something out of his hand, and then you're being an abusive person, and then you yank the entire child across the room. I mean, you would be surprised. It makes me upset to even think about it, how awful certain human beings can be to other human beings, especially about very vulnerable young babies like this. It's hard to wrap your brain around, but it does occur.
More than a month after her arrest, Pogue was released from the Sumter County Jail on bond, $75,000 cash bond. What do you make of that? Do you think that's an appropriate amount?
So no, it doesn't bother me at all that that's a $75,000 bond. That's very normal. It's a small county in the rural parts of Georgia. So numbers are usually a little bit lower than bigger cities. More importantly, they gave her an ankle monitor. And that is a trend I am seeing even in Atlanta, is to get them out of jail and put them on a monitor, because the technology is so good that you can see when a person moves across the room these days with these GPS monitors. It's almost creepy.
One of the things that I saw about that ankle monitor is that she is allowed to leave Sumter County, but she does have to wear this monitor. Is there any stipulations besides that? Would she be allowed to leave Georgia, let's say?
Normally, there's a lot of conditions with an ankle monitor. It's effectively your own house arrest. You're like a dog on a leash, effectively. And I'm not trying to disparage somebody, but that you just want to analogize the thought process that they're basically not able to do a whole lot. So you can go to church if you're on dialysis. You can go for medical, things like this. But you got to travel somewhere. You've got to ask for permission from either the court or the person who's monitoring you. So either the monitoring service or you'll have what we call a pretrial services person who will be monitoring you, or probation person. The term of art changes per county. That's why I'm using the terms interchangeably. So when you're on monitoring of any sort, i.e. a GPS monitor, ankle monitor, there's a human being behind it as well, monitoring you.
Pogue was released on bond last week, and as Strickler explains, she had to pay the complete $75,000.
Normally, if it's a $75,000 cash bond, the term of art here in Georgia would be cash bond, she would have to pay the whole $75,000, and somebody would give you a property bond. You could bring your deed and say, I'm paying that, or you bring in $75,000 direct, or you get a bondsman. And the normal, if the judge didn't delineate a straight cash bond, which I don't think occurred here, she can go to a bondsman and pay about 15% to the bondsman, and then they post bond for her. So that's maybe $10,000 that she would have to pay ish.
And the first time we talked about this story was about a month ago, several weeks that she has been in jail. Why now would she suddenly have bond?
My guess would be is that what normally happens is that when you're arrested for a charge like this, you don't get bond within that 72 hours because we have laws that don't allow you to get bond right off the bat. You've got to go to a higher court, and that's Superior Court. My guess is either A, she had the bond hearing at Superior Court, or B, her lawyer worked with the prosecutor and they came up with a consent bond, which is we're both agreeing, judge, this is what we think the bond should be, and the judge signs off of it and she gets out.
Investigators haven't released all the details of the case, so we're still unclear what led up to Jackson's murder or exactly how he was killed. What we do know, based on her charges of felony murder, aggravated battery, and first-degree cruelty to children, investigators believe the child's death wasn't an accident.
I'm just leaping as a defense lawyer that there is a line here that was gray at the very minimum, because they never would have arrested her if it had been, let's suppose a scenario where the baby was sitting in a high chair and somehow managed to leap out and land on his head. She would have called 911 right then and there. There would have been a storyline that we would have already heard. And so I've kind of gone to the grayer, because that's a black and white storyline where that's an accident. I have a feeling this is at the very minimum gray, which is she may have a story and a defense, who knows, but there's some stuff over here that's not matching over here, and that's why they charged her with the crime. So we don't know yet how strong the evidence is. We don't know yet anything, but there has to have been gray for the government to have charged her with these kinds of charges and then keep her in jail for a month. And then more importantly, I do judge the severity of a case. The ankle monitor and the $75,000 bond means we're not screwing around here. We're continuing with this case.
Does that so-called gray area that you were talking about lead to the potential that Trinity Pogue could have a strong defense in this case?
There can be a defense. You said strong. I'm not going to go with strong, but yeah, there could be a defense here. Let's just suppose that the medical story that the coroner is able to describe in court, a year or two from now at trial, the defense would hire a medical expert, and that expert might read those same records in a different way and say this is from an accident, and then it would be up to the jury to decide. So that happens all of the time. What can happen here with technology that may hurt her, don't know what story again, is if she texted the father and said, something in the past, like I hate your kid, or, I don't know. If there's other corroborating evidence for the government, that's going to make it difficult for her to have a good defense. If there's no corroborating evidence and the only evidence we have are these medical records, she's going to have a stronger defense.
As far as Pogue's relationship or history with Jackson, we don't know much, except that she was dating his father, Devontae Smith. As I'm wondering, is it possible that he could face charges if he knew, let's say, she hated the child or had a history of being aggressive, things like that? Is that possible?
It's possible. In this scenario, I don't know, because she's only 18 years old. She couldn't have had too long of a history of violence. We haven't heard of anything. But we don't know. What if, he knew and put her in the care of this child? He can be charged with, reckless conduct. He can be charged with some stuff. I don't know yet, but there's been no mention of that yet. But that is always possible, that if you put somebody else in the care and that person could be an absolute drunk or, whatever, those stories would make then this person be guilty of contributing to that death.
The murder happened in Americus, Georgia, where Pogue was a freshman at Georgia Southwestern State University. Strickler says her status as a student and even potentially her pageant queen background will be a factor in her case.
In any case, I don't care, whatever case I've ever had my entire career, when you have somebody who's young, it literally doesn't matter what the storyline is, it is taken into consideration always. And, she was in college. That's admirable. One of the things I hear from judges more often than not is, was she, before this incident occurred, on a positive trajectory in life? Those are the terms the judge uses. Was she on the right road prior to this incident? And you know what? In this circumstance, she was. She was in college. She was furthering her life. She was going somewhere. Where, we don't know, but she was going in a forward trajectory. Those are the terms that I hear judges use often. And then I echo that when I'm arguing for them. So you better believe her age, the fact that she was in college, never been in trouble before. We know she's never been in trouble before. There could have been some juvenile instances, but remember, that's not ever accessible to anybody unless there's something really grave out there. Then legally they can bring that up.
As for what's next in the case, Strickler says it will head to trial, but not for a while.
Well, since she's out on bond, my guess is the preliminary hearing that may have been scheduled, like for the future, is now canceled. So it's going to be kind of a lull time for a minute or two until she's formally indicted. So that could happen, I'm going to assume, in the next 6 months to a year. So pretty soon. And so once she's indicted, then things kick back into high, into high gear, so that we can do the motions to suppress, motions in limine, whatever motions could be possible in this case, to try to argue some trial issues prior to trial. I will tell you confidently, these kinds of cases almost always go to trial because of the grave, she's facing murder. So she's not going to plea it out unless the government drops it down to something very much like probation. But even then, so we're going to go to trial. But the trial would probably be this fall at the very earliest.
But Strickler says we won't have to wait until Pogue's trial for more details about the boy's murder.
I can virtually guarantee we'll have some details in motions hearings. And when this occurred, people can file an open records request, and we can ask for the report. But there's a thing called a narrative that they keep quiet. So none of us can get the narrative, and the narrative is what happened. And so those pieces of evidence, none of us out here in the world, except for the defense lawyer, can get. But when we file a motion to suppress and we're bringing in folks to testify, yeah, that's going to be out there in public court. We're going to learn more details, and some of those details could be quite sad.
And you mentioned testimony. I know, again, we're very early out, but is it possible that Trinity Pogue would take the stand in her own defense and we could hear the story from her?
It's very possible. And I don't know. I would hope that there was a 911 call by somebody. Maybe it was she. So then she could add more data as to how that call occurred. No idea. She could also kind of mea culpa a little bit in a hearing. I don't know what the hearing would be, why she would testify, but at jury trial, she could testify to say, I may have done X, but I didn't do Y. Now, I don't know what I don't know what she could testify to that would help her, because you would have to say, I didn't hurt this kid at all. Because remember, felony murder is doing the cruelty to children in first degree. So she'd have to testify that they would have been none of those things. And remember, cruelty to children, all of them, there's 4 levels. There's at least 3 levels. I'm sorry for not remembering. You can be yelling, and that's cruelty to children third degree. So she'd have to be so low beyond that to not inculpate herself. So I don't see what could she testify to. Does that make sense? When you're trying on a case, lesser included of cruelty to children would be a jury instruction. So you wouldn't want your client to testify to something that's going to make them be guilty of anything.
If convicted, Pogue could face 25 years to life behind bars. She's pleaded not guilty to the charges. We reached out to her and the family of Jackson Drew for this story, but have not yet heard back. Reporting for Law and Crime, I'm Sierra Gillespie.
Legally looking at this indictment, they have really locked in a way to find her guilty.
A former Georgia beauty queen is now accused of murdering her boyfriend's 18-month-old son, leaving the boy brain dead with severe disfigurement.
She's charged with the felony of aggravated battery, which is severe disfigurement of any human being. But it's also more harsh for her because it was an 18-month-old human being.
And experts say prosecutors have a strong case.
It's a slam dunk with the felony murder.
Gruesome details are now being revealed in the indictment, but all that's just the tip of the iceberg.
This indictment gave us more detail. I think as time progresses now, we might find more about going backwards. What happened in the past?
This is 18-year-old Trinity Madison Pogue, who made her rounds in the Georgia Beauty Queen circuit. She was crowned Miss Donaldsonville 2023 and even competed in the Miss National Peanut Festival. But 2024 brought some major changes for the one-time beauty queen when she was arrested in the murder of an 18-month-old boy. We first brought you the story back in January when Trinity was first charged with felony murder, aggravated battery, and first-degree cruelty to children. Since then, we've seen some shocking developments to the case and some major revelations.
When I first looked at this indictment, it looks to me like the prosecutor's very confident about the case. I printed it out. It's what I have here. And when I read through it, I thought, wow.
We spoke to criminal defense attorney Meg Strickler about the case. She's based in Atlanta's Fulton County, about 2.5 hours north of Americus, Georgia. There, Trinity was a freshman at Georgia Southwestern State University. Investigators say the murder actually happened on campus, inside a dorm room.
How Georgia works is they hit her with first-degree murder. I'm going to speak in more common law terms. Then they also hit her with the aggravated battery and the cruelty to children. And so they're like, if we're not going to get you here, we're going to get you here, or we're going to get you here. So she's being punched in every which way they can legally. And as a defense lawyer, it's a very strong indictment.
The case dates back to January 14th, when 18-month-old Romeo Angeles was rushed to the hospital. He was pronounced dead just days later. The boy's legal name is Romeo Angeles, but his family has referred to him by multiple different names, including Jackson Drew or Jackson Williams. Investigators say Trinity Pogue was dating the boy's father and that she knowingly killed him. She was arrested and charged with aggravated battery, felony murder, and cruelty to children in the first degree, but just this month, she was indicted on additional charges. So it turns out that it was a grand jury that was involved in this. And for people who aren't familiar, I know that grand jury proceedings are kept behind closed doors, they're private, but what do you think went on there?
They probably had, a big room where they had people sitting in chairs, and then the prosecutor sitting up front with like a lectern and probably some sort of, visual arts of some sort. And they sat and went through the case, and they went through the elements of the case and said, we think we can prove this. And then the grand jury votes whether or not to formally charge. And it is closed. No defense lawyers are allowed there. But my guess is some sort of medical examiner was there to testify. The police of some sort, some detective maybe may have been there. There would have been 2 or 3 witnesses, my guess would be. And as you can tell, they've returned these charges. Now, later on, if they get more evidence, they can always supersede this, which means this is a word we use in Georgia, which is we're going to fix this. Let's pretend they made a mistake on some part of this, that they said, you know what, we learned more. There was something else that we want to add. They can follow up and re-indict the case with additional charges. I don't necessarily see anything here, but I'm making this up. But what if she had the child in December and had some sort of incident where they had gone to the doctor and there was some issue with, the baby fell and had a broken rib? That would come in as another count. And these things could be still being investigated at this juncture, as an example.
According to the indictment, Trinity Pogue is now charged with malice murder, cruelty to children in the first degree, 2 counts of aggravated battery, and 2 counts of felony murder. When I was taking a look at the indictment, I saw malice murder and felony murder. Can you explain to me why she would be charged with both?
Yeah. Georgia has, and I shake my head because it's a very difficult charge for us lawyers. It's called the felony murder doctrine, and it's a common law concept, is that if you commit a felony and that felony results in death, then you can be charged with felony murder. That's kind of a generic vanilla version of it. But in real life here in Georgia, what hurts you is that she's charged with the felony of aggravated battery, which is severe disfigurement of any human being. But it's also more harsh for her because it was an 18-month-old human being. And then you also have the felony of cruelty to children. So that's like, so I'm saying, legally looking at this indictment, they have really locked in a way to find her guilty. So you have the first degree murder, which is your normal vanilla intentional malice murder, which is you intended to murder this child. That's going to be the more difficult one to achieve at trial, because did she intend to kill the child? So that one is a bit of a reach, because I don't know if that's really what happened, but it's a slam dunk with the felony murder ones.
And in some cases, prosecutors doubled up on Trinity's charges. 2 counts of felony murder and 2 counts of aggravated battery. So I guess for the 2 counts of felony murder, my question is, only one person was killed, so how can she have the 2 counts?
Oh, that's easy. The felony murder is again with the felony. So they looked at with, you are getting felony murder with the aggravated battery, that's 1, and you're getting the felony murder with the cruelty to children, there's 2.
The indictment didn't lay out exactly how the young boy was killed, but did provide clues into his death. Under the felony murder charge, Trinity is accused of, quote, inflicting blunt force trauma to the head and torso of Romeo Angeles. For one of the aggravated battery charges, prosecutors say Trinity, quote, did maliciously cause bodily harm to Romeo Angeles by causing serious disfigurement to his liver, a member of said person's body, and further, by rendering such member of his body useless. Under the other aggravated battery charge, Trinity allegedly, quote, did maliciously cause bodily harm to Romeo Angeles by rendering his brain, a member of said person's body, useless. One of the things that stood out to me immediately was that Trinity allegedly rendered his brain useless. What do you make of that?
I wrote that down. That's what I'm saying. This is a really bad indictment. When I read that, I actually wrote it down in my notes as, oh, ouch, because that's what's alleged just here. So if they were to go to trial, the first thing the prosecutor is going to write out in their opening statements is the elements, and they're going to say serious disfigurement, and then write in there like a hyphen. The evidence will show that we had serious disfigurement to his liver and rendered his brain useless, left the boy with massive trauma to his head and torso. That's just what's in the charging document. I mean, that's just what's to begin with. To be a juror on this case, it's going to be a lot to see, because you're going to see images of the baby. There's going to be photographs of the baby, but then there's going to be the x-rays and then pictures of his liver and the scans of his liver. And then there'll be an expert explaining what those scans show. And then as a defense, we'll be looking at those same scans and saying, that's not true. That's not what caused it. That was potentially something he was born with. I don't know what the defense is yet, but that could be something. This will be a battle of experts no matter what, because they're saying that she caused all of this. And then her defense will be, no, I didn't. I don't know how successful that's going to be.
Just based on your experience looking through all of this severe trauma that went into this young boy's death, what would you say or hypothesize happened that caused it?
The only thing I can think of is, as you saw me do this, is that in these cases, the baby doesn't be quiet for whatever reason. And I'm just telling you from other cases. I am not saying what happened here. You asked me what I think could have happened, but based on nothing of my knowledge of this case, I'm just giving you storylines from other cases, that the person already has some residual anger, and the anger just exploded. And so the anger where they just see black and they're not able to really be present at that moment, and they just go overboard on the abuse and just shake the kid, could have knocked him down. That's why you have left the boy with massive trauma to his head, probably screaming at the kid and at the baby, I keep saying kid, and at the baby boy, and knocked him down. And so he probably banged his head on something, but it had to have been some severe shaking, my guess would be, or some severe, I don't think beating. I think it was more just some sort of just this is my thought from other cases. That's my thought. Literally, I want to give a caveat. That's just a thought. I really don't know. In this case, I don't have any insider knowledge at all. But that's where you look at the medical documents. What we have to do is, I don't read medical documents. I have to hire somebody because I don't speak that language, and it's voluminous. It's piles and piles of medical records that I must ethically hire somebody to translate that and make it into a language I can understand, so then I can come up with a theory for defense. And that is really what both sides are going to need to do here. So whatever happened, it says January 14th. I mean, who knows? She's young. She may have her own mental health issues. I don't know.
Meg says the age of the victim will play a major role in this case. The victim in this case was 18 months old. So can you explain that to me? I know that obviously he was a child under the age of 18, but are there different brackets within those age groups under 18?
It's a vulnerable victim. When you're a vulnerable victim, that would be somebody over 65 or someone who's a child. And so it just has a separate subdirectory or a separate, letter in the statute that just makes the punishment more harsh. So the law is the same. When you read the statute, it says, causing serious disfigurement for aggravated battery. And in an adult, that'd be like a dislocated shoulder, a broken nose, broken anything is serious disfigurement in the aggravated battery. But then once it's a vulnerable victim, which is the child part, he was 18 months old, it just aggravates the felony punishment that you would get if you were just charged with that.
And the location of the murder could be a factor too. And additionally, we've talked about how she was a student at Georgia Southwestern State University, and this actually happened in the dorm room. Then I wonder what the next steps are there. I mean, could the university be involved in any way? What happens now?
I can tell you, because I deal with a lot of universities here, there are more rules, period, with respect to being in a dorm. Was there a rule that didn't allow young children to even be there ever? I don't know. But if there was a rule, there could be some liability for not taking notice of that and getting rid of the child to not be in that dorm. I don't know the rules in that particular university, but that could be one issue. There could be another issue of who was near that world, who was in that floor, who saw what. That could be very pivotal. And of course, going back to forensics, what cameras do we have? What visuals do we have of her leaving that dorm with the baby that day to go and get medical help? All of that would be very helpful. And I know the university will have been very welcoming to say, here's what we have. And if there were some things that the university should have done, meaning, do we have rules to not let young people in? I don't think there is such a rule, because we all have little brothers, little sisters, nieces, and nephews. But overnight, those things. Did she allow this baby to stay overnight in the past? Those are the rules we want to examine. And I don't know what they are yet.
Meg believes the case will head to trial, and when it does, we will likely learn a lot more about the details. We also know that as prosecutors, they don't need a motive to secure a conviction. Sometimes it's nice to have, but it's not completely necessary. But in this case, I'm wondering if it might be useful for the prosecution to have some sort of motive in their back pocket to paint the picture better for the jury. What do you think?
Well, legally, yeah, you can form intent and, slap in a second. As fast as I did that, that can be intent. So I think in this context, they'll bring the boyfriend in because he's the father. All right. And so the story will keep brought in on how they met and all that, just because we have to kind of give the narrative. We need to fill in the entire storyline again for the jury to make the right decision. So he will be brought in on both sides, the goods, the bads, and the uglies. But, the fact that he exists is not any part of the storyline as far as I can tell yet. I mean, he did not cause this, other than he wasn't with the child at that moment. That's the only thing, and that's okay. You're allowed to not be with your baby 24/7. I mean, that's not a crime. I'm not with my children right now.
When the case does go to trial, Meg expects prosecutors to be masterfully prepared. Do you think they have any theory as to how she allegedly caused this major damage to this young boy?
They will. They'll come up with a theory. They may already have it. I don't know. Normally, in these kinds of cases, that's one of the things the expert does, is the forensics draw the storyline for them. So they'll be able to look at the various injuries and kind of come up with a reenactment of what they think by just simply looking at the images of the baby, that's the actual pictures, but then the internal injuries. I've seen that very often, and sometimes they'll even do a reenactment, with computers and kind of show it what they think could have happened. And it could have been, it's not the baby's 18 months old. That's a large, human being at this point. So I don't know how this occurred, but they are going to go through that. There will be a forensic analysis of what they think occurred, and then it's up to the defense to say no. And use another expert to say, we look at this stuff, we look at the medical reports, we look at the coroner's reports, and we think this is what happens. And then it'll be the jury who decides what they think, looking at the version of the facts, and they will render a verdict.
But Trinity's team does have some options. From the defense's side of things, is it possible that they say this was an accident, the boy fell, this was not at the hands of our client, anything like that?
Yeah, the defense will be she's young. Perhaps, and again, I'm making this up, but perhaps it was like I just described. He fell in such a way that he landed on something that hit where the liver is and hit his head. And she panicked and she went to the hospital, but didn't really describe what occurred because she was young and naive and not knowing the system. That's a good stretch. I don't think that's going to work out. But I do think as a defense lawyer, what I would, in all of my time of defending this case, would be pointing out and humanizing her. We all are human here. Okay, we're all people and we all have our faults. And I'm not defending what she did that day. I'm just saying there's always a storyline from all sides. And what I would say to the jury is listen to all sides and then make your decision. Don't just stay focused on one part. Make sure you hear all parts. And one of the parts here is she was very young. She was not somebody who'd really been out in the world long enough to have a great amount of experience in dealing with children. It could have been as simple as that. I don't think so, but that would be part of how I might start my defense, is her youth and an experience with babies.
Meg says it's not likely Trinity's history as a beauty queen led to the crime, but it will probably be included at trial.
I mean, maybe there was something that occurred in her life. When you are in certain environments, there can be problems. I don't think there's something in the pageantry world that's not different than any other parts of our world that has bad elements. So I don't know how that would work into this, other than it will be who she is. So we will certainly bring it up. It'll come as, remember I said, we're humanizing her. We're humanizing the young 18-month-old boy. We're humanizing everybody part of this so that the jury does get all of the facts. That's important. But that's just who she is. But I don't think there's any element that impacted how we got to January 14th other than her life.
If Trinity is found guilty, Meg says there are a few options she could face. Let's say she is convicted on at least one or all of these counts. How much time could she be facing behind bars?
I mean, that's a hard question, because I will answer it as a lawyer, and then I'll answer it as what happens in real life. Okay. When she's got 6 counts, you can put them together, which is stacking. Okay. You can stack them up, kind of think of like Legos. And I'm not trying to say that, but just as a visual for you. And so you can add each amount, the maximum amount that she could be sentenced to for each one of them. And then that would be what she's facing if she was found guilty on all counts, which is 100+ years life in prison without parole, some insane amount of time that goes beyond a human lifetime. All right. That's how to answer you as a lawyer. Now, what happens in real life is if she's found guilty of multiple counts, which my guess is, and I'm only guessing because I'm reading an indictment, but if they have evidence to support this, where her liver was, this child's liver was hurt in such a way that it caused a serious disfigurement, and also that he was brain dead horribly, all of these really bad allegations that are just in the indictment, if they're able to prove that, she probably would be found guilty of the felony murder, which is life with parole, life without parole. And that is a question that we decide after she's convicted.
But for now, we're still in the early stages of the judicial process. What do you think moving forward are the next steps in the case? We know that the defendant has since been released on bail or bond, so she's out, but what do we expect to happen from here?
My guess is that she'll have arraignment in the next 4 to 6 weeks. Normally the smaller counties will have it sooner. So she probably has arraignment the next couple of weeks. An arraignment is just a formal day where she can go in and be read these charges, and then she can say not guilty or guilty. All of us say not guilty originally because that's just the procedure. It's not saying anything. It's just what we do first. Once we have that hearing, the next hearing is when things start to move more swiftly. The discovery will be given to the defense attorney. All of it should be given to the defense attorney, but there might be some still missing because of logistics. I don't know. Maybe there was a phone that got seized and got taken over to GBI. They may not have reviewed that yet because there's backlog. GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, is busy, so that may be a reason to the delay. So the next hearing in, say, September will be delayed for some logistical issue. So if she's going to go to trial, it'll probably be in 2025. This indictment gave us more detail. I think as time progresses now, we might find more about going backwards. What happened in the past? This was January of 2024. How did they meet? Did she have any other prior interactions with law enforcement? Those things will be very interesting to learn. And as time progresses, I think we're going to learn that. And it may add more wrinkles and more surprises as a result.
Back in February, Trinity was released on $75,000 bond. So far, her arraignment has not yet been scheduled. Reporting for Long Crime, I'm Sierra Gillespie.
We have a major update in the case against the former beauty queen cheerleader accused of giving birth in her off-campus house and hiding her newborn's body in a trash bag in a closet. Lakin Snelling reportedly told doctors that her baby may have been alive when he was born, and we'll take a look at what that means for her case. We're on the case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. So much of the case against Lakin Snelling will hinge on her baby boy's cause of death and whether he was alive when he was born and what she did in the moments after he was born. Here's video of the former University of Kentucky cheerleader in court last week where her attorney waived her preliminary hearing. Right now, this case is not a murder case. Snelling is facing 3 charges: abuse of a corpse, tampering with physical evidence, and concealing the birth of an infant. She has pleaded not guilty. She's out on bond and she's living with her parents. But newly released court documents to the University of Kentucky student newspaper reveal what Snelling allegedly told doctors after she gave birth, and it fills in a lot of the gaps, the alleged timeline of what went down inside her home and where she went after. Now, according to the Kentucky Kernel newspaper, Snelling told doctors that her baby displayed, quote, a little bit of fetal movement, and the baby boy made a, quote, whimper. The baby was also believed to be a full-term boy. What we also learned in this report is what Snelling told police allegedly after she gave birth and how it could factor into the evidence that prosecutors have against her. Now, before I get to that part of it and where she went allegedly after giving birth, let's go back to when this began and the timeline that we know about at this point. August 27th, Lexington, Kentucky police were called to her house for a report of an unresponsive infant. The child was pronounced dead on scene. Now, they say the baby was found in a closet. There's an arrest citation that says the infant was wrapped in a towel inside of a black trash bag. The citation reportedly says that Snelling was read her rights and she allegedly admitted to giving birth to that baby. Then she allegedly said that she concealed the birth by cleaning evidence and putting all cleaning items inside of a black trash bag along with the body of that infant wrapped in a towel. Now, the newly released court documents to the Kentucky Kernel reveal that Snelling told police that she gave birth around 4 o'clock in the morning, and she told officers that she did not think that the baby was breathing or alive. She also said that she was awake for about a half hour after giving birth, then fell asleep on top of the baby. And when she woke up, she said that baby had turned blue and purple. She reportedly said that she didn't think the baby was alive. She then said that she wrapped the baby and laid next to the child in a moment of what they say was a moment of comfort. Now, this is all per those new court documents released to the Kentucky student newspaper. She then said when she woke up for class, Snelling allegedly wrapped the baby in a towel, then put it in a trash bag and placed that bag in the closet. She also reportedly cleaned up blood in her room with paper towels and put the placenta in a Ziploc bag that then also went into the trash bag. So it appears that is some evidence that law enforcement has. Now, even though she just went through this major medical event and her son was dead, Snelling reportedly left the house to go to class. But she says she actually didn't end up going to class, but she sat in her car. She wasn't feeling well. So she ordered McDonald's through the McDonald's app. Now, while all of this was happening, there also appears to have been multiple roommates in her home. Now, according to these court documents, around the time that Snelling reportedly said that she gave birth about 4 o'clock in the morning, one of her roommates had texted a Snapchat group saying they thought they heard something fall. There was another roommate who said that they heard the same thing and believed they heard noises for roughly an hour. Now, after Snelling left for class, her roommates went into her room. It appears that Snelling never told them that she was pregnant, but they were suspicious. And when they entered that room, they allegedly found a blood-soaked towel, a plastic bag containing evidence of childbirth. They also found the body of that baby boy. And that is when they called police, and Snelling was later arrested. Now, digital footprint that Laken Snelling allegedly left behind may also be very key in this case going forward, because it appears that police have images of Snelling during labor that she took, that they were able to get through a search warrant, but they were images that she deleted, which, if true, would be key evidence in terms of the charge she is facing for trying to cover up this childbirth. Now, publicly, we know Snelling, she appeared to be very active on social media, as so many young college students are, up until this spring, when she stopped posting pictures of herself. And remember, now it is believed that this child was full term. Now, another shocking part of this is that it appears that Snelling publicly, that she had really presented herself as someone who had aspirations to one day be a mom. Here's the last post that she had on her TikTok, which is from June. It is a picture with a
Hold on, y'all. I gotta check this one because. Hold on, let's see something. Okay, all right, I see what it is. All right, here we go.
emojis that describe her, and you can see in the bottom left, there's one there that says goals with the emoji of a mom with a child. Now, another big question still unanswered at the time of this recording, who's the father of this baby boy? We still don't know. We do know that one of her ex-boyfriends submitted DNA to police, and she was also reportedly in a relationship more recently with another man, and it's unclear what their...
This is another one, y'all. This one ain't supposed to be here. I think this is another one. Let me check it out real quick. Oh, let's see. Beauty Queen cheerleader. Yeah, that's not supposed to be here. All right, so that's it for the shocking details and the kind of background on what's going on. So now we're about to get into the trial, y'all, and of course, I am going to be able to skip through the breaks, the lunches, all the extra stuff that goes with it. So, you know, these lives be like 8 hours or whatever, but it's not going to be that long because we're going to skip through most of the stuff. But this first clip is a hearing that took place. I want to say it was at the beginning of the year sometime, but it's a hearing that took place before the trial actually started. So let's listen to it. Let's listen to it right quick. Mind you, y'all, all this stuff took place before. Don't come in and let's see. Did it come up? Don't look like they did the hearing. Or maybe it started right here. Okay. All right, let's see what happened at this hearing, y'all.
Mr. Gamble was present. Okay. I'm here, y'all. And Chief President of the courtroom, Your Honor. We are already subject to certain motions of filed. Mostly have been resolved, and maybe a few issues, but we agreed, District Attorney and I agreed to especially set this case. It's not ready for this calendar. We had talked about possibly November, but I think it might even go a bit further down.
Well, we had said November, but then as it turns out, the November trial week actually is a December trial week this year.
First.
Oh,
I think
right.
we agreed that this was going to be my first case on the week of December 1st.
That was my understanding, and what I would ask the court to do, that there's a motion to plea day for that calendar on November 19th, but the motions in this case may end up. I mean, I don't think they're going to be a long time today, but they possibly could. But since the court has a routine day on November 17th, which is the same week, and so whichever one is more convenient for Mr. Gamble and for the court. I mean, I would be available for any motions or whatever, or even the 17th for the night.
All right. Well, I'm going to.
Sorry, y'all. I don't understand how people be on trial for their life and they be finding anything funny. Wouldn't that be funny to me? I'm sorry, not a damn thing. I don't understand. Like, I get real irritated when I see these defendants sitting up in court smiling and shit. Like I just don't understand it. Anywho, let me hit play shit.
It was set up for the 17th, and then we will try the case the week we sent, that first week in December, that's actually November's trial. We can do that.
I don't know what this hearing is about, but we're gonna skip it. Shit, fuck it at this point. That was a hearing. Then it was a hearing that took place.
We're here to determine if there are any pretrial motions.
Oh, this was a hearing that took place 2 weeks ago. And I'm gonna skip through that because we'll probably hear about it during this trial. So we're gonna get to day one of the I just got a little irritated. I don't understand how these people be laughing and carrying on. This is day one, which actually happened in real time 4 days ago. Like I say, this trial lasted 4 days. Okay, so let's get into it so we can skip through the formalities and get to the testimony. Let's see.
To make sure that only everyone that was going to be on the jury had to come back today. Legitimation action alleged according to the defendant.
Now the statute certainly does not address that. Where there's there's maybe some issue of some allegation that he's not the father of the child. But
hold on, I want to hear this. Hold on. Let's go all the way back to the beginning. Let's see. See what they're talking about.
The only victim represented.
All right, let's start right here. True, did you get what I eat? Yeah, I got it. I got him, Elise. God damn, like, come on.
The only victim representative that I have. I mean, officially, the mother is not here. We don't know where she's at, so he's the only victim representative that we have. Under the victim's Bill of Rights, he is entitled to be in the courtroom for the full duration of the trial. And I'm sorry, I just realized that screen that my computer was broadcasting up there. I turned it off. He has a right to be in the courtroom. I will tell the court that I expect him to be. He will be one of my earliest witnesses. I mean, he's in the present order as I have him listed, assuming that everybody is here, and I can go in the order that I want to go. He'll be either the fourth or fifth witness today. And then of course, after he testifies, then I think that there's no question that he could be in the courtroom. But I think he has a right to be in the courtroom even before he testifies under the victim's Bill of Rights. And so I wanted to address that in court. And he's not in here right now because we're going to find out if the court was going to permit that before we told him that he could come in. So that's one matter they're going to address.
All right, Mr. Gamble, what's your position in that regard?
Yeah, we object on a couple of grounds. First of all, he is a material witness, and much of what he has to say is going to be critical to this case. And for him to sit and observe and be able to fashion his testimony according to other people's testimony would be inappropriate. But more importantly, he must first have legal standing to make that claim. He is not the legal father of this minor child. He has never legitimated the child. He was not on the birth certificate of the child. In fact, the birth certificate names a different father.
Hold up. Oh, okay, people. See, this is why it is so important to determine paternity of babies. Now, this dude is definitely the dude they're discussing. What they're discussing right now, y'all, is whether or not the father of the child is allowed to be in the courtroom. Now, I don't understand, and I don't get why the mama is not there. They did say that the mama is not there because this woman that's on trial is not the biological mom of the baby. She was the dad's girlfriend. So being as though he has not legitimized himself as being the father, they got into question here whether or not he's the daddy. That's weird. That's crazy. But apparently, the defense don't want him in the courtroom until he testifies, and what the prosecution is trying to do is have him in the courtroom as the child. What they call it, victim representation. Okay, so let's listen. This is crazy.
When the child was born, the woman who's the baby mama of this child was married to someone else. By law, the child is actually the child of that man.
Oh wow, it gets messier. So the mama was married to another man when this child was conceived. So according to the law, the child actually belongs to the husband. But my question is, why is the mama not there? I'm appalled too, Miss B. Why is the mom not at the murder case, the murder trial of the woman that's accused of unaliving her child? Like, I don't understand. So let's listen.
Married to, at no time has he ever taken any legal action to be proven to be the legal father. Now, we're not arguing in court and don't plan on arguing he's not potentially or probably the biological father, but he is not recognized under Georgia law as a legal kinship to this child. And if he's going to go under the Victims' Rights Act, where a father or a mother or a kin person has a right to be present during the entire trial, he's legally not that. He doesn't have
Do you
right.
agree that the legal father of a child would have the right for if the child is the deceased alleged victim to be in the courtroom?
I would still object, Your Honor, in this circumstance, given that he's a material witness.
Well,
It's very
I guess what
important.
I'm asking is, does the statute address that?
I don't know, Your Honor.
All right.
I did not know that was being brought up, so I have not looked at it.
Mr.
But I
Lamb,
keep-
does the statute address that?
It does, right? And I frankly should have had that statute pulled up, but I will, I can pull it up in just a moment.
Does it say the
Yes, sir.
legal
It
father?
says has a right.
So what about the issue that you have here where there was never a legitimation
Well,
action alleged
I mean-
according to the defendant?
Now the statute certainly does not address that, where there's where there may be some issue of some allegation that he's not the father of the child. But in all ways, I mean, he's had since the child was about 3 months old, he's had full custody of the child. The mother left. She was going to Mexico, and he didn't want her to take the child out of the country. She asked him, if he had a problem with her taking the child out of the country, and he said, well, why don't you let him stay with me? And she said, okay. So he went and picked her up, and then basically she never.
I just want to follow whatever the rule is, okay?
Man,
If-
hold on, people. Girl, wait a minute. So apparently the child's father is African American. The mama must be Mexican. You can look at the baby and tell he's mixed. Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on one second. So apparently the dad is African American, the mom is Mexican, he's whatever and the mom was married to another man when this child was conceived. So the daddy said, oh, she wanted to leave and go back to Mexico, and the daddy didn't want the baby to go back to Mexico. So the mama left the baby with the daddy and just left. And she's not in court. Okay. All right. Gets better, I guess.
I guess what you're saying is there'll be testifying.
If he had a problem with her taking the child out of the country, and he said, well, why don't you let him stay with me? And she said, okay. So he went and picked her up, and then basically she never.
I just want to follow whatever the rule is, okay? If I guess what you're saying is there'll be testimony that
Yes.
he has assumed the role of the father, that he is likely the biological father, but he's not the legal father. So I just want to know what the
There's
victims.
not a, judge, I mean,
Can I get the statute? What is the statute?
yes, sir.
Can you pass that up to me?
It's not, the 1779 is the specific provision.
That's what I'm reading. Let me
Okay.
read it and
Yes,
then we'll
sir.
go back on the record. Family of the victim shall not be excluded unless it is established that the victim or family member is a material and necessary witness, and the court finds there's a substantial probability that such person's presence would impair the conduct of a fair trial. So I guess there's a two-part question. Is he, as the non-legalized or legitimated father, the immediate family of the victim? And then, I mean, you do agree he's a material witness, I assume.
Yes, sir. He is a material witness. There's no doubt about that.
Well, then I guess you should address those two issues, whether he is a family member under the statute and whether there's a substantial probability that his presence would impair the conduct of a fair trial.
Under the statute, Judge, under 1717.3, paragraph 11, it says victim means person against whom a crime has been perpetrated. In the event of the death of the victim, the following relations, if the relation is not either in custody for an offense or the defendant, of course, it's not in custody, he's not the defendant, the spouse, an adult child, a parent, a sibling, or a grandparent. It says a parent, it doesn't define further what a parent is. What I will say is this, is that if Julian Williams is not recognized or permitted to remain in the role of the victim's representative in this case, then this victim is unrepresented entirely with regard to this case. With regard to whether or not it would impair the conduct of a fair trial, what I will tell the court is this: is that as it stands right now, that the testimony that I expect that will precede Julian Williams' testimony is essentially testimony regarding the crime scene. Okay, in other words, where the area, the dorm, that area was secured. Where James Gibson from the GBI will testify about the specifics of that. There'll be some photographs, etc. Chief Lewis from GSW will testify about nothing other than the times, via video, the times that Julian Williams and the defendant entered and exited the dorm. And I mean, that will be the entire substance of his testimony, will be to establish those times. And then I expect Julian Williams to be my next witness after that. So it's essentially just preliminary testimony sort of to set the scene and that kind of thing is all that he would is all that he would be in the courtroom to hear. So I don't think that he may be a material witness. I don't think his presence would impair the conduct of a fair trial.
All right, Mr. Gamble, I'll let you have the last word.
Well, Your Honor, unless we're going to set the entire Georgia legal code on its head, it's clear that you must be legally recognized as a father. As an example, a father that's done everything in the world for a child, paid child support even in Georgia law because he's been proven to be biologically the father that is not legitimated, has no legal rights to that child at all. No visitation rights, no right to custody. If he takes that child somewhere, he can be charged with kidnapping if he does not have permission. The law is clear that it's not recognized.
How would you like to address the substantial likelihood that it would impair the possibility of a fair trial?
Substantial likelihood is even more clear, Your Honor, in that this witness, once he testifies, I mean, even if he's the first person to testify, he's subject to recall. We would not be in favor of allowing him to be in the courtroom. And the substance of this case involves Trinity Pogue being accused of doing harm to a child. There were only two people around that child at the time period they're talking about this occurred, her and Julian Williams. And Julian Williams is a substantial evidentiary person in this case and is subject to much more testimony than what the state may be trying to elicit, and told several different stories to the GBI during the times that he was
Are you
interrogated.
contending that even after he testifies, he would not be allowed in the courtroom?
I would say if he is subject to being recalled, Your Honor.
Or do you have him under subpoena?
I do have him on subpoena.
All right.
Whether he has a notice of subpoena or not, Judge, his subpoena is satisfied once Julian Williams takes a stand, and which he will do this morning sometime.
What's the second issue? Of course, I wish we had brought these up yesterday when we didn't have a jury in the jury room.
I don't know what your channel name is because you got these ads in the chat. But 360, you say he wasn't a legal father either. She did. What do you mean either? It has been established that the man that's been taking care of the child, the child was in his custody when he was unalive. It has been established he is the biological daddy, but he has not been deemed a biological daddy because the mama was married to another man at the time of his birth, and there was no DNA test ever ran. So what's your question? No, he's not on the birth certificate. They stated that at the beginning. He's not on the birth certificate.
Yes, sir. I mean, I'm sorry.
That's all right, but what's the second issue?
7:45 when we were done.
I know.
So,
What is the
the
second
second
issue?
issue is a very brief motion in limine regarding opening statements, and that is that the law only permits in opening statements a statement or to the jury expectation of what evidence will be presented to the jury. And so I would object to or ask the court to instruct Mr. Gamble not to make any reference to any statements that were made by his client, by the defendant, to Samantha Ford of the GBI. And that's because he's not he can't put those statements in evidence. It's hearsay for the defendant to put in his or her own prior statements made outside the courtroom. So he can't put them into evidence. And I am not. I don't know whether I'm going to or not. I mean, I don't anticipate at this point. I don't anticipate that I will do so.
So your motion in limine is for him to not put his client's statements to the GBI into evidence
She
in
told
open.
the GBI this, and this.
Okay, Mr. Gamble?
I don't intend to do that, John. That's fine.
And so,
Well, then I'll grant that motion in limine. What I'm going to do with regard to Mr. Humphreys is Mr. Williams, is without having a definition of what is meant by parent in that statute, I'm going to exclude his presence until after he testifies. Once he testifies, I'm likely to allow him to remain in the courtroom as a representative of the family and based upon the fact that he's already testified. All right. Are all the jurors here? All right, let's take 5 minutes, and if anybody needs to step to the restroom, let's do that, and then we'll begin opening statements.
You say, is he trying to not have his testimony so that all the blame is on her? He's not been charged with anything. I just explained what they're arguing. They're arguing whether or not he should be in the courtroom. Because normally when you're a witness in a trial, you're not allowed to come into the courtroom until after you testify. You can't be in the courtroom before you testify. The prosecution wants him in the courtroom the entire time, which means he would be there before he testified. The defense don't want that. The defense don't want him in the courtroom before he testifies, and at this point, even after. That's what they're arguing. There's no question of whether he's to blame in any of this. She's the only one charged. He's a witness, not a defendant.
To make sure that only everyone that was going to be on the jury had to come back today. and I appreciate you being here so promptly. I have a real habit
You're
of
welcome.
wanting to get the jury, when I tell them to be somewhere ready to go, that we're ready to go as well. But there are going to be things that come up from time to time that we have to address before you come in. And I just want you to know, if you don't come in when I tell you I think you're going to come in, we're not out here drinking coffee. Okay, there's issues that we need to address, and we had a little bit of that this morning. Okay, I want to. Before we get started on the trial, we'll give you some preliminary instructions, some basic principles of the law that will apply to this case. Once you've heard all the evidence and the closing arguments and the court's final instructions, those instructions will be in more detail. So these are just preliminary instructions. You have been selected and sworn to try the case of the state of Georgia versus Trinity Pogue, which I introduced to you yesterday. The grand jury has indicted the defendant in this case with several offenses, including malice murder, 2 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of aggravated battery, and cruelty to a child in the first degree. I read that indictment to you yesterday, and when this case is handed over to you at the end, you'll have that indictment with you. The defendant has pled not guilty to the indictment, and she denies every charge in it. The indictment and the defendant's plea of not guilty present the issues that you have been sworn and selected and sworn to decide. In that regard, the very first part of today's proceeding is going to be you receiving the oath of the trial jury. So I'm going to ask you to please stand and raise your right hand. You shall well and truly try the issue formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Trinity Pogue, who is charged with the offenses of malice murder, felony murder, aggravated battery, and cruelty to children in the first degree, and a true verdict give according to the evidence, so help you God. Please indicate that you will. Thank you. Now, the indictment is the way that the defendant is charged with committing the crimes that are alleged in the indictment, and those crimes being violations of the laws of Georgia. The charges in the indictment and the plea of not guilty are not evidence of guilt, and you may not conclude that the defendant is guilty based on the charges or the not guilty plea. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until she is proven guilty. The defendant begins the trial with a presumption of innocence in her favor, and this presumption stays with her until it is overcome by the state with evidence that convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crimes charged. And again, you will receive much greater detail as to that burden in the final instructions. My role in this case is to determine the law that applies to this case and to instruct you as to that law. These are merely preliminary instructions, and you'll be given instructions at the end that will address the burden of proof, will address the specific elements of each offense charged, that will address many rules of evidence and other matters that you'll get in detail. The object of this trial is to the discovery of truth. During the trial, I will admit evidence according to rules of evidence. Those rules are designed to aid in discovering the truth by making sure that you consider only the best and highest evidence. These lawyers are very experienced attorneys. They're good lawyers, and they're going to make objections. They're going to advocate for their positions and for their clients. During the course of those objections, there's going to be discussion between the court and the lawyers concerning those objections. We might even have to ask you to step out into the jury room while we address some of those matters. Please don't draw any inference from that, and any of the conversation between the court and the lawyers about those objections is not evidence. That's legal banter that is not evidence in this case. And I don't want you to hold it against either party if an objection is made or if it's inconvenient that you have to step outside. Now, the trial will proceed. I'll give you a sort of an outline of what to expect in the trial. The first part of the trial is the attorneys are going to make opening statements. That is where the lawyers have the opportunity. They don't have to, but they have the opportunity to kind of preview the evidence that you're going to hear in this case. Once the opening statements are concluded, the state will have the opportunity to present its case in chief. That's done by presenting evidence, calling witnesses. I don't know what the evidence is in the case because I would have heard it for the first time just like you, but a lot of times documents, pictures, videos, I don't know. But any evidence that is presented or any witness that is presented, the defendant will have the opportunity to challenge that witness by cross-examination or making objections, that sort of thing. But the state is going to present its evidence. When the state closes its evidence, the defendant has the option to present evidence, but she has no burden of proof and is not required to present any evidence. But if she wishes to do so, that'll be done in the same fashion. Once all of the evidence is presented, the attorneys will have the opportunity to give closing arguments. And again, the state has the burden of proof, so the state has the right to open and conclude the argument phase. During the argument phase of the trial, the lawyers will try to persuade you. They're allowed to argue the law and argue inferences and try to persuade you to one side of the case or the other. Once all of that is completed, and all the evidence is completed, and all the arguments are completed, I will give you those legal detailed instructions. At that time, you'll be asked to return to the jury room. The evidence and the indictment and a verdict form will be brought to you, and you will select a foreperson and begin your deliberations. It is very important that you pay close attention to the trial. If at any time you cannot hear or see any evidence, or if you are suffering from any discomfort or that distracts you, just inform me or the bailiff, and we will do what is needed to make sure you can hear and see the evidence. And if you need a break, we'll take that break as needed. You should consider the evidence with an open mind, and you should not reach any final conclusions until the trial is over. Do not jump to conclusions before all of the evidence is presented. And I gave you detailed legal instructions yesterday concerning your discussion of the case, your investigation of the case. And I'm not going to give quite as much detail today, but I will remind you that it would be very improper for you to talk about this case with anyone or to conduct any research about this case or the law or any other matter associated with this case on your own. In that regard, you were asked to leave telephones in your car or with the bailiff. Has everybody done that? Okay, great. And I'll remind you that there may be recordings going on during the trial, and I'll assure you that none of that is going to depict you, and it's going to be very unobtrusive, and you should pay no attention to it at all. Okay. Now, does anybody have notepads? Okay. You're certainly entitled to take notes, but I want to make a few observations about that. You only have to take notes. You don't have to take notes. You take notes if you want to. But if you do take notes, please do not let that distract you from paying full attention to the evidence and the witnesses. You may not share or discuss your notes with anyone until you start deliberating at the end of the case. Once you start deliberating, you can share the notes. But even then, notes are not evidence. They are only memory aids. They are not more important than your own impressions or memory of what the evidence may have been. While you could consider another juror's notes to refresh your memory, again, only in the deliberation stage, you should rely on your own memory of the proceedings. Don't be influenced by the notes of other jurors unless their notes help you in determining your own independent memory. And you have to leave your notes in the jury room other than when you are in the courtroom. And at the end of all this, they'll be destroyed. So you won't get a transcript of the testimony in this trial to take with you. So it's important that you listen and take notes only if that helps you in your memory. Okay? Any questions? All right, we're going to proceed then. Is the state ready to open?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Young, could I ask that chair be removed just sort of
Yes,
a little bit?
blocks your view there. Yes, sir.
Over the next few days, what you're going to hear in this courtroom is the story of the short life and horrible death of a little boy. A little boy who at the time he died was 18 months old. He was born June 25th, 2022 to his mother, Shayla Garnica, in Tallahassee, Florida. His father was Julian Williams, and Julian knew that Shayla was pregnant, but was expecting the baby to be born the following week. She called him the day after the baby was born and said, "He's here now. He's been born." So Julian Williams went to Tallahassee, and they celebrated the baby, and talked about what to name him, and agreed to name him Jackson Drew. Angelus, which is Shayla's her last name, like her I can't remember what the correct word is, but it's her last name was Angelus Garnica, and so the child was going to be Jackson Drew Angelus. Actually, she didn't do that. She did the birth certificate. She put Romeo Angeles on there, and as it turns out, actually, you'll hear Julian Williams didn't even realize that the child's name was Romeo, as opposed to Jackson Drew, which they had agreed on, until after he had passed away. But he went by JD. That's what everybody called him. That's what his father called him. That's what his aunt called him. That's what his mother called him. He went by the name, by the initials JD, and he was ultimately solely in the custody of Julian Williams. When the child was 3 or 4 months old, his mother was going to return to Mexico for something, and she contacted Julian and said, that she wanted to know if he had any problem with her taking the child to Mexico. And he said, yeah. He said, I'd rather not. He said, why don't you just live in with me? And she said, okay. So he went to Tallahassee and he picked up JD and took him back to Colquitt where he lived. And when he went back to Colquitt with the child, that essentially was the end of the mother's involvement with the child. She saw the child 2 or 3 times after that, like when Julian took the child to Tallahassee to go to a doctor's appointment, whatever, she saw the child then, but she didn't keep him anymore. He didn't stay with her anymore. He lived from that point forward until his death. He lived with Julian Williams. He lived with Julian Williams and Julian's sister, Ashanti Burr, who was a little younger than he is. She's a college student now. And they lived with their mother in Colquitt. Her mother became ill. She was diagnosed with cancer. She was receiving radiation treatment, and the child couldn't be in the home with her because she was receiving radiation treatment. And so she ended up moving to another house that they owned, and so it was Julian Williams and Ashanti, his sister, and the child living there. And Julian was the sole income. He was the sole wage earner, the sole support for the family, for his mother, for his sister, and for the child. And so he worked a lot. And when he was working, his sister was the person who took care of the child, sort of on a day-to-day basis. The mother ended up dying. I don't remember exactly when that was. Sometime in 2023. Julian's mother passed away, and so it was Julian and Ashanti and JD. Whatever the original origin was of the relationship, Julian Williams became involved in a relationship with Trinity Pogue, who is the defendant in this case. And she lived in Donaldsonville, lived in South Georgia, down further south. We're in South Georgia, further South Georgia. When you're in Donaldsonville, this is North Georgia, practically where we are. But she was from there. She was from Donaldsonville, and she and Julian Williams became involved in a relationship. And you're going to hear some things about the relationship, about as it progressed. And for now, I'm just going to sort of summarize it by saying that what I think you will hear is evidence that the relationship was very rocky, that it was sort of up and down, it was on again, up again. They were breaking up on Thursday, they're back together on Friday, and then she was going to break up with him on Saturday, and her feelings because he broke up with her before she could break up with him, and so on and so forth over the course of many, many, many months. Trinity she was a college student. She started attending Georgia Southwestern in August of 2023. And so Julian often on weekends when he was off work, he often would come up to Americus. He many times brought the child with him to Americus, and they stayed in her dorm, and she lived in the Oaks dormitory. She had a roommate, a young lady named Paris Permort, who you will hear from in this trial. And so Julian would bring the child up, and they would stay with her. They would stay with her there. Throughout all of this, one of the primary sources of friction that you will hear about, the primary sources of friction in this relationship, and what you will hear is this, that Trinity Pogue resented this child. She resented this child because the child got more of Julian Williams. Jay goes by Jay. Most people call him Jay Williams. And so if I say Jay or Julian, I'm talking about the same person. I'm talking about the child's father. But the child, JD, got a lot more attention from Jay than Ms. Pogue did. In addition to that, the evidence will show that she resented the fact that she was sort of placed in a stepmother role, that wasn't the role she wanted to be in, that she wanted to have a family, she wanted to have children, she wanted to have a child or children with Jay Williams. But not that child. She wanted her own child with Jay Williams.
I'm sorry, y'all. I will be stopping. I shouldn't, though, because we need to get through it. But I will be stopping periodically because it's just some things I got to say. I just have to. Now, how in the hell you get with a man that already has a child and you resent that child? Because my thing is this. You didn't have it, it's not like the child was born while during the course of your relationship. The child was already here. The child was here. You met him, he had a child. So how do you get with a man that has a child? You know he has a child. Not only does he has a child, he's the primary care parent. I mean, he got custody of the child. How do you become resentful? I don't get that. I don't get that at all. But okay, let's listen.
And you will see and hear evidence in both in the form of text messages and people who knew Trinity Pogue and who had conversations with her, and you'll hear from them about the things that she said, and you'll see some of the text messages that she said, and going all the way back to like August of 2023. She was expressing her anger about the child, her frustration about the child, that, commented in a text message to a roommate that she really would just like to punch him, and it's like, well, I know that sounds terrible, because he's just a little boy, but still, I wish I could just punch him. And she makes those references and things like that continue throughout their relationship. So coming up to the week of January 8th, January 9th of 2024, Jay Williams is here. He comes to America because he's working. He works at he'll tell you, I can't remember the name of the place, but it's in Bainbridge, and they build dams and bridges and things like that. They construct them there and then take them apart and ship them out and put them back together and all that. He's got a good job, and he fully supports this family and has since even before the child was born. But he would come to America sometimes, and then he'd go to work from here, and then come back to Americas during the weeks. And so he was in Americas for a couple of days and stayed at the dorm with Ms. Pogue. And then he got a room here at a hotel, and they were going to have sort of a celebratory night, I suppose. And there was some fighting going on. It was trying to make up, and you'll hear all of that evidence. But the bottom line is that he's here on and off throughout that week. And then Saturday, he leaves here on Friday and goes work and he goes home and so he's in Colquitt and
If there are phones in the courtroom, they need to be cut off.
I don't know where mine is, so I'm sure it's not mine. So they're there that night on Friday, January 13th. He's there. I'm sorry, it's not Friday, Saturday, January 13th. He's in Colquitt and she's up here, and she's, somebody comes up with the idea of them meeting in Albany. Okay, so he's going to meet her in Albany. They're going to go to dinner and whatever. So he says, but I've got JD with me. Okay, so I'm going to have JD, and Trinity Pogue says, that's fine. Bring JD. I want to see JD too. And so bring JD. And so they meet in Albany and go to a couple of places, go get some food and go to Sephora, the makeup store, and some other things. And then they're leaving there, and he's going to come with her to Americas. Saturday night, January 13th, 2024. And they haven't even gotten to Americas, okay? They hadn't even gotten to Americas before she begins texting her roommate, Paris Permort. And she says to Paris at 9:28 p.m. that night, she says to Paris something to the effect of, are you going to be, Paris worked nights. She worked nights at Magnolia Manor. And so she wasn't at the dorm. And so Ms. Pogue texted her and said, are you coming back in the morning? Somehow I got stuck with JD, okay, because JD was coming up here with his dad. And she says, he made me feel bad because it's late and JD's being fussy. So he asked if they could stay. Well, that's what she's telling the roommate. I think the evidence will be that that's not, in fact, what happened, because they're in Albany, right? He can go back to Colquitt, which is 40 miles away, and she can come to Americas, which is 40 miles away. But she wants him to come to Americas. So he's coming to Americas, and she's complaining to the roommate because JD's going to be there, because JD's going to be in Americas with him. She texts Paris, her roommate. I say roommate, sweet mate. You'll see the break up of the room. You go in the door and there's a sink and a bathroom and a little lobby area and then 2 rooms. Okay, so she texts Paris and she says, I can't do being around JD anymore. He hates me and I hate him. Is what she's telling Paris, even while she's driving to Americas with the child in her car. She put a child in her car, and and Jay was following them up here. So they get here, and Paris wants to see the child. She's seen him. She's met him several times, when he was up here, and she adored him. She thought that he was, the sweetest little thing in the world, and so she wanted to see the child. So she says, she's gonna come over there, and she's, she says, I want to come see my child, and Ms. Pogue says, you want me to stop by your work, and Paris says, no, I'll come to the dorm in a little while. When I have a break, I'll come. And so she does. She goes over there a little after they get there. They get to the dorm that night. A little after 10, and then right after that, just a few minutes after that, Paris comes to the dorm, visits with the child for a few minutes, and then leaves and goes back to work. Later that night, Trinity Pogue texted Paris and said, is it okay if I sleep in your room? She says, I just need a break. I need a mental break. JD isn't asleep, and Jay is knocked out all over the bed, and I didn't want to play the TV in there, etc. That's about 11:30, 11:45 or so on Saturday night, January 13th. She tells Paris, Paris says, why don't you wake him up and tell him to help get JD to sleep? And Trinity Pogue says to Paris, she says, I did, and he just put him beside him and let him roll off the bed. That's what she tells Paris. I think that message was at, you will hear, 11:57 p.m. Now, the sleeping arrangements in that room where there was an air mattress, and the air mattress was blown up, and it was at the end of the bed, foot of the bed, of Miss Pogue's bed, and Miss Pogue and the child were sleeping on the air mattress, and Jay was sleeping on her bed. And so when she talks about the child, quote, rolled off the bed, she later clarifies in a subsequent message the next afternoon to Paris. She says, oh, whoa, back up. Paris says, what? Yeah. And she goes, oh, it's fine. He's okay. He's okay. He's fine. And not only does she say he's okay, he's fine, but she has her phone out and she takes some short videos of the child after the child has supposedly fallen off of the bed. And the child is sitting up and he's calm and he's quiet and looks like a normal, sleepy little kid, who's sort of playing with, moving his hands around, playing with Miss Pogue, and looks for all the world just, like everything is perfectly okay. There's no bruises. There's no marks on him. There's no anything. There weren't any bruises on him when he got here. Okay, like on his face or on his body. There weren't any marks, wasn't suffering from any kind of medical condition, wasn't in need of medical care or anything else, okay, when he had gotten here with his dad. But she says to Paris, she goes, he's fine, he's okay. And the next day she clarifies and she goes, well, Paris says, well, I thought you said he rolled off the bed. And she says, well, yeah, she says, but first she says, I don't know. I was asleep. I don't know if he fell off the bed or didn't fall off the bed. That's what she tells Paris. A few hours after she told Paris he rolled off the bed. Then she tells Paris, when Paris asks about it again, says, well, did he fall off the bed last night or not? And she says, yeah. She says, but that was only off the air mattress. And the air mattress wasn't that far from the ground. And then, of course, you'll see there is an air mattress that's in the room. I mean, by the time the room is searched and photographed and so forth, the air mattress, before Jay Williams had left the room that Sunday morning, the air mattress was folded up, put in the closet, etc. So in any event, to get back to that night, she had texted Paris and said he fell off the bed, etc. Well, the child's up. She takes videos. He's fine. He's calm. He's playing. Doesn't have a mark on him. Doesn't appear to be in any distress whatsoever. He went to bed that night. Slept all night long that night. Okay? Slept until 9:30 or 10 o'clock on Sunday morning, the 14th. He woke up and, okay, I have a 4-year-old grandson and I might do this, okay? So I'm not suggesting there's anything wrong with this, okay? But this is what the child was given to eat, okay? When he woke up on Sunday morning, it was Fritos, Twisty Fritos, the swirly chips, Fritos chips, and Mountain Dew in his sippy cup. Okay, but that's what the child has, and the child is sitting in a chair. There's one of those like saucer style chairs, big round thing sits on a frame, and the child is in the chair, put in the chair, and is sitting there eating Fritos and drinking Mountain Dew and watching TV, and everything his phone. Jay Williams left. They were going to get lunch. He ordered pizza. Okay. He left the dorm, and you're going to see a video that just shows him. There's a few seconds of the video, but it's just video from the dorm, and you'll see you'll be able to make notes of the times that people came and went at the dorm. But he left. I think it was 11:55, 11:56, or something like that, Sunday morning, to go to Walmart to get some drinks and to go pick up a pizza for food. When he left, his son was in good health. He was gone 35 or 36 minutes. As he was coming back, he gets a call from Trinity Pogue, who says something to the effect of, I don't know what happened, he's not breathing. And so Jay Williams pulls up to the dorm, and he goes into the dorm, and you'll see him, he's got a Walmart bag and a Pizza Hut box in his hands. And he goes through the door, and when he gets to the room, she's holding his baby, and the child appeared to be in great distress. He tossed the pizza on the bed. He dropped the Walmart bags on the floor, and picked the baby up, and he took off. He rushed out the door with the baby, headed to Phoebe Sumter to the emergency room. The child was so sick at that point that the child was throwing up on him. May have started throwing up when he was in the room. I think what you hear is Jay Williams will testify. I mean, there's some evidence the child might have thrown up, like as they were going out the door. Jay Williams will testify that he doesn't really know when he started throwing up, but it was like in the car. It was when threw up on his clothes, etc. Gets to the emergency room. Not breathing. They take the child in. The child is in grave distress at this point. There's no pulse. He's not, no heartbeat, no blood pressure, no breathing, no anything. And they take the child and start performing CPR, and I'll try. They were going to life flight him out to Dr. Busman, who will testify in this case. Dr. Busman testified he made arrangements with Eggleston Hospital in Atlanta, the Children's Hospital in Atlanta, for the child to go up there. They made arrangements. They were going to fly and helicopter the child out, life flight to Eggleston. As soon as they could get him stable, they never were able to get him stable enough to fly. A little after 4 o'clock, about 3 hours after he had gotten to the hospital, J.D. Angelus took his last breath. This child, that when he came to Americus from Colquitt on Saturday, didn't have a mark on him, didn't have any injury, wasn't in any distress. When Jay Williams left to go to pick up pizza, the child was sitting up, eating, not in any distress, didn't have a mark on him. But by the time the child got to the emergency room, after spending 35 minutes in that room with Trinity Pogue, this is what the child had. He had fresh bruising on his face. There was a fresh bruise, a visible, immediately visible bruise on the right side. Right side of his forehead. There was a bruise on the right side of his neck. There was a bruise on his cheek. There was a much bigger bruise on his other cheek. And you'll hear some testimony. You'll hear some testimony from a medical examiner and maybe others about what kind of bruise this was. It's what they call a pattern bruise. Okay, it's something that when a doctor, when a medical examiner, somebody who's trained and experienced looks at it, they say, I know what caused that bruise, because it's like a bruise, and there's a little break, in the skin, whatever, where it's not bruised, and there's another bruise, and it's called a pattern bruise because it's something that is known as the kind of bruise you get from a hard slap to the face, or from this kind of a thing, this kind of a pinch to the face. So there's that bruise on the left side. He's bleeding from his brain. There are bruises, multiple bruises, 4, 5, or more fresh bruises on the top of this child's head. Okay, here and here and here and here, and in temporal parietal region, which I think means right here, okay? And up here at the top of his head. And that's not all. On the back of his head, this bone right here at the bottom of the scalp, the bottom of the skull, okay, that sort of dish shape that kind of goes in, and sort of naturally protected by your shoulders and by the crown of your head. This bone here at the bottom of his skull, the occipital bone, is fractured. Not only is the occipital bone fractured, but he has a massive hemorrhage in that location at the back of his head. A hemorrhage that was causing a hematoma collection of blood that was so fresh and so immediate that the people at the emergency room are like, you can feel it. You can put your hands on it, you can feel the blood built up right here at the back of JD's head. That is an injury that I believe the evidence will show is referred to as catastrophic. It's an acute injury. It's not an injury that happened hours before or days before. It's not an injury that could have happened the night before. It's not an injury that could have happened realistically. It's not an injury that could have happened from a child falling off of a bed or falling out of a chair or anything else. It's an injury that essentially requires applied force to that particular part of the head. And it's an injury that could literally only have occurred within a few minutes' time before this child was presented at the emergency room. Couldn't have happened last night. Couldn't have happened 4 hours ago, or 5 hours ago, or even 2 or 3 hours ago. It can't be, to the moment clear about when the injury occurred. But I think what you would hear across the board from the medical testimony in this case, you're going to hear not only from the medical examiner, but you're also going to hear from both of the treating physicians that treated this child at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center, at the ER, in the emergency room. There's Dr. Busman and Dr. Olek. And they're going to say that injury didn't happen before. That injury had to have happened in a very brief time, just a few moments before the child presented at the emergency room. And believe it or not, that's still not all. In addition to the multiple impacts, the multiple points of impact, the multiple injuries that was causing his brain to bleed here and here and here and here and here, in addition to that, J.D. Angelus had a massive laceration of his liver. Okay, it's just down here, this part of your back, where his liver is. And there's a massive laceration of the liver. And the laceration of the liver is to the right lobe of the liver. It's the lobe of the liver that basically is away from the front of the body. Okay, not it happens from falling forward or landing on the front part of your body. It's an injury that's off back here. It's causing him to bleed profusely in his abdomen. The evidence will be, the medical testimony that you'll hear is going to be pretty clear about that this is not the injury that killed the child. Okay, the injury that killed the child is the injury to his head. There's really not going to be any medical dispute about that. But there's nonetheless a massive laceration of the liver. It's not a chronic condition. It's not a condition that could have built up over time. It's not blood that would have collected over some long period of time. Okay, it's an injury that occurred acutely, that occurred sometime in the minutes or hours before the child was at the emergency room. Some of the injuries, like the bruises, for instance, what the testimony will be is that they're acute, they're fresh. But nobody can really age a bruise, okay? They can't look at a bruise and say that bruise is less than an hour old, okay? An hour-old bruise doesn't look much different than an 8-hour-old bruise, okay? The one injury, the single injury that can really be aged in this case, that the doctors can take a firm position and say this injury had to have occurred in this time frame, was the catastrophic injury to the fracture of the occipital bone, the hemorrhage, and the occipital bone was fractured so hard, okay, the extent of fracture was significant enough that it caused the skull, this child's skull, to separate, okay, on this side of his head. Okay, like everybody's seen pictures of skull, skeletons type of thing, and the skull is 4 or 5 different pieces, okay, and those pieces you hear they're laced together, okay, like the bone of the skull laces together, okay, and it's something called various, the one that's in question in this case is called the lambdoidal suture, okay, and the suture is just where the pieces of the skull join together, okay, and the impact to the back of this child's head was so severe that it caused the lambdoidal suture, which is up here on the scalp, caused it to separate, okay, that's the injury that can be dated in time. But the others, the bruises, the injury to the liver, are all consistent with that same time frame, and the evidence will be, that they're all acute, they're all fresh, and you're going to see pictures of this child from just a few hours before where there aren't any of these injuries, okay? There aren't any of these injuries on him. There's no injuries to his face. There's no marks on his face. There's no knots on his head. There's no swelling of his abdomen. There's no vomiting. There's no illness that occurs or is associated with head trauma. The only time that is present is at the conclusion of what was essentially the last 35 minutes of this child's life, when he was in the sole company of the defendant, Trinity Pope. I'll tell you what evidence I don't have. Nobody saw what she did. Okay, nobody saw what she did to inflict these injuries. Okay, there's not a video from inside of her dorm room, and I think you may hear some hypotheses. Could this have happened? Could that have happened? Could this have caused this injury? Could that have caused this injury? And so forth. But the bottom line is, nobody knows for sure what happened, except that J.D. Angelus was the victim of severe and sudden head trauma and abdominal trauma. Something that they will, I think that the phrase that you may hear from one or more of these doctors is something like inflicted trauma. Okay? Inflicted trauma as opposed to accidental trauma. There are some earmarks. There are some distinctions that the clinical presentation of a patient. There's some distinctions between patients who present with accidental injuries and patients who present with injuries that are the result of inflicted or applied trauma. You're going to hear the story of the last few days and the last few minutes of J.D. Angelus' short life. And you're going to hear about the details of this horrible death. And ultimately, when all the evidence is in and the case is closed, I'll come back, talk to you again. And what I will ask you for then is simply this: that as a jury, that you collectively say, we are going to hold accountable, we are going to hold responsible the person, the only person who could have inflicted these injuries on this 18-month-old baby. And the way you will show that accountability and make that finding of accountability and responsibility is by returning a verdict of guilty on the charges that the state has brought against this defendant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. Are you all still comfortable? Does anybody need a brief recess? Okay. Mr. Gamble for the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you yesterday morning, my name is T. Gamble. It's my privilege today to represent Trinity Pogue. You've heard what the state says the evidence is going to show in this case, and it will not be surprising to you, I don't think, that we disagree with at least some of what the state has to say as to what this evidence is going to show. Now, there are certain parts of the evidence we will all agree on. There's no question about that. But I'm going to tell you what we believe the evidence is really going to show you about this case. You're going to see that this is a case that the state has made that is filled with suspicion, but is completely empty of evidence. You're going to see that this case is not about a young 18-year-old girl who was dating a 23-year-old man and in some reason or another caused great harm to an 18-month-old child. Because you're going to see from the facts of this case that this case is about a victim. Not just one victim, but two victims. One victim is readily apparent. That's JD. This is an 18-month-old child that had tragic injuries. There's no question about that. But the second victim sits at this table right here. right behind me, that victim is Trinity Pogue, because she has been accused of a crime she did not commit, based upon speculation that is incorrect. Because you're going to see from the evidence that what occurred here is nothing to do with Trinity Pogue's hands, nothing to do with any violence she would have ever have done toward the child. The evidence is going to show you that Trinity Pogue was 18 years old at the time she was accused of this crime. She had graduated from high school the spring before that. She had graduated with honors. She had received a scholarship from the Jimmy Carter Scholarship Program. She agreed to come to Georgia Southwestern under that scholarship program to get a degree in nursing. She had just completed her first semester of school, making straight A's, when it began the second semester in January of 2024. Now, when she first entered Georgia Southwestern back in August of 2023, she had a relationship of boyfriend-girlfriend with Julian Williams, who you've already heard a little about. Julian Williams is 23 years old. She's 18. This relationship, as has already been described and we acknowledge, was volatile. It was an immature relationship, one in which they argued and fought and broke up and got back together and broke up and got back together. The breakups were usually on an hour or two, fussing over text message or whatever. But you will see from that evidence and all that you will hear from the courtroom that Julian Williams was a controlling boyfriend. He wanted to know everything about what Trinity Pogue was doing. He wanted to know the passwords for every bit of her social media, Snapchat, Facebook, TikTok, whatever it may be. He wanted complete access. That when he text messaged when he was away, he wanted a response immediately. He wanted to know that she was not going anywhere when she was in college where she would talk to other men. He did not want her to do anything. He was a controlling factor in their relationship. But at the same time, Trinity Pogue at the time thought she was in love with Julian Williams. And so as time went on from August until January when this event occurred, Julian Williams would come to see her at Georgia Southwestern College and spend the night quite often. He spent every weekend, virtually every weekend with her. And most days he spent at least a couple of times during the weekday with her. And almost all of those times when he did that, he was alone. Now, Trinity knew that he had a child. The child was JD, that you've already heard about. When she first started dating him, that was in June of 2023. The child was approximately a year old. She did not meet JD immediately. She met JD later. But when she did meet JD, Julian was fine and dandy with her taking the child off by herself and doing whatever she wanted to do as far as shopping or things of that nature, because he knew that Trinity had experience with young children. Because Trinity, from the time that she was 11 years old until she was 18, had babysat for numerous people in Donaldsonville, numerous times, would take care of their children. And oftentimes the children she took care of were of the age of JD, under a year to a 2-year-old child. And so she was real secure in doing so. And you're going to see that most of the time, though, the child was not with JD, was not with Mr. Williams, who's known as Jay, because he would leave the child with his sister. As you heard already, he and his sister were living together. And in reality, the sister was caretaker of this child. Mr. Williams didn't take the child with him unless he had to. You're here on the time of the weekend he had the child here on January was because the sister all of a sudden couldn't keep the child. When he came on the weekdays, he didn't bring the child with him. When he came on the weekends, for the most part, he didn't take the child with him. And when he did bring the child, he would give the child to Trinity to take care of. I believe you'll hear testimony that Trinity was the one that bathed the child, clothed the child, got the child ready for bed. If you see any photographs or any videos that are introduced of the couple, you'll see that Trinity's normally holding the child. She cared him. She took care of him. It's an indication Mr. Williams expects someone else to take care of the child. Now, the child had an unusual circumstance, and that was born to a mother that has now given the child up to Mr. Williams. Excuse me. Mr. Williams is not recognized as a legal father of the child. He's not legitimated the child or done anything to have a court declare that he actually is the father, but we're not really arguing about whether or not he's the biological father. But when the child was born, the lady was married to someone else who's not in the picture as well. But the lady that gave him up just told her to come get him, has not seen the child since she gave him to Julian Williams. Now, Julian Williams has had the child for about a year or more. And during this time that he's had this child, not one single time, you can see from the evidence, has he taken the child to the doctor. Not one time. For your normal checkups, for your normal monthly and quarterly and all the things that you do for young children. None at all. And you're going to see, in addition to failing to do that, that on the weekend that is in question in this case that's been talked about, in which he came to see Trinity. This was an unexpected visit with the child. It was an unexpected visit, but Trinity did not know the child was coming, did not mind that the child was coming, but was not prepared for the child to be there. As an example, would not have had food at the dorm for the child, that type of thing. But that when Mr. Williams arrived, he was drinking. And he was drinking with the child, riding from Bainbridge to Americans. and that he met Trinity in Albany, Georgia. And when he met her, they were going to Chipotle to have something to eat. And they sat down to eat there, but they did not have some of the things they normally have. And Trinity asked, could they go somewhere else because they didn't have what she wanted. So before they left from Chipotle, they were going to go to McDonald's. Before they went, they took the car seat out of Mr. Williams' vehicle and put it in Trinity's vehicle. And they did that because they knew, or Trinity knew, that Mr. Williams was drinking. He didn't need to be driving with that child. So they go to the trouble to take the car seat out of one vehicle, put it in the other vehicle. Trinity and the child went to eat at McDonald's. Now, when they went to eat at McDonald's, this is Saturday, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, sometime in that range, the child did not eat when he was given his food. But he's a young child. It's not unheard of for a child not to eat. Trinity didn't think anything particularly about that. They then decided to go to America's. And Trinity had already decided, yes, she had sent text about she'd prefer that she not see him that night, not just the child, but Mr. Williams. But she realized Mr. Williams was drinking. She couldn't just send him back home with the child because he would be driving with the child. So she agreed to come back to America's that night. They came back to the dorm that night. And when they came to the dorm that night, they had planned on spending the night, and Mr. Williams went to sleep very early. I'll suggest to you that he passed out. So he'd been drinking. And that left Trinity with the child. Now, some of what was said earlier about facts are not exactly correct. Trinity did text her roommate and ask her to use her room, but not to sleep. If you read the text, it was actually to watch TV, because that will be separate in a way, not to go to sleep. But she had the child and she was up with it, and Mr. Williams was asleep. And I'll talk to you a little bit about the rest of this situation as far as the facts of what happened from there forward in just a moment. But first, let me tell you a little bit about the investigation that has occurred in this case. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation, along with the American Police Department, you'll see from the evidence, are the two main investigatory agencies for trying to determine what happened here. And in doing so, they had a right to interview people and try to find facts and all those things. And you will see that they will have no evidence concerning the location of where a supposed crime scene occurred, and they'll have no evidence about a crime occurring at all. In other words, you'll see no blood evidence, you'll see no DNA evidence, you'll see no spittle evidence, you'll see no throw-up evidence. You may hear about throwing up coming up somewhere, but you'll see no evidence of it. You'll need to see no blood splatter, you'll see nothing that will indicate that a violent action occurred in the dorm where Trinity Pug lives. No, zero. You will see lots of photographs. They took photographs, over 150 photographs of the dorm area. They took photographs of the garbage, all kinds of evidence. They'll have nothing. And more importantly, you'll see that the GBI and the American Police Department committed two severe violations of normal protocol. One involved, they took in from the trash. They had video of people coming in and out, delivering trash to the dumpster. And coming from the dorm room of where Trinity lived, the trash was taken out, so they took that trash, went out there into the green dumpster and pulled it out. And they went through it, and it was just normal stuff, like empty cola cans and that kind of thing. Had 3 diapers in there. 3 diapers were wrapped up. They unfolded those diapers. They took pictures of the folded up diaper first. Then they took pictures of the diapers after they were opened up. 2 of them were of no real note. I think they may have had urine or something. It's hard to tell. The third one was full of fecal matter. In that fecal matter, from the naked eye, it appeared to have blood in it. And it appeared to have blood because that's the coloration of it and the way you're looking at it. And the importance of that was, and is, it was taken enough importance to have a picture taken of it and to be marked, photograph numbers show which number it is. But after they took that, and the first time that we saw it as a defense, we filed a motion to ask that there be a test done on that fecal matter to see if there was blood in it. Because there was blood in the fecal matter, it would show that it had been quite some time between injury and that occurred. You can't have blood if it just happened, it wouldn't be blood in fecal matter. In this case, the diaper was not the one the child was wearing when he went to the hospital. He had a diaper on when he went to the hospital. So you know that this diaper came from previous time, sometime in the past time period. But GBI and American Police Department, when we asked to do that test, turned out they threw it away. Threw away the evidence. They do not have it. They will not be able to explain why they don't have it, other than they did not feel like it was important enough to keep. The second protocol violation, I'll just wait and you'll just listen when you come to court. You will see they violated a very serious normal protocol for the way cases are handled. And you will see that as I question some of their witnesses. But you will see that this investigation also failed in many ways. They interviewed Ms. Poe, they interviewed Mr. Williams, they interviewed quite a few people. But most of the people they interviewed, almost all, were the folks that knew Ms. Poe. Almost all of them. Everyone in the dorm, every friend they could find out, anything they could, trying to find out what was going on. But you'll see when it came time to interview Mr. Williams. Now remember, he's the caretaker of the child. When it comes time to interview his sister, Miss Ashanti Bird, they interviewed them, but no one else. They didn't interview anybody who knew him. They didn't interview about what was going on. They didn't interview anything about what might have happened. They didn't interview anyone on that side because there was a rush to judgment in this case. You'll see the GBI got in this case earlier, said that Trinity Pogue was the last person that was with the child. The child was in distress. She must have done it. From that point on, there was no effort to do anything but try to prove that Trinity Pogue was the person that did it. But they had problems, as I said, when they went to the dorm room and they scoured it trying to find evidence. They found nothing. That did not support their theory very much. So they then have said they think it had to be within a time frame, a very short time frame that this occurred. That's the only explanation. That way it would make it where it could be no one else. Now understand, Trinity Pogue was only around the child this time from Saturday around 6 o'clock or so until Sunday at noon. And really she was around the child most of that time with Mr. Williams. If any injury or anything happened to this child any other time period, it absolutely could not be Trinity Pogue. And that's important to note because there are some things that occurred here. When Mr. Williams was interviewed, and I believe when he testifies, he will have to admit that he told various stories about what he thought had happened to the child after he got to the hospital. You will see, I believe, from Dr. Busman's notes that the first thing he told him was that the child had fallen face down, face first, 5 minutes before he brought the child to the hospital. I don't know where he got that particular statement from, but that's what he told him. He later told police officers the same story, that the child had fallen. And he told Trinity Pogue and one of the police officers at one time that the child had fallen on Friday. In addition to that, we know a few things about what may have happened with the child as well. We know that JD spent the night, as I told you, in the room. If they got back from going to eat, when they got back, Mr. Williams is out. He's out cold. And we know he's out cold because there was reports from other people in the dorm that sometime midnight forward, at least 2 people reported they heard the child crying loud enough that it woke them up. And we also know that Mr. Williams said, I don't know anything about it. I didn't, and finally admits he didn't wake up. And I would suggest to you that evidence shows there's a reason he didn't wake up for what I told you a moment ago, because he had been drinking enough that he would not wake up. But Trinity Pogue was awake during those time periods. And Trinity you have seen that what they've already talked about with the text message, that she acknowledged that the child fell off the bed that night. Now, she said the first time he fell off the bed, but I think he's okay. The second time when they asked, she said, well, it was really just the blow-up mattress. But I think you will see that when that statement was made, it was from the hospital, as they were waiting to find out what was going on. And by that time, there had already been allegations being thrown against her. And I believe that you will find that Mr. Williams had wanted to make sure that no one said anything about the child falling off the bed. The bed's important because this bed's not like normal beds, in the sense that your normal bed's not too high off the ground. This bed is 40 inches above the ground because you can store stuff below it. That means it's about this high. It's pretty high. You'll see from, I believe, an investigation that the flooring in that dorm room is a concrete tile floor. Very hard surface is what I believe the investigation showed. So it's something if you fall on or hit will cause great damage and can cause harm. And we know that the child fell off of that bed at that time because of the statements they were already made and because we know from the dorm that the child was crying. Now, was that enough to cause these injuries? I know the state will say that is not the case, but there's a few things I believe that will be acknowledged or admitted by the medical people that will come testify today. One is any child under 3 and certainly under 2 is not physically developed yet. And in one place they're not physically developed is the skull. Their skull has not joined together and become a solid structure that protects. It is sort of apart. So any evidence, in fact, that the skull was somehow separated could very well be that the skull has not yet formed to be together. But because it's not totally together, a young child is much more susceptible to injury from a fall than would be an adult human being, and can get much more catastrophic injury from what would seem to be a rather unimportant fall. Can cause great harm to a child. In addition to that, the same holds true for internal injuries. A child's organs are much larger than your organs because they've already grown in size almost to the adult size, even though they're a small child. So they're very susceptible to a fall because it's a small area with a large organ that if it falls can cause injury. And I believe that's important to know that that could be part of what could have happened. We don't know why Mr. Williams said the child fell on Friday, but there's also evidence I believe can show that if you have one fall compounded by another fall, it can cause some injury that then gets magnified by the second fall. But if we go back to the night in question that this happened, on the fall from the bed. We know that happened. The next morning, when everyone wakes up, it appears that by all testimonies that will come in, that the child appeared to be okay. They got up rather late that morning, except for one thing. The child, again, did not eat and did not drink. The child would not eat and would not drink the night before. Everyone will agree with that part, did not eat his meal. Gets up the next morning at almost 12 by this time and still is not eating and not drinking. And we know that not from testimony so much. We do know there were some chips that were crushed up in Mountain Dew given to the child, but the medical examiner and the medical records will show the child had no food in its stomach at all, had no food or any substance in its mouth. The child was not eating for some reason, which of course could cause concern, but only if you looking back to now seeing their problems. But when the child didn't eat, it was just sitting there not eating, and that's when they decided to go get pizza. The father went to get pizza. Now, when he went to get pizza, Miss Bogue said I was going to go with him. She and the child would go along with him. But he said, no, you just stay here. And prior to them going to get pizza, she and Mr. Williams had taken a shower together. And this was right before he would then get out of the shower and leave. He got out of the shower before she did. He got out of the shower about 5 minutes before she did, because she remained in the shower and shaved her legs. And that took some time, you might imagine. When she got out of the shower, Mr. Williams was holding the child, who was crying rather loudly. But that was not unheard of, because the child was fussy from time to time and had been fussy during this occasion by not eating. Trinity Pogue did not think a lot about it at the time, but the child calmed down. Mr. Williams put him in his little seat, and he left to get the food. When he came back, the child was all of a sudden in distress. Trinity Pogue will tell you Trinity Pogue's testimony would be that she was cleaning up around the house and didn't see anything unusual until she looks and sees that the hit child is not able to hold his head up as it should. She called her boyfriend because she knew he was not far away, and it would be quicker to get the child to get medical attention to go straight ahead than to call some emergency. He went to the hospital. She followed behind at the hospital, and that's when they came to be interviewed. They were interviewed on many occasions by police officers. Mr. Williams gave conflicting stories on various things on several occasions, and he was interviewed some, but as I said, nothing was followed up. Now, when you look at the whole totality of this case, ladies and gentlemen, it's easy to just first blush say, well, she was there last, must be the person. But this case requires prudence. It requires prudence. Trinity Pogue should not be accused of this crime. I know that when you go back to the jury room, you will want to find justice, and I understand that, because you do have one victim, a young child. But in seeking justice in this case, do not let justice be found at the cross of innocent blood, because Trinity Pogue did not commit this violent act. And Trinity Pogue is not guilty of the crime she's been accused of, and that is a proper verdict that you should render at the end of this trial. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. All right, it is 10:25 according to that clock. I'm going to give you a 15-minute recess. I'm asking you to step into the jury room for 15 minutes. The next recess, I'll let some people go downstairs if they need to, but please be ready to come back at just at 10:45. Thank you.
Investigator Douglas went to the, went back there to the jury room where not the jury room, the witness room where Johnson, Millage, and Chief Lewis were sitting in there, waiting to be called as witnesses. And one of them said something to him like, well, there was something stated, something that he believed to be a fact. And Stephen said, Investigator Douglas said, how in the world do you know that? And he said, oh, well, we're sitting here watching it on the phone. No, watching the live stream of the trial while
What witnesses are doing that?
Millage, Lewis, and Johnson, the three officers from GSW. Okay. So, I mean, I simply, I felt like I had to make the court aware of that. I mean, I mean, it would be I don't know that the rule of sequestration has actually technically been invoked at this point.
That's true, but.
So I would invoke it at this time, but nonetheless, I mean, I understand that is improper. And if I had any idea that they might do that, I certainly would have told them not to. And anybody else that's up here waiting from here on out will be told, not to do that. But anyway, I just felt like I had to bring it to the court's attention. I mean, I don't think it affects their ability to testify or whatever, but it would be a violation of the rule of sequestration had it been invoked and it could be addressed in that way. But in any event, their testimony is all, for all practical purposes, their testimony is pretty perfunctory. I mean, they're all going to testify briefly and literally only about the preservation of the same, not the contents of the same.
Okay.
And so, that is, and Chief Lewis is going to testify about the videos that were pulled, which, I've already advised. He was going to testify about that. So anyway, just bring
let me ask you. Well, I'll let you comment on that, but I assume the parties wish to invoke the rule of sequestration. Is that correct?
That is correct,
Yes.
Your Honor.
Okay. Well, the rule of sequestration is now invoked. So I'm going to ask each of you to instruct your witnesses that is in effect and give them the further instruction because they may not realize that includes watching any broadcasting or TV or news coverage of these events. Is there anything you want to add to that, Mr. Gamble?
Well, no, Your Honor, we normally ask for sequestration right at this point, right time before we bring the jury out, and so that not before we, do open statements. But I acknowledge that it was not enforced, so I don't know that I can file some kind of motion or ask for a mistrial or anything under those circumstances. But I am aware that occurred, and I may ask those people about that when that time comes. I think I got a right to do that. And I appreciate Mr. Lamb being honest about it.
Yeah, I do appreciate you bringing this up. So,
I wouldn't want you to find out some other way.
okay. All right. Well, that rule is in effect, and all of your witnesses need to be instructed about that. All right. Is the jury ready? All right. Bring them in. All right, everybody can be seated. Now I'm going to, as you all come in and out, I think you've noticed that people stand. They do that for me too when I come in and out, but I at some point ask them to not, that I want everybody to be comfortable, including myself, because when I walk in, I don't want anybody to come up and down. So I'm going to let everybody know that it's not necessary to stand as you come in and out of the jury, because frankly, it takes you a little while, and I don't want you to feel uncomfortable about that. But obviously, everybody respects you, okay? I'm not going to prohibit you from standing, but you do not have to stand when the jury comes in and out. Mr. Lamb, you can call your first witness.
The state calls Lieutenant Nate Millage. If you'll make your way towards the witness stand, and then when you get there, if you'll just pause for just a moment and look towards me, please. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the evidence you will give in this case will be the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Have a seat, sir.
Pull that microphone towards you, sir. We want to test it out.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Would you tell the jury your name, please?
My name is Nathaniel Millage, lieutenant at Georgia Southwestern State University.
Lieutenant Nathaniel Millage. And can you spell Millage for the court reporter, please?
It's Milledge.
And you were employed, you said, at Georgia Southwestern State University.
That's correct.
What department are you employed in there?
The police department.
And how long have you been with the GSW Police Department?
Total of about 27 years.
And on January 14, which was a Sunday, January 14, 2024, were you on duty?
Yes, I was.
And did you receive some information concerning an event which may have occurred on the GSW campus?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Just briefly, if you would tell the jury what information you received and from where.
Okay. Initially, I received a call, as I recall, from Lieutenant Allen from America's Police Department. I think he was at the emergency room. I think he may have been working security at that time.
Okay. Did you receive a call from Allen, or did you get notified by Central?
Did receive a call from Central, but I also spoke with Lieutenant Allen.
All right. So both. You
Right.
received that. What is Central? What do you mean by Central?
The 911 center.
And then you also received a phone call from Lieutenant
Allen.
Tim Allen from the America's Police
Right.
Department, right? Okay. And did you subsequently have some conversation with Chief Lewis about about information being received concerning a matter at the college?
Yes, I did.
What was the nature of the call? Okay, I mean, without much detail, but I mean, just if you're going to summarize the nature of the call that you got, or the word that you got about what had happened.
I received a call that there was a baby transported from Georgia Southwestern to the emergency room, and I think it was Lieutenant Allen who informed me that initially he was told that the baby had fallen, that the baby was injured. At the time, didn't know the extension of the baby's injuries.
Okay. So there was an injured baby at the hospital,
Right.
And somebody at the hospital had figured out, I suppose from talking to someone else, that the baby came from the GSW campus.
That's
Is that
correct.
And jurisdictionally, what does that mean that if the child, if something happened on the GSW campus as opposed to happening, on the street out here in front of the courthouse?
It's GSW's jurisdiction.
It's GSW's jurisdiction, right?
That's correct.
America's Police Department may assist, but you guys have sort of the primary jurisdiction over events or acts which occur on the campus. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so once you learned that it was a injured child at the hospital, what did you do in terms of taking next steps?
At that point, myself and another officer was Lorenzo Johnson was on duty at the time. I went to the hospital to start the investigation, and I sent him to the room and told him to secure it and not let anyone go into the room.
Okay. So you went to the hospital where the baby was.
That's correct.
But you told Johnson to go to the room that you believed that, from what you had been told, that you believed where something might have occurred.
That's correct.
Okay. And so where was that? What location did you send Johnson to?
It was in Southwestern Oaks Dorm 2.
Oaks 2?
Right.
That's OAKS, right?
OAKS,
And then the number 2?
Southwestern Oaks.
Okay, Southwestern Oaks.
Right.
Okay. Southwestern Oaks, in like the numeral 2?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And that's the name of the dormitory, or that is the name of the dormitory.
That's the
right?
name of the dormitory.
Okay. And did you provide him with any information about any, did you identify for him any particular room in the dormitory that he should take control of?
Once we confirmed what room it was, I did.
Okay. So you gave him a room number.
Right. That's correct.
Okay. After you got to the hospital and began conducting a preliminary investigation, I suppose, into what may have happened, did you do something else in connection with this investigation?
once I got to the hospital, I did speak with the father of the baby, Mr. Williams, I think his name
Julian
was.
Williams, that sound
yeah.
right?
And Miss Pogue.
Okay. But then did you do something else in terms of procuring assistance from another agency?
Yes, I did.
And what was that you did?
I contacted after speaking with Chief Lewis and informing him of the suspected injuries of severity, and we decided that to call the GBI to get their assistance.
Suffice to say, you learned very quickly the child was severely injured.
Right, that's correct.
Whatever the cause of those injuries, you knew he was severely injured.
Right, well, the doctor at the time, Dr. Busman, came in, and I was witnessing him inform the baby's father and Miss Pogue of the baby's condition.
Okay, and once you learned that, you spoke to the chief, and then y'all called in the GBI.
That's correct.
Okay. What would have been your instruction, if any, to Johnson? Is it Sergeant Johnson, Officer?
It was Officer Johnson.
Officer Johnson. What would have been your instruction to Officer Johnson at that time about maintaining the control and integrity of the scene, of the location that he'd been sent to?
Well, initially, prior to me leaving campus, I gave him those instructions because I didn't know the severity of it, and I told him to secure it and to not let anyone enter the room. My instructions were to treat it as if it was a crime scene.
Okay. So sometimes you don't know if a place is a crime scene, do you?
That's true.
And so you make whatever provisions you can make to preserve it, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Was that essentially your intention in sending Johnson there?
That was my intention.
Okay. No further questions this time.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Officer Leslie Dunn, Gamble, how you doing today?
Doing fine, sir.
Just got a few questions for you. First of all, you stated that Lieutenant Allen, you had a conversation with him early on, and that's what spurred you on to go to the hospital and that type of thing, correct?
Yes, I did have a conversation with him.
And Lieutenant Allen indicated to you that Mr. Williams had told him that the child had fallen, correct?
He said that they said that the baby fallen.
So you don't know if he said Williams or you don't know who said it, just they said it?
That's correct. So he was told that.
Now, when you got that information and then you went to the hospital realizing there was some injuries to the child, you had already at that time contacted one of your officers and told him to secure the room back where Trinity Pogue lived?
I did that before I left campus.
Okay, so before you left campus, Now when you got to the hospital, was Trinity Pogue there?
Yes, she was.
And was Mr. Williams there?
Yes.
And of course, the child was there, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you had Officer Johnson back securing the scene per your orders, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as you know, he followed that order and kept that place secure where no one could go in it, correct?
That's correct.
And it would be fair to state that Miss Pogue could not have gone back at any time and tampered with the room from that moment forward, correct?
That's correct.
And so there was no possibility of someone coming in removing evidence, correct?
There should not have been.
And there should not have been any possibility of someone coming in and cleaning up the room or anything of that nature, correct?
That's correct.
And the purpose of that securing was to make sure that the only people that could go into that room forward would be some kind of technicians with law enforcement to collect evidence and that type thing, correct?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, in fact, there was eventually someone who came and did that, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you weren't part of that, were you?
I was not.
And I know you had this initial part of the investigation, but after that, you didn't do any follow-up interviews or anything like that with potential witnesses, did you?
I did not.
I mean, once you turn over to the GBI, is that you kind of step back and let them take over?
Yes, sir.
And other than that preliminary stuff, you would have no other hand in the investigation, correct?
Not directly.
How about indirectly? How would you have it there?
Well, I was interviewed by the GBI.
And so they would get whatever information you got from that initial stuff.
Right.
But I mean, you wouldn't go out on your own and say, let me see if I can talk to some witnesses, let's say.
No.
That wasn't your job, was it?
No, it wasn't.
And the purpose of securing that room was to preserve that room so that evidence could be collected from it and make sure none of it was destroyed or tampered with in any way, correct?
That's correct.
That's all the questions I have.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
He may be.
Yes,
All right. Lieutenant, you're free to go or stay. Ms. Land, you can call your next witness.
State calls Officer Lorenzo Johnson.
Officer Johnson, if you can look here to the witness stand.
Yeah. And if you'll just pause right there before you have a seat and look towards me, please. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the evidence you give in this case should be the truth, so help you God? Yes. Okay, have a seat, sir. What is your name? What is your name?
Lorenzo Lar Johnson.
Lorenzo Lamar Johnson?
Lar, L-A-R.
L-A-R. Lorenzo Lar Johnson. Okay. And where are you presently employed?
Georgia Southwestern State University.
And what department are you employed in there?
As of right now, I'm in residential life.
Residential life,
Yes.
okay. And how long have you been employed in residential life?
A little more than a year now.
Prior to that, did you have a position in a different department at GSW?
Yes.
And where was that?
Public sector building department, brother.
Public safety department?
Yes.
Okay, what was your position there?
Police officer.
Police officer? How long had you worked as a police officer at GSW? If you can remember.
I came in 2022, I believe.
So as of January of 2024, you would have been there for a couple of years.
Going on 2, I believe.
Do you recall the day of January 14, 2024?
Yes.
And was there an event that happened at GSW that day, or an event that apparently had happened at GSW that day that prompted you to be given some instructions and to take some action?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me how you first learned of the event that had happened?
I believe we received a call from Chief Lewis at some point. Lieutenant Mills did.
Do you recall if you might have received some instructions from Lieutenant Millage?
Yes.
Okay. What instruction did you receive from Lieutenant Millage?
I was told to report to Oaks 2 to secure the scene of the incident that happened on campus.
Okay. And Oaks 2 is a dormitory there, is that right?
Yes.
Were you given a particular room that you should secure?
Yes.
Did you go there after you got that call, that instruction?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get there after you got that instruction?
Less than 3 minutes. I would say less than 5 minutes.
What is involved in securing a scene, whether it turns out to be, whether it is or is not, or turns out to be or doesn't turn out to be a crime scene per se? If it is a scene of interest, what is involved in securing that?
Well, immediately I would go to that scene and make sure there's no one inside that particular area. And at that point, I took pictures just to make sure that we have that particular scene photographs. And after that, I immediately secured the room with our emergency tape.
So you went to the room that you were directed to go to. Do you remember what room number it was by chance?
R158, R159.
158 and 159 are really the same room, right? I mean, it's the same suite.
Yes.
They have the same door.
Yes.
From the hallway.
Yes.
And then once you go inside the room, what is it? Just if you could describe for the jury, just sort of the typical layout.
When you first enter the room, it's going to be a room to your left, a room to your right. Before you get to those rooms, you're going to have like a common area, like a sink in the restroom.
Website. I'm going to show you a diagram, and I understand in advance that you didn't prepare this diagram. It was actually taken from the GSW website. But just take a look at State Exhibit 1 and tell me if you recognize what's shown in that diagram.
Yes.
What is shown in there?
You see a restroom, bathroom to your left. You see a sink, vanity.
What that overall? What is that? I mean, is it?
That's the apartment.
It's an apartment or suite,
apartment.
and
yes.
Is that in one of the dormitories or?
Yes.
Okay. The layout that's shown there, is that the same layout as the Oaks 2 dormitory?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, will tender State's Exhibit 1.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
We'll get some more detail about that later. I'm just gonna have him identify it because he's actually is from GSW. So, well, I tell you what, let's just go ahead and let you tell the jury what the layout is of that room, of that dormitory. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to display the diagram that he's holding in his hand or displaying in front of him. I'm going to display it up here so
Once
the
it's
jury
good.
can see it. That's okay.
Once you've admitted it into evidence, you can display it.
Thank you, Your Honor. And assuming that the TV is still on. Well, it's on that screen at least. We can go up that far. Let's go back to right there. Okay. So can you tell us that, like the entrance door to this suite or this apartment is where?
It's Oak 2 building.
Okay, but where's the entry from the hallway into there? Where's the entry door?
It's directly in the front. I look right here. If you look at that your way, it's right.
Talking about right here?
Yes.
Okay, so you go in the front door, there's some sinks to the right, and then a bathroom to the left, right? Toilet and shower?
Yes.
Okay, and then two doors that open into two different areas, two different separated areas, correct?
Yes.
All right. Is that the same layout as the room in question in this case?
Yes.
Fair enough. Okay. When you got to the dorm rather, what was going on at the dormitory?
When I got there, the room was empty. Both rooms was empty. One door was shut.
Okay, the door was closed and the room was empty.
The roommate door was closed, but that'll be the room on the right hand side.
Okay.
The other door, the left hand side, was open.
All right. So the hallway door was closed when you got there. But then when you went in, the door to the right was closed.
Yes.
And the door to the left was open.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was there anyone in the apartment or in the suite?
No.
How many people were in the area, like in the dormitory in general?
It could have been maybe about 2 students, and one was an RL, I believe. This was on the hallway.
So there weren't many people there.
No.
It was a Sunday, right?
Yes.
Was school in session at that time?
No.
On January 14th?
In session, yes.
School's in session, but of course not.
It's
on the
weekend.
weekend, right?
Yes.
Okay. So there were only a couple of people in the area.
Yes.
You took some pictures and then you said that you did what?
I secured the door.
Okay. How did you secure the door?
I taped it off.
And when you taped it off, what did you do next?
I stood at post outside the door.
Did you leave? Did you leave prior to the time that somebody else was there to take over the scene?
No.
While you were there, did anyone who would not have had authority to enter the room attempt to enter the room?
No.
You remained there until when?
I don't know the exact time. My shift ends at 6. I remember going back to the department close to that time frame.
Okay, so you were there till around the end of your shift?
Yes.
Okay. What happened that led you to leave? I mean, that caused you to leave?
The GBI came.
Okay.
And also the next shift came also.
Who?
The next shift.
Oh, the next shift came on.
Yes.
Okay. So the next shift came on, and then the GBI came on.
Yes.
But you maintained control of that scene until other officers arrived, either from the next shift or until the actual GBI agent arrived.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Morning, Officer Johnson.
Good morning.
Hope you're doing okay.
Great.
I don't have a couple of questions, but just to make certain, from the time that you came and secured that room until you left, can you state with certainty that no one entered that room,
The GBI entered the room.
but other than law enforcement?
No.
You kept it secured from all times, correct?
Yes,
And you were there very quickly after being called initially. Within 5 minutes, you were at the scene to secure it, correct?
yes,
No one was there then, correct?
no,
Now, you said you took some photographs, right?
I did.
What happened to those photographs?
They should be in evidence.
And you gave them to who?
I took them on our work cell phone, right? So therefore, that phone was downloaded. They downloaded the pictures, and it was given to Miss Donna Tisha.
And who was she?
She's the department administrator.
So she would have been with the Georgia Southwestern Police Department in some capacity?
Yes,
That's all the questions I have.
Tissue, Donna Tisha, like yeah, Tissue.
All right, any redirect?
Is Officer Johnson, or, well, I guess, Mr. Johnson,
I'm still certified, so I'm fine with that.
Okay, all right. What would be the purpose of giving the phone or letting the pictures that you took be downloaded by Ms. Tissue?
For the evidence, that phone was our work phone, so whatever pictures we take, we usually give it to the assistant administrator to make sure that she get those pictures off to be downloaded.
Okay. Is it your job to then turn those pictures over to, in this case, to the GBI, which was the agency that took over the investigation?
No, it's not my job to do that.
Okay. So somebody else would have been responsible for turning those over to the GBI?
Yes,
No.
Yeah. All right.
When you went in to take the photographs, I understand the reason behind it was to be able to show the condition of the room when you entered, be able to say, if later you could look at it and see nothing had been disturbed, correct?
exactly, because we were the first law enforcement on the scene, so that's what we were trying to do, that we identified when we first got there.
But you weren't really trying to take photographs for evidentiary purposes to try to prove a case later on down the road, were you?
I wasn't, but I knew I was taking those pictures for some kind of incident.
Now, if there had been some kind of evidentiary value in that room, say a pool of blood or something of that nature, you would have made sure you took a picture of that, correct?
Yes,
And you didn't see anything visually as you looked in the room that would cause you any alarm or believe anything of violence occurred in that room, did you?
no.
Thank you. That's all the question I have.
Any other redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Maybe.
Yes, yeah.
All right, Officer Johnson, you can be excused. You can call your next witness, Mr. Lane.
State calls Chief Michael Lewis.
And then thank the district attorney before you have a seat. So.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear the evidence you give in this case will be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat, sir. Could you tell the jury your name, please?
Michael Lewis,
And Mr. Lewis, where are you employed?
Georgia Southwestern State University's campus police.
What is your position there?
I am the chief of police there.
Okay, and how long have you been the chief of police?
5 years.
Have you been employed as a police officer in other capacities prior to that time?
Yes.
And how long have you been a police officer?
My 30th year.
Your 30th year?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
In January of 2014, specifically January 14th, 2024. I said 2014. 2024.
Yes, sir.
Not 2020, not 2014, 2024. On January 14th, 2024, did you become aware of an incident or an event that might have occurred on the GSW campus?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you become aware of that?
I was given a phone call. Well, I received a phone call from Lieutenant Timothy Allen from the American Police Department.
And what was your understanding as to where Allen was when he was calling you?
At the Phoebe Sumter Hospital here in Americus, Georgia.
And what did he, just in general terms, okay, what did he advise you of that in terms of this incident or event?
Yes, there had been an incident that had occurred. That a baby had been brought to the hospital. That was, I think he advised that the baby was unresponsive, and that the baby had come from the campus of Georgia Southwestern.
If something had happened to that child on the campus of Georgia Southwestern, technically, what department would have had jurisdiction over that investigation or that incident?
Yeah, Georgia Southwestern would have.
As opposed to like America's PD or the Sumter County Sheriff's Office.
That is correct, yes.
Speaking of which, let me just be sure that I cover this now. Where is Georgia Southwestern University?
It's GSW Drive, 800 GSW Drive here in Americus, Georgia.
Okay, and what county is that in?
Sumter.
And what state?
Georgia.
Okay, and the Oaks 2 dormitory at GSW, is that dormitory physically on the campus?
It is, yes.
Okay, all right. Look it up. Okay. When you learned that there was a baby at the hospital that was unresponsive and the baby had been transported by someone from GSW, what steps did you take next at that time?
Right. Like I advised, I was actually off duty at the time. So I did advise Lieutenant Allen that I would reach out to Lieutenant Nathaniel Millage, who was actually on duty at the university at the time. And I did, in fact, do so.
Okay. So you called Millage, and did you give him any instructions or direction about what to do?
Right. So when I initially reached out to him, I reached out to him via my portable radio, which would kept Lieutenant Allen still on my cell phone at the time, and advised him of the incident. He advised me at the time that he was on the phone with Central 911, gathering further information about that incident.
So basically, he got the notification from two different places at the same time. From Central and from you.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So what did you instruct Millage to do?
Right. So of course, to go to the hospital and assess what he had and keep me updated.
Was that essentially to determine if there was a need for further investigation or whether it would in fact be under the jurisdiction of GSW?
Right, just to kind of figure out if the child actually came from GSW and kind of what was going on that led the child from GSW to the hospital.
Okay. Did you subsequently look at some video footage from the campus?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And do you recall when you did that?
I did that on the day of the incident itself, on the 14th, I want to believe. That's Sunday.
And what was the purpose of you looking at video?
Right, just to gather some preliminary evidence, I guess, or to pass on to the GBI, who was going to be actually heading the case by that point.
What were you looking at video of?
Of Oaks 2 dormitory, where Miss Trinity Poe was to have been resided at the time.
Did you prepare a schematic or an outline of various times of things that? Well, did you look at video?
Yes, sir, I did.
As you looked at the video, did you prepare a schematic or an outline of the various timestamps of when certain things happened at the dormitory?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. What were those things that happened that you made a note of?
Right. Just again, it was trying to look at a digital footprint involving Miss Trinity Poe, Mr. Williams, and the baby Jackson. I think this is the baby's name. Just trying to create that digital footprint of them in the Oaks 2 dormitory.
Okay. So in other words, were you looking to see what time they got there, what time they left?
That's correct.
That sort of thing?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
This is going to be the timeline that I prepared the day in questioning about the video footage in Oak 2.
Now, that's a photocopy of yours. I mean, that's not your original handwriting.
No, it is not.
Okay.
It's a copy.
Can you look at it and tell me if it's accurate? I mean, in other words, is it the document that you prepared? When I say is it accurate, I mean, is that the document you prepared?
Yes, sir. It does appear to be my handwriting. Yes, sir.
Tender States 2 at this time, Your Honor.
No objection, Your
And if I could have just a second, go to speak with Mr. Campbell, Your Honor. All right, Chief Lewis, I'm going to show you a thumb drive, a USB drive that is marked as State's Exhibit 3. There's a little sticker on the other side that says GSW Oaks Dorm videos 113-14-2024. Have you seen this before?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay, and what was the occasion? How is it that came to be in your hands to see it?
Right. So what a DA brought it over to me yesterday, and I was able to view it again for the second time.
Okay. And Your Honor, for the sake of the record, what I will advise the court at this time is that is a USB drive that I actually prepared from the USB drive which was provided by GSW. But it doesn't include as much as the original one did. This includes what it's showing on that timeline, items 6 through 12 of the timeline, which covers the time frame from Saturday night, the 13th, at about 10 p.m. to Sunday afternoon. Did I say that correctly?
That is correct. 22:06 to be exact. 10:06 p.m.
10:06 is the time of the first video that's on there.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And so you reviewed that and made sure that I copied the videos that you had given us, or that you had given the GBI, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And are they all the ones that, not all of them, but the ones that I said are on there? Are they on there?
They are on there. Yes.
Okay. With tender states 3 at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. I'm aware that some that originally were on there are not, but they were irrelevant things that didn't pertain to this case, so I have no objection.
Okay, admitted without objection. Or the video is admitted without objection.
Judge, I'm going to give that back to Chief Lewis and display it to the jury this time, if that's okay. You hold on to that. Yeah, I need this. You hold on to that.
Okay.
And my computer will recognize the USB drive. Then I'm going to play it for the jury. There it is. Okay. So what is going to be the first entry on here? What's the first thing they're going to see?
The first thing that you're going to see on the at 10:06 p.m. should be Miss Poe, Mr. Williams, and Baby Jackson actually about to enter onto the hallway where Miss Trinity Poe actually resides at in Oaks 2.
Okay. So I'm going to put it up on the screen now. Okay. All right. So the time that is shown here, and I stopped it 1 second in, but the time that's shown here, or the date, is what?
January
What's the
13th. January 13th. What should be displayed?
Okay. And then the timestamp that's on there is what time?
Should be 10 p.m. which would be 22:06 is kind of how we did it. It was military time, but yes, 10:06 p.m.
10:06 and 19 seconds after, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to at this time, Your Honor, I'm going to play this clip, which is very brief. Okay. Now, the 2 people that are shown in this clip, or 3 people, I'm sorry, do you actually know who they are?
At this time, yes, sir.
At this time, I mean, do you know who they are?
I do. Yes.
Okay. Who are they?
Miss Trinity Poe, Mr. Williams, and Baby Jackson.
Okay. And who's holding the baby?
Miss Trinity Poe.
All right. Okay. So 10:06, they come in to the dorm. All right. Then there is a second clip. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And what does the second clip show? It actually encompasses 2 pieces of video. Is that right?
It still should be January 13th. Should just be Mr. Williams coming off of the hallway alone.
Okay. That's what's designated as item 7 on the timeline, right?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. And then item 8 is what?
Mr. Williams returning onto the hallway.
Okay. All right. And at this time, Your Honor, we're going to play that section. Okay. So the time that he enters the hallway is 10, or comes out of that door is 10:29:28, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And then when it shows him going back in, the video skips forward, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And what time does it skip forward to?
10:30 p.m.
10:30 and what, 35 seconds?
That's correct. 35.
Right.
Yes.
And that is Mr. Williams again, correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
All right. The next video segment on this thumb drive shows what?
That should be on number 9, would it be January the 14th on that Sunday.
Okay.
And it's going to show Mr. Williams leaving the hallway alone with what appears to be 2 trash bags in his hands.
Okay. And what time is that going to?
11:55, 58 p.m.
All right.
Correct, a.m. I apologize, a.m.
Oh, wait a minute. There it is. Okay. We're to back it up to the start there. Okay. 10:29.
It should be on the 14th.
That's the same one that we were looking at. Hold on. Let me close that one. Okay. All right. And this shows Mr. Williams coming through that door at what time?
I got him at 11:55, 58 a.m.
Okay.
on that Sunday, January 14th.
All right. And he's carrying some trash bags, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then did you watch the video to determine the next time that Mr. Williams was back on that floor or back on that hallway?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And how long was it until he returned to that hallway?
It was like about 32 minutes.
Okay. What time did he return to the hallway?
He came back at 12:30.10 a.m. What p.m. 10:30 p.m. 12:30 p.m. I apologize.
And so, Your Honor, I'm playing that at this time, and that shows Mr. Williams coming at 12:30:10, correct?
12:30, correct. I'm returning onto the hallway with what appears to be a pizza bag and other bags in his hand.
Okay. And so he goes through the door closes, okay? And then what time does he reappear in this video?
I got 12:30:27 seconds p.m. So that's about a month.
12:31:27?
That's correct, yeah.
12:31:27. So
Correct.
approximately a minute and 17 seconds later.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm gonna play that segment at this time, Judge. It's on the same track on this USB, but I'm gonna play that segment now. And can you tell what he's doing when he comes through that door?
Yes, sir. He's actually has his child in his arms,
Okay.
which we believe to be baby Jackson.
Right. And he goes out that door at 12:31.
31.
Okay. All right. And then there's a third segment on this same video file. Is that correct? That shows someone else leaving?
Yes.
Okay. What is the next segment on the video?
The next segment will be at 12:36:40 p.m. and Miss Trinity Poe leaves off the hallway.
Okay. And I'm going to play that segment this time, Your Honor. And that's 12:36:42, correct?
42, correct, yes.
Okay. And then it's back to the beginning. Okay. Were there other entrances or exits by either of those two people to that dormitory on January 14th?
No, sir, it was not.
And you know that because you reviewed all the video, right?
That is correct, yes.
I think that may be all I have at this time, Your Honor, with Chief Lewis. Who give me just 1 second to confer. No further questions this time, bro.
Cross-examination?
Chief Lewis, I'm T. Gamble. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well, doing well.
Good. I've got a couple questions for you, and I don't know, you may not know this or not. I'm not sure, but you downloaded all of these videos to assist the GBI in trying to determine some of what happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you turned that over to the GBI when you got through with it, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Now, at that time, did you know any of the facts or any information about what had happened other than there'd been a child taken to the hospital with some injuries?
No, sir, I did not.
When you talked to, was it Lieutenant Allen that called you first to tell you about this?
That is correct, yes.
Did he tell you anything at all about what had happened at that time?
No, sir. He just told, well, he did. He told me that the baby had been brought to the hospital unresponsive, but he didn't tell me exactly what happened to the baby.
Did he tell you if anyone said what had happened to the child when they first brought him to the hospital?
No, sir, he didn't. He handed the phone to Ms. Trinity Pope.
Well, let me ask you this. Since you have downloaded the video, are you aware of some of the circumstances concerning this case at all, or is that where you ended, was doing the video?
That's kind of why he ended that, is doing the video.
Were you aware of the 12:30 video that shows Mr. Williams going back into the Oaks on January 14th? At that time, he had been called by Ms. Pogue and told that there was an emergency with the child. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware when I was downloading the footage, though. But since we had opportunity to look at the case, then yes, I was familiar with kind of what was going on at what point.
So you know that particular set of facts. At least there's some allegations that Ms. Pogue had called. The way that Mr. Williams found out that the child was in distress was because Ms. Pogue had called him and said, you need to come back to, and see about the child, right?
Right, I didn't learn that later. That's
So
correct.
you know when Mr. Williams entered the dormitory hallway, he was aware that Ms. Pogue thought it was serious enough to come on back and might need some medical attention, correct?
I believe, well, one would assume. I'm not sure.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to going any further down this line of questions in terms of, asking what somebody told him is one thing. Asking him if he knows that he would have had or she would have had this information or that information at that particular time. There's no way for him to know because he's not that individual. It's hearsay. And
I'm asking about his information, just what he now knows about it compared to at the time. I'm not going to go any further than that part.
I'll sustain the objection to the extent that you're asking for any other hearsay information.
Won't be asking hearsay, but I do have one follow-up. Did you find it to be, as you watch that video and you watch Mr. Williams enter that hallway, knowing that it's potentially an emergency, do you find it unusual to see that he is walking very slowly and doesn't seem to be in a hurry?
objection, Your Honor, is asking the witness to characterize something that would essentially be a matter that the jury can observe for themselves from the video.
Sustain that objection to him giving an opinion. Any other questions?
No.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Judge.
All right. May this witness be excused?
You may be.
All right. You're free to stay or go, Chief. Is everybody still comfortable? Do we have? You want to take one more witness before we break? Do we have a witness?
If it factors into that,
Yes, sir.
that determination, what I will tell the court is the next witness I intend to call is Agent Gibson from GBI.
So that'll be more lengthy
There will
witness.
be, I'm not going to say it's going to take an hour and a half or anything, but it's going to be lengthier than anybody we've had so far because there's a lot of exhibits that will be
Okay.
displayed.
Well, it's 11:45 then. I'm going to go ahead and let you take your lunch break. I'm going to let you go to lunch until 1 o'clock. Please remember my instructions while you're at lunch. And incidentally, you're wearing badges while you're in the courtroom. I think, do they take those? I think take them with you. That way people at lunch will know that you're on a jury. But you might encounter the attorneys outside, and they're going to kind of step away from you. And people associated with the case are, nobody's being rude. They're just following the protocols, okay? And you follow them too. Continue not to discuss the case, all the other things I've told you and cautioned you not to do. Particularly be vigilant about television or internet coverage. Just stay away from that for right now. All right. Thank you very much.
James Gibson,
Where are you employed?
Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
You state your name, please.
James Gibson,
Where are you employed?
Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Since 2015, right at 10 years.
What is your rank, your designation there?
I'm a special agent, and my job title is a crime scene specialist.
What is a crime scene specialist?
Primarily, what I do on a day-to-day basis is process crime scenes and deal with evidence related to crime scenes.
Do you have any specialized training with regard to the analysis and analysis of crime scenes and collection of preservation and collection of evidence and so forth?
Sure, I do.
Can you tell the jury what kind of training you have in that field?
Right. So first off, in order to be a special agent, which is a sworn position, just like a police officer, we have to go through the police academy, which when I went was 10 weeks. Now it's longer, but it was 10 weeks of classroom material training. And then after that, there's 7 classes that you can take to get a state certification as a crime scene technician. So I did that, which includes photography, crime scene, basic crime scene, fingerprint development, stuff like that. There's a bloodstain pattern
where were you
analysis course.
employed? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I did, but I didn't mean to speak over you. Where were you employed when you first received crime scene training?
Sure. Before I was with the GBI, I was with the Columbus Police Department. While I was there, the first 3 years I was there, I was in patrol. And then after that, I was in the crime scene unit for 4 years. And that's where I obtained my crime scene certification, was while I was with the Columbus Police Department. So when I came on with the GBI, I had already done that. When I came on with the GBI, we go through a basic agent course, which is in addition to the police academy. So there was that, which was, I want to say about 12 weeks for that, which is just how to be a special agent. And a week of that is crime scene preservation. After that, I went to the National Forensic Academy, which is a 10-week program, which is just doing crime scene. We learned bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction, photography, dealing with buried remains. There's all kind of stuff there that is all crime scene specific. After that, I've continued to take classes over the years in bloodstain pattern analysis, advanced bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction, advanced shooting reconstruction, advanced photography. In addition to that, I also teach a lot of those classes as well. So total, I've had about 4,000 hours of training in law enforcement, and about 3,000 or so of that has been crime scene specific.
And have you had occasion as a GBI agent? We'll skip when you were working in Columbus, but since you became an agent with the GBI, have you had occasion to investigate crime scenes of any sort?
Yes, sir. That's pretty much all I do.
And approximately how many different crime scenes have you been involved in the investigation of?
So it's difficult to keep track of a specific number. The number of death investigations that I have actually authored the report of being the main agent on death investigations is right about 200 now. I think it's 197. I've also been a part of a lot of other assault cases involving where, somebody was shot, they didn't die, or something like that. And in addition to that, I've been involved in a lot of cases where I was not the primary on the case, but I assisted in some way in the case. So I've been involved in, as far as assault cases, probably I'd say 800, maybe 1,000. Crime scenes in general, it's been 1,500, maybe 2,000.
As a crime scene specialist with the GBI, have you had occasion to testify in trials or in court, whether in trials or in hearings? Have you had occasion to testify in courts of this state?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. Approximately how many times have you testified?
So before 2021, I was not keeping an accurate record of it. Since 2021, it's been approximately 20 times testifying as an expert in the state of Georgia.
And each time that you testified as a crime scene specialist, were you in fact qualified as and recognized by the court as an expert in the field of crime scene investigation?
Yes, sir.
Does crime scene investigation involve the on-site analysis and collection of items that may or may not be of evidentiary significance?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. And is that simply a part of the job that you have to look at the things that you find at a particular location and make a determination as to whether or not you believe they have evidentiary value?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, we would tender Agent Gibson as an expert in the field of crime scene investigation, including the analysis, preservation, and collection of evidence.
You wish to report the witness?
No, no objection.
All right. Agent Gibson will be allowed to give opinion testimony in his area of expertise.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Agent Gibson, in January, specifically January 14th of 2024, did you have occasion to be sent to a location on the Georgia Southwestern State University campus?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And how did you become involved in the investigation of that case that day?
So I was notified that there was a case on the campus involving a dead baby, a baby death case, and I was asked to come and investigate the crime scene there on campus. So I came to Americus, and that was my intentions.
What, did you go anywhere else besides campus?
Before I came to the campus, I went to the hospital and photographed the victim at the hospital first.
In photographing the victim, did you determine, did you notice whether or not there were any external wounds, open wounds that from which the victim was bleeding?
No, there was some medical intervention that was still attached to the baby. And there was some bruising, some, I guess you would say, light bruising. It was difficult to tell, but nothing that stood out. There was no blood, nothing really that stood out. There was a couple bruises that I photographed.
Yeah. But you didn't, but there was no external bleeding that you observed.
No.
I mean, I understand you're not a doctor and didn't do internal examination or whatever,
Right,
but there was no external bleeding.
No.
Okay. After you took photographs of the victim at the hospital, did you go to campus, to the DSW campus?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you got there, where did you go?
Before I went inside to the dorm room, I went to the dumpster area at the dorm rooms.
Okay. And why did you go to the dumpsters when you got to campus?
In the briefing of trying to figure out what I was supposed to be looking for at the scene, it had been reported to me that somebody had come from the building and gone to the dumpsters and thrown something in the dumpster. So I went to look in the dumpster to see if there was anything of evidentiary value in the dumpster before I went inside.
Is that something that you would ordinarily do if you're advised that that someone who had been at the location that you were going to investigate, if you're advised that someone at that location had gone and put something in a dumpster, is that something you would ordinarily start there? If
there's reason to believe, well, you mean as far as doing that first?
Yeah.
Or
would you go to the dumpster, whether you went there first or
right.
second? I mean, would you, is that one of the things that you would cover, one of the areas you would cover?
Right. Well, in investigating this case, just like any other case, I'm looking for anything that could have caused death to the child, or anything that could help us paint the picture of what happened. And so if I knew somebody is going to the dumpster, then that's a natural thing to do, is to look and see if there's anything in there that stands out.
Okay. And when you went to the dumpster, did you identify any items that you thought were of significance to be collected?
There were
collect any evidence.
To collect any evidence?
Yes.
No.
Okay. What did you do when you were at the dumpster?
So there was two dumpsters there. There was one on the right that was completely full of trash. The one on the left was not completely full of trash. So my thought was, if you're going to throw trash in there, you would throw it in the one that has less in it, where you can fit the bags in. So I looked in the one with less trash, and there was two white trash bags on top. I pulled those out to see what was in them. And in one of them, there was some food trash, like I think it was from Zaxby's, from a restaurant. And in that, there was a name on the receipt, where when you go and you order food and you tell them your name. The name on the receipt said Trinity. And I knew that the person's dorm room that we were at, her name was Trinity. So naturally, I went through that bag and photographed the items that were in that bag. It was a similar bag, same material, same color, same drawstring, had similar trash in it. And I took that trash out, and I say trash, I took the items out of it and photographed the items. There was nothing of significance that I knew of at the time, based on what I knew about the case, that would help me tell the story of what happened. So I photographed the items and put them back in the trash.
Why would you photograph the items if you weren't going to collect them or preserve them in some way?
Well, I mean, first off, one of the things that we teach is a photographic record is preserving evidence, because by photographing it, now I know what was in that bag. So it does two things. It tells us what was in the trash bags, but it also tells us what was not in the trash bags. So, if somebody was to come back and say there was a gun in there, well, no, there wasn't, because I photographed the items that were in the bag. So,
in the process of doing that, did you see any dirty diapers in the trash?
I did.
Okay. Did you examine those?
I did.
And when you examined those, did you? What did you find? What did you find when you examined the diapers?
Yeah, one of the trash bags had a diaper in it that had like a Mickey Mouse print on the diaper itself. I opened it up, appeared to have what looked like urine in the diaper. In another one of the trash bags, it had 3 diapers in it that were wadded up. I opened those. 2 of them had urine, and one of them had feces in it. So I photographed the diapers and along with the other items put them back in the trash.
When you saw the diaper that had feces in it, did you see or have any reason to believe that you might be seeing any other substance in that diaper?
No, I didn't see anything other than feces.
See any blood?
No.
Do you think you would have recognized it if there had been blood in that diaper, blood in the feces, or blood in the diaper itself?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever been in a position that you observed such a thing, blood in feces, or?
Not in a baby case, but I have worked death investigations that ended up being natural deaths. Usually it's a medical problem where somebody is vomiting blood and blood coming out their bottom, and there's stuff in the house. There's feces in the house that's got blood mixed with it. And so I have seen that before. And the feces that was in these diapers just looked like a baby diaper with feces in it.
If you had thought that there was any possibility that there was blood in the diaper, what actions, if any, would you have taken?
If I thought that it could have helped in the case, I would have collected it. That being said, I don't know everything that our lab can test. And I don't know everything that other labs can test. But in my experience, in other cases, like I know our lab will not test feces for like DNA or anything like that. So I don't know what testing could have been done with it, but I didn't see anything that we could do with it other than collect it. Sometimes we collect things just to hold on to it. But even if I'd collected it, I don't know what testing could have been done to it.
Well, why wouldn't you collect every single piece of every item that you observe or that you run across or that you see that might possibly be related to the case in some way, and worry about whether it matters or not later? Why wouldn't you just collect everything?
So in a perfect world, we would just take the entire dumpster and bring it back and keep it forever. In every other case that I investigate, we would just box up the entire house and take it with us. Unfortunately, we can't do that. That's not practical. So we have to try to determine what's important in the case. And I do, a lot of times I will find something that it may not mean anything to me at the time, but I know that it stands out and it may mean something later, so it gets collected. So there's lots of times in our evidence room, there's things that you look back a year or two later and you wonder why we still have that, because it's not evidentiary. But I try to err on the side of caution, but like in this case, 4 dirty diapers just didn't seem like something that needed to be collected in the case.
Did you collect anything out of that trash can?
No, sir, I just photographed.
Okay. So when you photograph something, do you, as a GBI crime scene specialist, do you assign each item that you photograph a photographic exhibit number?
I don't. When it comes out of the camera, it's got a number associated with it.
Well, what's the number that's associated with it when it comes out of the camera? What is that number? What does it represent?
The camera numbers the photographs in sequence, so each one of them has a different file name.
It's a file name, right?
Right.
It's a file name, or whatever, 123.jpg.
That's correct.
234.jpg, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you do anything in this case that was intended to demarcate or preserve the diapers as an evidentiary matter in terms of giving it a special label, a special exhibit number, or did you just take pictures of them when you took pictures of everything else?
Right, I just photographed them.
Okay. Is part of your training designed to help you make those decisions as to whether or not in any given case and any given item may or may not be of evidentiary value?
Sure. Based on, I hate to use the phrase, but knowledge, training, and experience, my knowledge tells me when something looks out of place and to take that. My training tells me how to preserve that, for a case. And my experience going to lots and lots of crime scenes, there's things that somebody else may not see as evidentiary, or they may not think that it would mean something in the case. And based on the cases that I've worked, I may recognize that it could possibly mean something. And I take all of those 3 into account and try to determine what I need to take back and what doesn't need to go back. Because like I said, in a perfect world, we would take everything, but that's just not practical to take everything.
Is it fair to say that making those judgments and making those decisions is sort of part and parcel of your job?
Yes.
After you examined the items in the dumpster outside this dormitory on the GSW campus, did you go inside?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you went inside, where did you go?
It was room 158, I believe it was.
Okay. I'm going to show you I'll tell you what, I'm going to. I'm going to give you the stack of photographs, and I'm going to send you to look them over, and then I'll have a few questions about each one individually.
Sure.
That, okay. Let's see that. I hand you a series of photographs that are marked as States Exhibits 4 through 19. And first, just take a quick look at those, and then and tell me if you recognize what you're holding. Lose power. You recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did you take these photographs?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do each of these photographs fairly and accurately depict what is shown in them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And these are photographs for summary purposes, just from the outside of the door into the dorm room that's in question here. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then pictures inside the room.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I will identify each of them separately. And I guess I'll just tender them each separately, but without asking additional foundation questions. Okay. States Exhibit 4. What is shown in States 4?
That is the, I guess you would call that the exterior door for the dorm room.
Okay.
Go ahead. I don't mean to get ahead, but on the inside of that door, there are two additional doors going into the dorm room. So this was the doorway from the hall.
Tender States 4 at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection, no. Let's move that.
There we go. Okay. All right. States 4. That's the door from the hallway into the suite or whatever. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. States Exhibit 5. What happened when you took the picture? States Exhibit 5. What is that?
That's basically from the same point of view with the door open, looking into the, I guess you'd say the common area between the two dorm rooms.
And which is exhibited now on the screen here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you can see two doors there.
Exhibits
I
before you-
apologize, Your Honor. Tender States 5.
All right. Any objection?
Yeah, I do not object. If it was streamlined, I will stipulate that I have no objection to 5 through 19.
Okay.
Introducing evidence.
All right. That'll ease the transition.
Well,
Because what it is, ladies and gentlemen, the picture can't be shown to you until it's technically admitted into evidence. So I'm going to admit exhibits 5 through 19 into evidence.
And I'm just trying to make sure that each one, as we go to it, that it's clear what it's a picture
I
of.
understand.
Okay, so 5 is showing basically from the hallway into the room, shows the two doors on the back side of the suite. Is that right?
Right. So from this door, there's a little like a common area when you pass through this door on the right side, there's a counter space. To the left side was a bathroom area, and then directly in front, you can see doors that are in the common area that lead to two separate dorm rooms.
States Exhibit 6. What is shown in State 6? Look up there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, since they're all admitted, I'll just put
Okay.
it there instead of holding these up.
Sure. That is just that common area. You can see the counter on the right, and there's a bath mat, a rug on the floor. And then there's in the top of the photograph to the left, there's an open door, which was the room 158. And then on the right was an additional dorm room.
Were you able to make a determination as to who the occupants were, the normal occupants were of each of those rooms?
Yes. The defendant's dorm room was the one on the left that had the door open.
Okay. So it's 158, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you, it's shown in State's Exhibit 6, where you can see the bath mat, was there anything notable about the bath mat or anything of significance that you took note of, or potential significance that you took note of with regard to the bath mat?
There was one stain on the bath mat that appeared to be maybe vomit or something. It was very small, maybe 2 inches long and 1 inch wide. It was a very small stain.
Is it reflected in the photograph? Can you point to the jury to show where it's at?
I don't know that you could see it in this photograph because it was so small.
Okay.
And it's hard to see from here if you'd like me to get up.
Yeah, you're welcome to step in and see if you.
Okay, yes, it's right in the center, about the center of the carpet.
Okay. And sort of a brownish spot that's right in the center there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you, when you noted that it appeared to be vomit, did that prompt you to take that bath mat into evidence, to collect it and bag it and tag it, preserve it for testing?
No.
Okay. Why wouldn't you do that?
Because kind of like with the baby diaper, I don't know what testing could be done from the vomit. So photographically documenting it, that it was there, I felt at the time would suffice.
Does the crime lab test vomit for DNA, for instance?
Not that I know of.
Okay. All right. State's Exhibit 7, which I'm about to display, what is shown in State's Exhibit 7?
Okay.
If it's easier for you to stand where you can see the screen, or whichever one's easier for you to see, you're welcome to do that.
Sure. This was standing in the common area looking into the defendant's dorm room.
Okay. And then was there a point when you entered the dorm room that you were looking, that you had believed or thought that there might be an air mattress of some sort in the dorm room?
So the whole time I was processing the scene, I was in contact with the case agent who was giving me updates of things to possibly be looking for. In this kind of case, when there's not a lot of visible injuries on the child and it's very early on in the investigations, sometimes when you go in a scene like this, I can take overall photographs, but I don't know what I'm looking for. And so I was told something about an air mattress to see if there was an air mattress, and I did find an air mattress and I photographed it.
And State's Exhibit 8 that is on the screen now, does that show the air mattress in the location where you found it?
Yes.
Okay. Where in that photograph is the air mattress?
It's the black item in the top center.
Okay. Did you unroll that item to determine what in fact it was?
I do remember taking it out. I don't remember completely unfolding it, but I did verify that it was an air mattress.
State's Exhibit 9, which is on the screen now, did you take that one?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And once you had determined that this item was an air mattress, did you believe that there was anything further that you needed to determine with regard to that item?
No.
Simply, we're trying to confirm whether or not there was an air mattress in the room.
Correct. And I unfolded it enough to determine that, yes, it was an air mattress. And at that point, I still, to this day, I don't know what the air mattress, what role it played. It was more of a question of, is there an air mattress in the room? Yes, there was an air mattress in the room.
Okay. Now, let me show you State's Exhibit 10 and have you tell the jury what they're seeing here, please.
So when you come into the doorway of the dormitory, the dorm room, on the right-hand side, there was a desk that was against that wall. And this is just showing the top of the desk and the items that are on the desk.
So you see the blue item that's sort of it's nearest at the bottom of the picture?
Yes.
Blue cup. What's that?
What I would call a sippy cup.
Okay. Now, you have a case that's involving an infant. Why wouldn't you seize the sippy cup so that you can test it for DNA to determine if that is the infant's sippy cup?
Because I would expect it to be the infant sippy cup. There was no reason for it not to be there. I mean, there was a child in the room. To find items related to the child was not, it wouldn't answer any questions for us.
You see, it looks like maybe there's a computer in that picture right past where that Mountain Dew bottle is.
Yes.
Is there an item on top of that computer, on top of that black item?
The bags?
No, to the left, the small red item.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there was a pacifier.
Okay. Did you collect the pacifier?
I did not.
So why wouldn't you collect the pacifier so that you could test to determine if this is the pacifier that JD Angelus had used before he died?
I wouldn't have believed it belonged to anybody else. He was the child in the room, and it, in my opinion, it didn't tell the story of what happened to the child by simply having a pacifier in the room or a sippy cup. Would not help me in my case of determining what happened to the child.
Is it fair to say that the significance of those items, if any, is simply that they show that a child has been in that room?
That's all that, in my opinion, that's all they showed, was that there had been a child in there.
Okay. All right. State's Exhibit 11, which I am about to display, that is State's Exhibit 11. Behind that computer where the pacifier is, you see a sort of a silver bag of some sort that's open there.
Yes.
What's in that bag, if you recall?
I don't remember the brand. It looks to be some sort of chips or something.
They're showing you State's 12. Did you take this picture as well, I assume?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, back there where the bed is, you see that pink chair?
Yes.
Okay. Behind the pink chair, what is that green item?
Step stool.
Did you measure the bed to determine how high the bed frame or the top of mattress was off the ground?
Yes, I measured from the mattress to the floor, and it was approximately 40 inches.
Okay. Did you measure anything with regard to that pink chair?
I did. I measured from the seat of it, from the front of the seat to the floor, and that was approximately 13 inches above the floor.
So the bed's 40 inches high, and the front of the chair was 13 inches high.
Yes,
off the floor. Okay. State's Exhibit 13. Did you collect the chair?
I did not.
Well, why wouldn't you collect the chair so that you can test the cushion to see if the child had left contact DNA in the cushion of the chair?
I photographed the chair. I didn't see anything that stood out as far as blood or anything on the chair. A lot of times in these investigations, there's questions about whether somebody fell off of an item or fell out of a chair onto the floor, and so that's why I measured it. And so that's all I did, was measure the height of it. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary with the chair, so it didn't get collected.
Is there anything about the chair that you think you, as an investigator, or this jury as a decision maker, is there anything about the chair that you think would be that you would learn from having the chair here in person to look at, as opposed to simply having a photograph of it?
No.
All right. State's Exhibit 14. Let's see. One, two, there. We go back to State's Exhibit 14. What are those items that? Well, first let me ask you, what was the purpose of taking this picture?
So there was two purposes of taking this picture. First off, whenever I photograph a crime scene, the standard way to photograph a crime scene is before you touch anything or move anything around, you take what we would call overall photographs. You try to make sure that everything that you can see that's in plain view is in a photograph somewhere. So they're a little bit out of sequence as far as the way that they've been shown today, but I would walk in, I would show the desk that was on the right, the floor in front of the desk, the bed. This is looking to the left, just inside the door, to show what is in that general area. The second purpose of this photograph was there's gray bags on the floor that came from, I believe they were Walmart bags that were sitting in the middle of the floor. So it was to show where the Walmart bags were in relation to everything else in the room.
Did you have any belief or understanding that a Walmart shopping bag might have some significance in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your understanding of what the significance of the Walmart bags was?
Sure. In my briefing that I got trying to determine what we're looking for in this case, I was told that the father of the victim had apparently run some errands, gone to, I think it was Walmart and Pizza Hut, and come back to the dorm before finding the child in the room. And so these were evidence that he had been to Walmart.
When you, after you took this picture, did you move closer and take basically another series of pictures regarding the bag?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Let me show you what has been marked as, or admitted rather, as States 15. You photographed that? You took that photograph?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And did you then open the bags?
I did.
Okay. And is that what is shown in States 16?
Yes. Yes, sir, it is.
Now, did you collect the items that were in the bag?
No, sir, I didn't.
You simply opened the bag.
That's correct.
Did you take another photograph though at the point after you opened the bag? Did you think?
I think I photographed the receipt, more close up of the receipt after that.
And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as States 17. Is that the photograph you're referring to?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And that Walmart receipt, if you can read it from there, can you tell the date and time showing, that receipt was printed?
January 14th, 2024 at 12:14 p.m.
Now, was there anything about that receipt that you thought was significant?
Not with what may have happened to the child. It was just evidence that somebody had been at Walmart at that date and time and bought those items. So it may help tell the story of whoever was there at Walmart. But in my opinion, it didn't tell the story of what happened to the child while that person was at Walmart.
Even though that receipt might be important for the purpose of showing that someone had left that room and gone to Walmart, or maybe not left that room, but that someone had come to that room from Walmart. Other than that, was there anything of evidentiary significance about it?
Not that I remember.
Okay. So did you collect it for analysis in some way?
I did not.
You said that there was also photographs of a pizza box somewhere in the room. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I want to show you States 18, and if you can tell me what is shown in States 18. There it is.
This was when you come into the room, looking slightly to the left, the little piece of furniture with the pastel colors with the drawers that was at the foot of the bed, and in the right-hand side of the photograph is the foot of the bed, and there's a Pizza Hut box on top of the bed.
And then did you take another picture at some point of the box itself?
Yes, sir, I did.
Is that what's shown in States 19?
Yes, sir.
And was there any reason to collect the item?
No, sir.
Simply want to document that it was there.
Correct.
Was there any item at the scene, in the dumpsters, at the hospital, any other location that you attended? Was there any item that, in your judgment, was an item of evidentiary significance that you simply ignored or did not collect?
No, sir.
Nothing further of this witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination?
We're supposed to go on.
Yes, sir. Recess, so everybody can get comfortable. If use the restroom if you need to, and we'll come right back in at 2 o'clock. All right.
Just put them back in the dumpster, put them back in the bags and back in the dumpster.
So you dumped them out on the ground, took pictures of them, and then put them back in the bags and
And put it back in the
put them
dumpster.
back in the
Yes,
dumpster. Okay. So did you ever take possession of them in the sense of bagging and tagging them and quote, taking them into evidence?
No, no, sir.
And when you made the decision that the dirty diaper did not have evidentiary value because there was no apparent blood or anything else to it, when you made that decision, were you anticipating that someday someone might make a motion to test the item which you never collected?
No, if I thought that there was any reason to ever test it, I would have collected it.
You would have collected it. Even if you didn't think that necessarily that we needed to test it, if you thought that it might be worthy of testing, would you collect it?
Right. I mean, contrary to what some believe, I mean, we don't work for the prosecution or the defense. We work to try to figure out what happened. And if I thought that it could answer some questions about the scene, I would have collected it.
Nothing further.
All right, drop it in this. Hey, yes, I'm T. Gamble. I represent Ms. Pogue. How are you today?
Doing well.
And you said you don't work for the prosecution, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified in court 20 times or more as an expert, correct?
Yes.
Tell me how many times you testified as an expert for the defense.
I've been called once or twice, and they never actually have me in court.
So you've never testified on behalf of a criminal defendant in a courtroom, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as the special agent that is here doing the crime scene workup, I guess I would call it, you were called to the scene. Were you given some background information about the case before you got there?
Yes, sir.
You knew it involved a child that was a year and a half old that had some traumatizing injuries, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you've already testified that you actually went to the hospital and took some photographs of the child, correct?
Yes, I did.
And I think you said earlier that it has some slight bruising, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair to state that on the torso of the child, from the neck to down to his hips, in that area, if you were just visually looking at it, you wouldn't see any real injuries, correct?
No, in fact, the two injuries that I noted in my paperwork was there was a small bruise on, I think it was the left cheek, and there was what appeared to be maybe a bruise on, I think it was the right side of the head, but the hair covered it up and it was difficult to see.
So it's fair to state that even the bruising that you saw was in that slight range that you described when you testified on direct, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so just in viewing the child without knowing anything else at that time, it wouldn't necessarily make you determine or think that severe injuries had happened to the child, correct?
I mean, other than the fact that the child was no longer living, and me not being a medical doctor, I was unaware of what could have caused the death. I mean, nothing stood out. Like, obviously, you go to a shooting scene and there's holes in the victim. None of that was there. So, I mean, I didn't know what could have caused the death.
But you have been to scenes where people have been beaten to death, have you not?
Yes.
And you've been able to see noticeable marks on them that will let you know as soon as you looked at that person that, boy, that person had been beaten, correct?
Absolutely.
And you weren't looking at something like that just when you knew the child was not alive, so something had happened.
That's
But
correct.
there was nothing to view to alarm you to that range of just visualizing, was it?
Right. Based on my experience, there was nothing that I could see that stood out that would have obviously caused the death of the child. No.
Now, you went to the dorm room because I assume that the investigators or the rest of the people with the GBI told you they believe that might be where the crime scene was, correct?
Yes, that's where the child came from. So that's.
Did they tell you they believe that was where the incident occurred when the child got harmed?
From my understanding, I mean, when I went, we didn't have any indication of where the child had been harmed, but that was where the child was taken from. So it was my job to go and document the scene as we found it.
And so when you went to that scene as a crime scene specialist, you wanted to collect any evidence that you felt like it had any bearing whatsoever on this case, correct?
Anything that could have told the story of what may have harmed the child.
Yes. So one thing that you'd look for is to see if there was any type of item that might have been used as a weapon to harm the child, correct?
Sure.
And in taking evidence in and photographing, you didn't find anything in that dorm room that you believe would have been used as an instrument to harm the child, did you?
No, and I mean, like in this kind of case, you know, anything can be used as a weapon, but nothing stood out as like a weapon that was used. And that was one of the reasons I looked in the trash bags too, was to see if something was in there that, you know, maybe somebody threw out to get out of the room. Because we see that in criminal cases where somebody will dispose of something. And I didn't see anything in the trash bags, and I didn't see anything in the room, no.
So you didn't see anything like a paddle or a baseball bat or something that would be used to hit somebody, correct?
No, sir.
And in looking through the room, you didn't find any blood evidence anywhere in the whole dorm, did you?
No, sir, I didn't.
And you didn't find any bodily fluid evidence anywhere in the dorm room either, did you?
Just that stuff that was on the carpet that was right outside that looked like it may have been vomit or something. I'm not sure what it was. It was not blood, I know that. But I mean, it could have been vomit, I'm not sure.
And that's the problem you have with that is that was not tested, correct?
Correct.
So there's no way for you to say with any certainty what the substance was on that mat, correct?
That's correct.
And so that's just pure speculation of whatever it might be, right?
Right. I have test kits for like blood, and I can test it to see if it is blood, but there's no test kit for vomit.
Well, there's certainly test kits that do exist, or tests that do exist that could determine whether or not that was a fluid from a human being if it was done correctly, correct?
You'd have to specify the fluid from the human being.
Well, if you tested that substance that was on that carpet and you asked someone, a lab, to test it for DNA, could they do that?
Probably not.
You do not think it could be tested for DNA?
You can test it. but you don't get a result from stomach contents. You don't get a DNA result from stomach contents. That's why you also don't get it from feces. So if we send feces to the lab for DNA, they send it back to us because it's typically not in the feces.
Well, you stated you didn't take it in to test for whatever reason. You don't know for sure what the substance is, but we do know one thing. The rug that you looked at was left there in the dorm when you got through, was it not?
Yes, sir.
And you were asking questions about the chair and whether or not you took it into evidence and did you take it in and test it or anything, and you said no, correct?
Correct.
But at the same time, that chair was still left at the dorm, was it not?
That's correct.
And you were asked about various other items that why didn't you take them in, or you could have taken them in, such as the items of cola that were on the table and those type things. You still just left them there at the dorm, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, the one difference between all of those items and the dirty diapers that you were asked about is that those dirty diapers have now been disposed of and we don't know where they're at, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, these other items, if there was some testing needed to be done or some reason to bring them in the courtroom for all practical reasons, we can still bring them in here and let the jury see them or test them or do whatever it is, correct?
To be fair, I don't know what happened to any of the other items in that dorm room.
Well, obviously, if someone could have thrown them away after you left, correct?
Correct.
But as far as Trinity Pogue, it's her room. If she wanted to preserve those items after you got through, she would have been able to gather them up and take them with her, correct?
Correct.
So if she wanted to bring that pink chair in this courtroom to show its height, she'd be able to do that, wouldn't she?
Yes.
The 40-inch bed, she would be able to bring it in, I guess, if she really wanted to, correct?
Sure.
Or show a picture of her measuring or whatever, right?
Sure.
But at the same time, you have to acknowledge when it comes to these diapers, they're gone, right?
Yes.
I mean, you didn't throw them away physically and burn them, but you left them in a dumpster and then they were picked up and taken off to the trash dump at some point, correct?
That's correct.
They're long gone.
Sure.
And you did know at the time that you looked at these diapers that it sometimes there can be blood in fecal matter, didn't you?
There can be.
I mean, you've testified in some of your investigations. You've done that where there was blood found in a human being from sickness or illness, and that was available, correct?
Yes.
And there are tests to actually check to see if there's blood in fecal matter. A hemoccult test can be done to test for blood in fecal matter, can it?
I'm not aware of it, but I mean, maybe it can.
You don't doubt that there's some test available to do that, do you?
I mean, if I saw something in there that looked like blood, I could have tested it with the test kits that I have in my truck, but I didn't see anything that appeared to be even remotely close to blood.
Well, I'm going to hand you what I've marked first as plain as defendant's exhibit number 1.
Sure.
And I've already given a copy to the district attorney. May I approach? Yes, sir. Hey, yes, that's going to be one of the photographs you took of the diapers that you found within the dumpster.
Yes, sir.
And that's the threesome you talked about, the 3 diapers that you found in one area.
Right. There was these 3 were in one trash bag, and there was a single one in another trash bag.
So those are the 3 that were together, correct?
Yes.
Now those 3 pictures show a diaper that's together you can't tell what the contents are, correct?
Correct.
So that's how you originally found it.
That's correct.
But that is an accurate depiction of what you saw in photograph that day?
Yes, sir.
And is that those diapers the ones that were thrown back into the garbage dumpster and are now gone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd move for defendant's exhibit 1 to be introduced into evidence.
You objection to exhibit 1.
No, sir, I thought it was admitted yesterday, actually.
Well, it was in our hearing, but I don't know if that qualifies.
That's right. It was not,
All right, so
no
it's-
objection.
It's admitted without objection.
You show that, please.
Yes. Yes.
So is that photograph I'm showing you defendant's exhibit 1?
Yes, sir. It is.
See that? It just disappeared on you.
Computers.
It's okay if you don't, if you can't get it. Try to plug in your HDMI.
Do what?
Plug the HDMI cord, plug it back into the setting. Okay. So again, that's the photograph of the 3 diapers that you took in before they were opened up.
Yes, sir.
Now, after you took that photograph, I'm gonna hand you what I've marked as defendant's exhibit number 2. Mr. Lamb, a copy of that. Where you are. Does that depict, are you familiar with that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a photograph you also took?
Yes, sir.
And it depicts the diapers after they've been opened up, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
And I believe you testified 2 of them looked like they had some type of urine in them, correct?
Right.
But the third diaper seems to have dark substance that appears to be fecal matter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree with me that it has a dark brown reddish color to it?
I don't see a reddish color. I see brown.
Would you agree with me that that is a coloration that does not appear to be normal for fecal matter?
No.
You don't find that to be in any way suspect that it possibly could have blood in it?
No.
Now, do you agree with me, though, if you took it in and had it tested, you could positively determine whether or not it had blood in it?
Based on the testing that you recommended, maybe so. Like I said, I'm not familiar with that testing. But when I was there on scene and I saw it, it did not appear to have any blood in it. Now,
Your duties as a crime specialist, I believe one thing you said you took 1 week of crime scene preservation, correct? You had 12 weeks as an agent, 1 week was crime scene.
Well, yes, during agent school, there is 1 week of basic crime scene preservation. Yes, sir.
And I don't mean that's the only amount of crime scene preservation
Okay.
training you had, but I just mean that's one of the things you got, right?
That's correct.
And the purpose of crime scene preservation, as we've stated before, is to save anything that might have relevance to the case, correct?
That's correct.
And in doing that, would the axiom be correct that if it's in doubt, go ahead and save it each time?
Yes.
So you want to err on the side of caution, correct?
Yes.
But in this case, when you've got a dirty diaper that does have a bodily fluid in it, we know, that could possibly be tested by your own admission, you did not seem to think it was important enough to preserve it, correct?
Well, the testing was by your admission because I was unaware of that. But based on what I saw, I didn't see any blood in the diaper. And I had a test kit on me where I could test for blood, but I didn't see any blood in the diaper.
Now,
Or I didn't see anything that appeared to be blood in the diaper that I could test.
you were aware that this case involved a child that had suffered injuries, correct?
Yes.
Had they told you he had suffered internal injuries?
I'm sorry?
Had they told you he had suffered internal injuries?
They didn't, but I mean, based on not seeing anything on the outside, I assumed that it must be internal.
And in your training and your expertise in dealing with violent crimes over the years that you've been doing so, you're aware that sometime when someone has internal injuries, they begin to bleed throughout the digestive system and it comes out the other end, correct?
It's possible.
And knowing that that's possible, you would certainly be aware that if a child has received injuries that are internal, there's some possibility that that child could be passing blood throughout the body, correct?
I guess it's possible.
And with knowing that it's possible, wouldn't it make sense for you to take that diaper in and to be cautious and not to err, to make sure that that evidence was available to be tested?
I stand by what I did. I did not see any reason to collect it at the time. If I knew this was going to be a question now, just like I would do with anybody else, I've collected things just because somebody thought that it may be important and it gets collected and nothing is ever done with it. But that was not important at the time and it was not collected.
And one thing's for sure, there's no way for us to test it now, is there?
That's correct.
Now, in your testing, I already asked you about finding blood or bodily fluids and that type of thing. Did you find any other type evidence there at the scene that would help you in any way to identify where any injury could have occurred to a child?
No, I didn't.
So in all the testing, you came up 0 for all of that, correct?
Right.
Now, did you look on the walls of the dorm to see if it appeared someone had been
Damaged any of the walls or anything. I mean, if somebody had touched a wall, I mean, I guess somebody could have touched it, but there was no signs of a struggle or anything like broken drywall or anything like that in the dorm room. No.
and no fluids or anything on the wall to cast suspicion?
No, sir.
And so from an evidentiary standpoint, nothing was collected that was really of any use to determine what happened, correct?
That's correct. This was more of as far as what I was doing within the crime scene was a documentation type case where you go and photograph everything there, hoping that photographs may tell you something later with somebody's story. There's just not a whole lot there that really looks out of place. It looks like a college student's dorm room.
And you knew that when you got there that the room had been secured, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as far as your knowledge was that from the time that that Trinity Pogue had left that room to go to the hospital, from that moment on, she had not been back to the room, correct?
I was unaware of that. I know campus security is the one that let me in the room. So what happened between when I got there and when she left, I assume they kept it locked. There was crime scene tape there, but
You saw nothing that would raise your suspicion that the room had been tampered with, did you?
no, sir.
Now, the allegations were that this was a violent injury to the child. Are you aware of that?
I mean, it would have to be a violent injury to cause the death.
Now, in a violent injury like that, normally would consist of some blood evidence occurring somewhere, would it not?
Not necessarily.
But it could, correct?
It could.
And you didn't find any blood evidence in that dorm room, correct?
That's correct.
Now, there are ways to sometimes try to check to see if there's blood in a room when you can't see it with your naked eye, aren't there?
There are some different techniques, yes, sir.
It's one of those techniques you can put out luminol.
Yes, sir.
And luminol is a substance that you put out will glow when it's put under a certain light to let you know it's blood.
No, that's not how it
That's
works.
right.
But
Tell me how it works.
you have to get the room very dark. You mix up your luminol, you spray it in the room, and the blood and several other substances will actually luminesce. So you'll see them. The best way to describe it is if you've ever had a glow stick and you break open the glow stick, the stuff that's glowing on the inside, that's what it looks like. So it would look like that glowing inside the room.
So if you saw those glows, it might not positively tell you it was blood, but it would be a possibility it was blood when it's glowing, right?
Correct.
And I know I've seen, and I know with you as a crime technician, you've seen sometimes there may have been someone killed where a body was here, but the body's gone. Nobody knows where the body's at, but you go search the person's house, put luminol down all over the house, and lo and behold, you can almost see the figure of the body where the blood was, correct?
You can see a blood stain. If typically we use luminol or blue star is a very similar chemical. We use those two if there's suspicion that the blood's been cleaned up. Because if the blood is there and it hasn't been cleaned up, then you can just see it on the surface. But if somebody makes an attempt to clean it up, a lot of times the luminol is more sensitive and you can see where blood had been.
I mean, that's how good it is. Even when it's tried to be cleaned up with some type of cleaner, it's still luminol will still point to you saying blood was there, correct?
Yeah, the only downside to using luminol is it's so sensitive. Like I said, it also reacts with other stuff. It works with a lot of cleaning materials and other fluids as well.
And you didn't use any luminol in this room to try to see if you could find any blood anywhere, did you?
No, sir.
That's something you could have done if you wanted to, though, right?
Could have.
Now, when you searched the room, did you find in the room somewhere, I believe you found a bottle of liquor, did you not?
I did.
You took a photograph of that liquor as well, did you not?
Yes, sir.
You got a picture of that? I'm going to hand you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit 3 and ask you, are you familiar with that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And is that the photograph you took of a liquor bottle that you found in the dorm room there?
Yes, sir.
And you just took a picture and preserved it from the photograph, correct?
That's correct.
Left the bottle there?
Yes, sir.
Does the bottle appear to be full or empty, or what type of fullness does it have?
It had been opened. There's still some in the bottom, but a lot of it is missing.
And you didn't make a determination, weren't responsible as the person that would go investigate to try to determine whose bottle of liquor it was or anything like that, did you?
No, I mean, it was in her room. So, I mean, you could place it as belonging to her. But in fact, I want to say I told campus security that it was there if they wanted to do something with it, because my understanding, not supposed to have it on campus. But it didn't mean anything to me and what had happened to the child.
I would move to introduce Defendant's Exhibit 3, Your Honor.
You do.
No, sir. No objection.
All right, submitted without objection. Did you tender it to?
I don't know, but I would move to tender Exhibit 2 if I did not, Your Honor.
They're both submitted without objection.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
When you observed the body of J.D. Angeles at the hospital, I think I already asked you this, did you notice any external bleeding?
No, sir.
Now, if you looked at a deceased person's body, and there's a big gaping stab wound, or their throat's been cut, and you see something like that on the person's body, would it be more important to you in a circumstance like that and say, well, wait a minute, we got to figure out where this happened, because there would be blood there, right?
Right. If I'd seen blood to begin with, then I may have been looking for blood, like in the dorm room. But yeah, I didn't see any blood on the body.
And you don't see any blood on the body. I mean, that's not necessarily going to alert you that there may be blood in this room, is it? Is it?
I'm sorry.
I said, if you don't see blood on the body, then there wouldn't be anything to alert you that there might be blood in the room, would there?
Right. And I mean, I still look for it, but as far as like going back and looking for possibly cleaned up blood with luminol or any other chemicals, it wasn't something that I did because I had no indication that blood was a factor.
If you observe anything that appears to you to be a blood stain, whether it's new or old or anything else, if you see something at a crime scene that appears to be a blood stain, what do?
I would document it and typically collect a sample of it so that I could see who it came from.
Are there some crime scenes where people die that just look like a normal room?
Yes.
Are there some crime scenes where people die that you can't find evidence of how they died in the room itself?
Yes.
Your observation of the child's bruises and so forth, would you substitute your judgment about the extent and significance of the bruising for that of physicians who treated or examined the child?
No, in fact, I mean, my purpose for photographing the victim is to photograph it, showing the condition that it was in when I got there. When the victim is placed in a bag and goes to autopsy, and it may be the following day or even 2 days later, the condition may be slightly different, at least on the outside. And so I want to photograph that while the victim is there. It's the medical examiner's job to find out as far as internal injuries or what may have caused the death. What I saw that looked like a bruise on the victim's head underneath the hair, I don't have a way of investigating to see what that is. I just document the condition that I found it. They would do an autopsy and determine if that bruise could have caused the death or if there's something else going on.
If Trinity Pogue is in fact under the age of 21, then it'd be illegal for her to possess alcohol, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And that being a crime, why wouldn't you take this bottle and send it off for fingerprints to determine if she had ever held it?
Because I was working a death investigation and not an underage drinking case.
No further questions, John.
Can you recross?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
Yes, I'm going to just 1 second to kind of move some stuff around here. But my next witness, Your Honor, is the father of the child, and I expect it's going to be somewhat. Well, I mean, I'm short.
But I'm going to let the deputy go ahead and.
It's going to be lengthy, and I mean, I just need just a moment to move these exhibits off from here and get the next set ready. Yeah, so.
So Julian Williams.
Yeah, the state called Julian Williams next.
Sir, if you come to the witness stand and place Mr. Lamb before you step up and receive the oath, please.
You just pause right there and raise your right hand, please. You swear that the evidence you give this case to be the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Have a seat.
This the father of the baby, y'all. Hey everybody, I'm here. I'm watching y'all in the chat. This is the baby's daddy, y'all.
What is your name?
Julian Williams.
And how do you spell Julian?
Julin.
I-N or I?
Julian.
I-A-N. So sort of the normal spelling, or the
Yes.
conventional spelling, right? Gotcha. Okay. Where do you live, Mr. Williams?
Colquitt.
And how long have you lived in Colquitt, Georgia?
My whole life.
Who do you live with in Colquitt, Georgia?
I live with my sister,
And what's her name?
Ashanti Burr.
How did it come to be that you and your sister were sharing a house there in Colquitt, Georgia?
It's my mom's house. My mom got sick with cancer, and she couldn't be around my son, so we bought another house, and she stayed probably 10 minutes down the road.
Okay, so was your mom living there with you and your sister before she got sick?
Yes.
And after your son passed away, why would your mom not move back to your house?
She was already sick, and she wanted to stay in Damascus.
So she was living in Damascus?
Yes.
Has she since passed away?
Yes, October 14, 2024.
So you lost your son in January of 24, and then your mother in October.
Yes, 9 months apart, exact date.
How old is Ashanti Burr?
She's 23.
And how old are you?
25.
What's your birthday?
July 10, 2000.
Where do you work?
Stewart Machine in Bainbridge, Georgia.
Steward Machine?
Yes.
That's the STEWARD?
Yes.
Okay. What is Steward Machine? What kind of business is that?
It's welding business and paint business. We it's taking like for the state federal job. We build bridges and dams.
And how do you build bridges and dams in Bainbridge, Georgia, to put somewhere else?
The bridges we tear down and put them on. They go out by semi-load, and for the dams we ship them out on the water.
There's a river that runs through there,
Yes.
right? And
That's correct.
it's navigable. I mean, they
Yes, that's
can send stuff down to the port, and I guess probably all the way to Savannah, can't they,
Yes.
or to Florida?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So, what is your job at Steward Machine?
I'm a painter.
Okay. How long have you worked there?
Maybe 2.5 years.
When you and your mother and your sister were living together in Colquitt, who, if anyone, was the primary wage earner?
Me and my mother before she got sick.
And now that it's you and your
For those that's just joining, if y'all got any questions, put them in the chat. I'm watching the chat. Hey everybody again. This the daddy, y'all. I think we're gonna end it after his, but I think his testimony is like it's long, I think. I think it's kind of long. So after his, we're gonna end it until tomorrow. Depending on the time.
sister living there, who is the primary wage earner in that household?
Me.
What's your sister do?
Oh, she's in college right now.
Who is Romeo Angeles?
It's my son.
When was he born?
June 25th, 2022.
And who's his mother?
Shayla Alondra Angeles Garnica.
Did you know that Shayla was pregnant with your child before the baby was born?
Yes.
And were you in contact with her? Were you
Yes.
sort of kept in the loop, as it were?
Yes.
When you found out that the baby had been born, let me ask you this: where was she when the baby was born?
She was in Tallahassee.
When you found out that the baby had been born, what did you do?
I was staying in Dothan at the time. I left Dothan and went to Tallahassee.
And when you went to Tallahassee, what did that involve? I mean, you're going to see your baby's just been born. I mean, what did you do? Who did you see? What did you do?
I went to see her, see him, and she said she hadn't named him yet, so we came up with a name.
Okay, so y'all talked about that together,
Yes.
a name?
Yes.
Okay, and what did y'all settle on as far as the name goes?
Jackson Drew Angeles.
Okay, Jackson Drew, like Jackson.
Jackson.
Jackson, like
Yes.
Jaxton.
Yes.
Okay, And Drew spelled how?
DRU.
DRU?
Yes.
Okay. And did you believe that that Jackson Drew was going to be the baby's name?
Yes.
Did you find out at some point that wasn't his legal name?
After he was deceased.
Did you ever have a copy of his birth certificate?
No, nor social security card.
Who had those things?
His mother.
Did you ask for them?
Yes, several times.
Did you have any way of getting them without going through her?
No, because my mom looked it up in the system. She couldn't find Jackson Drew, so couldn't find it.
And who did the baby live with? Y'all called him JD, right?
Right.
That was the name that what he actually was called,
Yes.
right? Who did JD live with after he was born?
With his mom for like maybe 2-3 months. But in between that, I get him every week.
Okay, so he lived with his mother, but you got him every
Week
week,
or
every
two.
other week?
Every other week.
Every other week, okay. Was there a time when the custody arrangement changed in some way?
Yes, when she said she was going to Mexico.
Now, why would she have been going to Mexico? Do you know?
It was for she got another kid. Her kids all in Mexico, and the birthday I think is in November, and she was leaving and said she would come back like January. And she asked could she take them, but I said no, I'll keep them till you got back.
So is she Mexican?
Yes.
Okay, and so she was going to go to Mexico, and that was when, if you remember.
Late October, early November.
Okay, October or November of 2022. Okay, so JD would have been 4 or 5 months old, 4 months old.
Yes.
And then when she told you she was going to Mexico, and you told her that you didn't want her to take your son to Mexico, what did she do?
She told me I can come get him. So I went to Tallahassee and got him.
After you went and got him in Tallahassee, did you keep him more or less from then and for the rest of his life?
Yes.
Did he see his mother again?
Maybe
Or
3
did
times.
she see him?
Maybe 3 times.
Okay. How was it that she saw him later after you were the primary custodian?
I brought him to him. He had to go to the doctor, and she told me bring him to him.
So you would take him
to Tallahassee to her, and he had a doctor's appointment the next day.
So she at that time was arranging the doctor's appointments for him. And do you know why she would have been the person who was arranging the doctor's appointments?
I don't know. She wouldn't give me none of his medical records because he was down there with me.
So you didn't have his medical records?
No.
If he had been covered by like a state insurance policy, like in Georgia it's called Peach Care. If he'd been covered by an insurance policy in Florida, would that be the reason that she would have been the person who had to make those arrangements and so forth?
Yes, I guess so.
You don't really know.
No, I don't.
But she didn't give you the stuff that you needed to do yourself. And you said you took him down there 3 different times, if you could recall, for him to see her and go to the doctor?
Yes.
Okay, pause. I got a question. First of all, I don't understand how this man has physical custody of that baby. And for one, didn't have his social security card, birth certificate, or none of his nothing. And for 2, which is really behooving to me, how he thought the baby name was one name and the baby name was actually another name. And if you went to the doctors with him and her, how in the hell you didn't know the names didn't match? Y'all get what I'm saying? If anybody can type. Like, I don't understand. I don't. And I get it. Like, he seemed like a cool, chill dude or whatever. For those that don't know, the mom is Mexican, okay? But I just don't understand how. And for those that don't know the little the history because I played it at the beginning of the live. When that baby was born, when the baby was born, the mama was actually married to another guy. She was married, all right, and I don't know if they slept around. I don't know if her and her husband was separated. I don't know what the deal is with that, but I do know because it was an issue at the beginning of the what you call it. But anywho, this is the thing. I don't understand how this man had physical custody of his baby, did not have his birth certificate, never seen the birth certificate, which is another reason why he didn't know what the woman actually named the baby. Didn't have his social security card, none of that, but he had physical custody taking care of him. And then, like when they went to the doctor, what was the doctor's office is gonna call him what's on his birth certificate, right? So how is that possible? He ain't asked no question because I'm sure that's just weird to me, y'all. All right, let's listen. Ooh.
Do you know when the last time was that happened, or do you remember when the last time was that he saw a doctor in Tallahassee?
I know. I say it was like 9 months. Now I think a year old. I think she came and got him right after he turned 1.
Okay. So when he was a year old, that was, as far as you know, that was his last regular doctor's appointment.
Oh, wait a minute. So it sounds like maybe he took the baby to her and she took the baby to the doctor. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know.
Who, if you were working, who was taking care of JD at your house in Colquitt?
My sister.
And I guess, for lack of a better way of phrasing it, was she the sort of the primary caregiver for the child at that point?
Yes, because I worked all the time.
Did you know Trinity Pope?
Yes.
Was there a point in time that you became involved in a relationship with Trinity Pope?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me sort of when that started, when and how that was initiated.
It was an on and off thing prior, but then we officially made it, started dating in June of 23.
June of 2023?
Yes.
And in June of 2023, you would have been, 22 years old?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know how old she was?
18.
I'm sorry, that girl.
Were you each aware of the other's age?
Yes.
Maybe it's prison. Maybe it's going to jail. Maybe it's this case, but that girl look way beyond. That girl ain't but got to be about 21 now. 21, 22. She look well beyond her years. What? I'm sorry, y'all. Did I say that out loud? Yeah, she look older than 21, 22. Maybe by the time she 40, she.
After you started dating Trinity Pogue, from June forward, what was the state of your relationship? Generally, what was generally the state of your relationship?
We had our ups and downs.
Do you recall how long you had been dating before you actually introduced her to your son, JD?
It was like way before we started dating. I introduced him like before we even started dating.
So before she ever started dating you, she knew that you had a son.
Yes, correct.
Had she met him? Had
Yes.
you seen him?
Yes.
But that was
After
this-
you started dating,
that's another thing that I didn't understand, right? Because it was said that, you know, she had a whole issue with this baby. What I couldn't understand, or I can't understand it, but it's done all the time. He had this baby. He had custody of this baby before they even started dating. You know what I'm saying? He already had this baby. She knew he had a baby, blase soir. So apparently after they started dating, or probably before they, well, after they started dating, the baby became an issue. Like the way, who was that testified? Somebody testified in the beginning. It sounded like she actually hated the baby, y'all. Like, I guess because the baby was getting all his time or whatever. But my thing is, if you get with a man, or even man get with a woman, and you already know they got a child, and you don't really want to be bothered like that, you had to become stepmom at a young age. Because he was young, she was young, he was young. So you had to become, and you knew the man worked a lot, right? You knew he worked a lot or whatever. And so y'all get together, and then automatically you got an issue with the baby. You should have never got in that relationship, period. But hey, young folks do dumb shit.
were there occasions when she was in the presence of your son, or your son was in her presence?
Yes.
Okay. What were the circumstances under which she and your son would be in the same place, same time?
Like usually when I'm with him, when she was in college, I come see her and stuff with him sometimes.
Okay. So you came to Americas to see her?
Yes.
And sometimes he came with you?
Yes.
When he came with you to Americas, who was responsible for taking care of him? I mean, for changing his clothes, changing his diapers, getting him dressed, giving him baths, feeding him, those sorts of things.
Either or, either one of us either do it.
So she sometimes participated in that, or helped in that?
Yes.
But was she expected, or did she have to?
No, she didn't have
do
to.
that all the time?
No.
Did she have to do it at all?
Not at all.
From your observations of her with JD, what was your impression of her relationship, or her view of her relationship with JD?
It seemed pretty good. Like she was always like happy around him and stuff. So I thought it was pretty stable, decent.
Had she at any point ever specifically told you that she, how she, quote, really felt about your son?
She said it maybe once or twice. Like she don't know if she couldn't be with somebody that with a son. Then maybe 2-3 hours later, she's fine and like, I'm sorry.
So there were times that she expressed some reservations, like that you didn't know. You said that she would send messages, or she would say something like a couple of times that she didn't know she could be with somebody who had a kid by somebody else,
yes,
right?
And she also say like she would treat him like that's her own.
And so besides those times when she expressed to you some reservations like that, did you ever observe anything about her behavior, her conduct, her attitude towards JD when you saw them together?
One time it was like a little incident. I addressed it. It was fine since then.
Okay. What was that?
It was November, in November, right before. She, I think I went to work. I left with her for the first time. I went to work, and she texted me, and my sister said she was cleaning up or whatever, and JD ran up behind her, and she didn't see him and accidentally hit him with the drawer.
Okay. So in November of 2023?
Yes.
She said that she
Wait a minute. Accidents happen, accidents happen, especially with toddlers, you know what I mean? Toddlers, children, period. But for anybody that can type in the chat, Hey, Miss Tia, girl. I'm gonna Miss B. I don't know where I get Miss Tia from. Hey, Miss B. Um, how many things she may have been abusing this baby before she actually unalived? For those that's been listening, I don't know. She hit. He walked into. So he walked into the drawers. I don't know. Cause there's just a up and up one day, unalive the baby. I think it may have been some incidences before that because she's an angry looking bitch. I'm sorry. She got that whole she got that whole I don't know, y'all. I don't know. But okay. You do me be. I'm sorry, I do too.
How was it that I'm sorry, let me back up, sorry, scratch that. I'm gonna start up. What did you say a moment ago that led to her being in charge of him at that time? Where were y'all? What led up to that?
I had to work that day, and she was like, "I keep him or whatever."
So were you here in America?
Yes, I was in America.
And the baby was with you?
Yes.
And so why would she keep the child for you to go to work as opposed to you just taking the child back home to Colquitt and leaving him with your sister or whatever, as you might have on a normal work day?
She told me to leave him and just come back up.
So basically, she was going to keep him so that you could work and come back there the next day or whatever. That night,
yes,
or that evening. So you said that she sent you and your sister a message saying that what about the baby?
It was like a little bruise on his eye because supposedly she was cleaning up and opened the drawer and he ran up behind her and in the drawer hit him.
Okay. And she said that caused a bruise over his eye.
Yes.
When you came and picked up, or back up, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself. When you left work that day, what did you do?
I came back and got him.
Okay. Did you end up staying in Americas?
I think I went home.
Did you see any other injuries on the child at that time?
At that time, I just seen the little bruise above his eye.
I mean, how closely did you look? I mean, did you
I observed it and I looked. It was like I touched it and it didn't bother him or nothing.
Did you accept her explanation as to what had happened?
Yeah, she was like, I confronted her about it. Then she got all mad. Well, not mad. She got started crying and stuff like she was sorry and she would never hurt him and stuff.
Do you recall any other time that, but not the last time, but other than November, do you recall any other time that the child was hurt or injured while she was keeping him?
No, sir.
Did you ever see her do anything, in your presence?
No.
Did she ever do anything that you thought was violent or
No.
whatever?
Like maybe raise her voice, like if you get into something, but that's about it. She didn't do anything else in my presence.
What about you, Mr. Williams? Did you beat your youngin?
No, sir.
Did you ever hit him?
No, sir. Like a little pop, and that's about it.
Okay, when you say like a little pop, tell me what you're talking about.
On
What
his
do you mean
hand,
by that?
like tell him no, like that. It's on his hand.
Okay. How many times do you reckon you popped his hand?
Not maybe a handful of times.
Was that something that happened every day?
No.
Was it every week?
No.
Did you ever do anything to the child that caused your child to be injured in any way?
No, sir.
in January of 2024, did you come to Americas with to see Trinity Pope?
Yes.
Let's talk about the week of, this would have been, like Monday would have been, say, January 8th, if my internal calendar is right. So like the week of January 8th.
Okay.
Tell me what happened that week in terms of you seeing her at here, there, or wherever you were.
I came up, I think, on a Wednesday or Thursday. I came and we ate, and that was it for the day. Then the next day, I left. Then I came back the same day.
Okay. Did you stay with her when you came up, whatever day that was, Wednesday
Yes.
or Thursday?
I think, yeah, Wednesday I stayed with her.
Okay. What was going on between y'all during that time frame, that week?
We argued the night I bought a hotel. I think it was on that Thursday.
So Thursday night you paid for a hotel,
Right.
In Americas?
Mhm.
Where'd you get a hotel room in
I
Americas?
think it was at the Hampton.
Hampton Inn?
Uh-huh.
What did y'all do when you got back here from work? Were you working that week?
I think so.
Okay. So when you got back to Americas from work, what did y'all do on that Thursday when you were saying when you had a room at Hampton Inn?
I think we went to eat. Then she came to the hotel. Then we got in an argument. Then she left. Then in the process of her leaving, she got back up to the dorms and stuff. And she texted me and said she wrecked. So I leave and I come and she didn't wreck. I guess it was just to get my attention or something.
Okay. So she left the hotel, went to the dorm, and she told you that she'd had a wreck.
Correct.
And what did you do?
I left and went to find her.
And you said that she had not had a wreck.
Correct.
So what happened from there on Thursday?
From there, she went back in the dorms, got her stuff, and she came with me.
So she ended up going back to the hotel with you?
Correct.
All right. So then Friday, what happened on Friday? What'd you do on Friday in relation to you and her, in relation to each other? What'd y'all do?
I think we got up. I think we had a long conversation or whatever. Then said we'll fix things. We went and ate Zaxby's. Then I think I went home.
So you went home on Friday?
Yes.
Did you end up coming back to Americas that week?
Yes, Saturday.
Okay. What prompted you to come back to Americas on Saturday?
Saturday, she texted me, said, let's go eat. I said, where you want to eat at? I can meet you halfway. She was like, let's meet in Albany at Chipotle. I said, okay, cool. Let me go get dressed. She's like, bring JD. So I said, okay. I said, you sure? She's like, yeah, bring JD.
So she suggested that y'all get something to eat.
Correct.
And then you told her that you had JD.
Yes.
And her response was
Bring
just to
JD.
bring him?
Yeah.
Okay, so you were going to go meet her in Albany at Chipotle.
Correct.
And what happened when you got to Albany?
I met at Chipotle. We walked in and they was playing. I had them in my hands and they was playing or whatever. Then she got them. Then Chipotle didn't have nothing like on the menu or whatever. So we went to walk out and they was in front of me. So I hold the door for them and another couple walking in. So I had the door and JD didn't see me. So he made a whine and I was like, he couldn't see me. So he started crying. I got him. She got a little attitude and got in her car. Then she said, we're going to Sephora, the makeup store. Then I followed her to the makeup store. Then went in the makeup store and she got what she wanted. Then when we got out the makeup store, she was like, let's get him something to eat. I said, okay, cool. Then I put his, she told me to put him in her car. So I got him out of my car.
Why did she tell you to put him in her car?
She wanted him.
She wanted what?
Wanted him to ride with her.
Why? Did she give you any explanation? Did she say anything about it?
No.
Were you drunk?
No.
Had you been drinking?
No, I poured a cup. So I put him in her car.
Okay, so had you been drinking when he was in the car with you?
No.
So then she said that he could ride with her.
Correct.
And y'all went from the makeup store
to McDonald's.
What'd you do at McDonald's?
I parked to the side and they ordered food and got it. And after we left there, we went to Kangaroo to get gas. I filled up our car, put gas in my car, and I went to Americas.
Did you order food for JD at McDonald's?
Yes, she did.
Did he eat?
She said he ate a couple fries. That's about it. But he ate before I picked him up from my sister at my house.
All right. So you got food, or she got food there for him. Did y'all not sit down at McDonald's and eat? Or?
No, it was already late, so we were trying to get back to America's.
Okay. So he was in her car,
Right.
and she was giving him food in the car.
Right.
And she said he ate a couple of fries, and that was about it.
Right. Then he was asleep when we got there.
He was asleep.
Yeah,
He fell asleep.
Yeah, when we got to America's.
So you got to America's Saturday night.
Right.
Do you know what time approximately?
It's like maybe 10:30, maybe between 9 and 10. I say 10:30 at the latest.
If the video from the dorm shows y'all walking into the dorm at 10:06 on Friday night, I mean on Saturday night, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No.
Does that sound right? Or-
Yeah, approximately yes.
Okay. So you get to the dorm and you go in and what happens when you get inside?
I take a shower. Then I blow the air mattress up. Then
And where's the air mattress? Where's the air mattress come
at the
from?
foot of our bed.
Okay. All right. So you blow up the air mattress and you put it where?
At the foot of our bed.
And what were y'all sleeping arrangements?
Usually like one of us sleep on the air mattress with him, and the other one sleep in the bed because the bed was too tall for him. So we never really put him on the bed unless we was both in there in the bed.
So that night, who was laying on the air mattress with him?
Trinity.
What did you do after you laid down on the bed?
I was watching TV. Then I eventually fell asleep.
Do you know if JD was asleep or awake when you fell asleep?
He was asleep when I woke up. I think I woke up again like 2, and they was asleep. And because I looked at my phone, she was doing his hair like 1 something, and they was asleep so I went back to sleep.
Okay. So you went to sleep and then you woke up.
Yeah, about 2 in the morning.
You said at like 2?
Yes.
And she was asleep?
Yeah, they were both asleep on that mattress.
How long did he sleep into the next morning?
It's probably like 9:30, 9:45.
So sometime after 9?
Yes.
When he woke up Sunday morning, what was his condition? What was his demeanor, his behavior?
It was fine. Like about 9, Trinity heard me on my phone. She got in the bed with me. She was still sleeping. Then when he go reaching for somebody, he'll make a noise trying to feel for you. And then I went down there to get him and put him between us, and he was fine. Then I laid him on my chest, and he was fine. Then they're like, "What y'all want to eat?" Then she's like, "Pizza." So I ordered pizza. Took a shower. I think me and her took a shower. We took a shower. Then
Okay, I want you to stop right there. I'm gonna come back to that point right there in just a second. Okay, but I want to clarify a couple of things. Okay, so you said that she woke up and she got into bed with you.
Yes.
And JD was still asleep on the air mattress.
Yes.
Okay, so then you said that you heard him. What happened that caused you to pick him up?
He make a noise before he start crying. He feeling because usually he like sleep right up on you, so he feeling for somebody. Then, so that's why I went down and got him.
Okay, so you picked him up. You said you went down there and got him. Was it you or was it her that picked him up?
It was one of us. I think it was probably her. I want to say.
Okay, so she got him, and this is at 9 o'clock or 9:30 the next morning.
Yes.
Sunday morning.
Yes.
And you got him and put him in the bed with you.
Yes, between us.
Or between you. Now at that point, were any of you asleep?
No.
So you were awake, she was awake, the baby was awake.
Right.
Okay. And so when he's laying there in between y'all, what did you say you did next?
I put him on my chest.
And then at some point y'all started talking about getting something to eat.
Correct.
So that's where we were a minute ago. You were telling this, or you said, and then they wanted to get something to eat. So what happened from there?
We took a shower, got him dressed, and I sat him in a chair before I got ready to leave. She gave him some Mountain Dew and like a Frito, like the barbecue twister chips.
Okay.
And he was sitting there eating them or whatever. And I left, and when I left, I took the trash out because what she had in there.
Okay, so you said that when she's there, after the shower, that you sat in a chair. What chair did you sit in?
It's pink. It's like a pink.
Okay, the chair that's like right there next to the bed?
Correct.
Okay. And somebody gave him some Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
And what? Gave him Mountain Dew and what?
Frito chip, barbecue kind.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I was trying to flip with one hand and I could have just a second.
Okay.
What kind of chips were this?
Frito twisted barbecue.
Frito twisters?
Yes, barbecue.
Okay. I'll show you what's been admitted states at 11. Can you see what you're talking about in there?
Yes,
in that picture?
and the Mountain Dew.
Okay. The state's 10. What's this blue cup right there?
Pacific Cup. That's what the Mountain Dew was in.
Okay, there was Mountain Dew in that.
Correct.
When y'all got in the shower, okay, so you said y'all were getting in the shower.
Mm-hmm.
And is that when somebody put him in the chair? You put him in the chair?
Yes.
Okay, so you put him in the chair when you were getting in the shower.
Yes.
And is that when he got the drink and the chips?
Yes.
Okay, and where was he when you got out of the shower?
We're still in the chair watching the show.
Was he awake?
Yes.
Did he appear to be normal? I mean, was he in the same condition he was in before?
Yes.
Did y'all get out of the shower at the same time, or?
I think I got out right before her.
When you got out of the shower, what did you do?
I put my clothes on.
Did you do anything in connection with JD or?
He was
with
still
JD?
sitting there, and I told him bye when she got out the shower.
And so when she got out of the shower, you told him bye.
Yeah, I said I'd be back. And he waved.
Okay, where were you going?
I went to Walmart, get her some stuff for what she asked me for college, and I went to Pizza Hut.
Now, let me ask you, did you, do you remember providing a video of you in the car with JD when you were coming up from Colquitt?
Yes.
You remember giving that to the GBI?
Yes.
Okay. And who was in the car when you took that video?
Just me and JD.
And what day was that?
That was Saturday.
That Saturday. And what's my next number? I'm going to tender at this time, State's Exhibit 20, and I will represent the court. It is the video that Mr. Williams provided to the GBI in connection with one of his interviews. And I extracted it from the report and downloaded it onto a separate USB drive for the purpose of presenting it in evidence. And so I will represent that that's what is back on this thumb drive, and I will tender it 20 at this time.
Do you have any objection to 20? I assume you've received it.
I do not provide it. Indeed, that is what is on it, and I believe that it is, Your Honor, but I haven't really seen it. But I know it's a tailored down from the total, but if it is what he represents, which I believe it is, I do not.
Okay.
Well, if it turns out to be something other than I just said, then I will withdraw the request to put it in evidence. So, yes. So at this time, Your Honor, I ask permission to publish 20 to.
All right, it's provisionally admitted, so you can publish it.
Big like two, baby. Let me stop there. Is this the video? Is this what I told the judge it was?
Yes, sir.
The video that you provided was you were in the car.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You and the child, right? Okay. So at this point, Your Honor, having confirmed that it is what I represented, then I will play. It's not long, but I'll play the rest of it. Big like your baby too. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Big like. I have audio, no video up there. There it is. Let's try again. Yeah, big like two, baby. Yeah, big like your baby too. Yeah. Were you? Yeah, big like two. Were you on the phone or something? You're talking while you're showing this video of the child in the back seat.
Right.
Who were you? Who were you talking? What were you doing?
I saw one of my friends.
Okay. Was it via? You know how you sent it?
Snapchat.
Snapchat. Okay. And at that time, to your knowledge, did the child have any injury or have any wounds, any injuries, anything wrong with him?
No, sir.
Okay. So y'all got on up to y'all got here to Americas. Went through the whole thing at the we're up to the point where you've gotten out of the shower and you're going to go get some food. Before that, okay, when you were there in the bed with JD and with Ms. Pose, did what number was that? Did she show you some videos of some sort?
Yes.
Okay, what were those videos of that she showed you?
She was playing with his hand. It was in her roommate's room, and she was playing with redoing his hair.
Okay, so that was in. You said that was in her roommate's room.
Correct.
Okay, where was her roommate?
At work.
And were you aware that she'd gone into the roommate's room at any point?
Yes.
Okay, so why was she in the roommate's room?
Because I was going to sleep. And she said she had him and she was going to go play with him.
So she wasn't going in there to put him to sleep. She was going in there.
Just spend time together.
So they could be up while you were going to sleep.
Correct.
Okay. And when I met with you the other day, I showed you some videos and asked you if those were the ones that she had shown you. Is that right?
Correct.
Were they?
Yes.
And Your Honor, what I'll do is I'll state to the court that those videos were extracted from Ms. Pogue's phone, and they were downloaded. Of course, they've all been served. I mean, everybody's seen these way ahead of now. But again, for the purpose of presenting them in evidence, I moved them onto a separate USB drive, which I'm tendering as State's Exhibit 21. And again, I will make the representation that they are complete and accurate
All right.
copies of what was given.
Do you have any objection to 21?
No objection with the same caveat concerning the changing in the.
Well, what I'll do is I'll admit 21 and 20. If for some reason that changes, you alert the court.
Well, we got the 20. I do not have objection to it. It's fine.
Now that it's been played.
Okay, as I said, 20 actually has been admitted, right?
It has, but I said provisionally because it was subject to him saying that, that he agreed that was a copy of the video you identified. But what we'll do is we'll admit it, and it'll be up, if either of you do this, it'll be up to the other to let me know if it was not as represented.
Okay. So at this time, then, I'm going to publish the 3 videos that are on State's Exhibit 21. And these videos, Mr. Williams, you said were done while she was in the other room, in Paris's room, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were going to sleep.
Correct.
When did you see them for the first time?
See you in Paris?
No, when did you see these videos for the first time?
When I woke up the next morning.
Okay. And so these videos were made sometime during the night
Correct.
of January 13th?
Yes.
Or
January
the early
14th.
morning
Yes.
of the
14th, yes.
But you don't know exactly what time?
No.
You weren't in there when they were made?
No.
That's what. And the second one, I'm playing it this time, Your Honor. Now, this video was done that night while you were asleep.
Correct.
Okay, so is that what the child was wearing when he went to bed and woke up the next morning?
Yes.
Is that the same sippy cup that was sitting on the dresser?
Yes.
Looks a little bit gray. Is he drinking Mountain Dew at 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a third one. There was another one, wasn't there? That showed him just taking a few steps, walking. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna show that one now. One of the same ones she showed you from that night before,
Yes, sir.
and that's still in Paris's room.
Correct.
Does he appear in any way to be injured to you?
No, sir.
Does he appear to be behaving in any way that is different than you would normally expect him to behave, especially late at night?
No, sir.
Now, I think you said earlier the child had fallen asleep in the car coming up here from Albany.
He fell asleep in the car.
That's what I said. He fell asleep in the car.
Yes, correct.
So he had slept some already that night,
Yes.
which might explain why he's still up when y'all are going to bed.
Correct.
Okay. So that Sunday morning, you left to go get pizza and stuff at Walmart, right?
Correct.
How many times did you leave the dorm room that morning?
No. When I left, I went to Walmart and the Pizza Hut.
Okay. When you left there, you came out, were you carrying something when you came out?
I had trash bags. I was taking the trash out.
Why were you throwing the trash away?
Because it was trash. It was like diapers and stuff she already had.
Was there anything in the trash that you, or to your knowledge, that anybody was trying to hide or throw away?
No, sir.
I mean, dispose of in some way to keep it from being found?
No, sir.
It's just regular old trash.
Regular trash.
Drink cups and bottles and wrappers and makeup wipes and
Correct.
diapers and so forth, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you aware that morning or anytime the day before or the day before, I mean, anytime, let's say that week, okay, were you aware of the child having bloody stool, having blood in his poop?
No, sir.
Did you change diapers?
Yes.
You know how to change diapers?
Yes, sir.
How many dirty diapers you reckon you changed in 18 months?
Hundreds.
And do you think you would have noticed if there had been blood in the stool?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything like that?
No, sir.
Do you know who changed his diaper Sunday morning?
Sunday morning.
Or do you remember?
After he got in the shower, I think she changed him.
When she changed him Sunday morning, did she say anything to you about, hey, look at this, there's blood in this diaper?
No, sir.
Did she give you any reason to believe that there was anything that was abnormal about the way, the appearance of the feces?
No, sir.
What was JD physically doing at the time that you left? The time you walked out the door and you said, bye, I'll be back. What was he doing?
He was sitting in a chair watching Katuri, eating chips and drinking Mountain Dew.
What was he watching?
Katuri.
Naturia?
Katuri. It's like a little kid show with birds and stuff. He was like fascinated in birds.
And I'm not going to worry about putting it up on the screen, but where in the, I think there's a shot of the, yeah, in State's Exhibit 12, can you see the TV?
Yes,
Where is it?
right there.
Okay. So you say like it's like on that, sitting on a black cabinet. Is that a refrigerator?
Yes,
Sitting on?
refrigerator.
Right in front of the pink chair.
Correct.
Right? And that's where the TV is. So he was sitting in the pink chair looking at the TV.
Yes.
Was there anything abnormal about his demeanor when you were leaving?
No, sir.
Oh, in that 3 minutes or 5 minutes that you got out of the shower, 3 minutes or 5 minutes, whatever, ahead of her,
Correct.
you said, I think you said a couple of minutes before she did.
Yes.
Did you do anything to harm JD?
No, sir.
So you left, went to Pizza Hut and Walmart. How long were you gone?
Maybe 30 minutes.
When you went out the door with the trash bags, was that the same trip that was that the same trip out the door that you left to go to Walmart? Okay, so you didn't go in and out twice.
No.
Okay, took trash out, got in your car.
All right.
Okay, so you were gone about how long?
30 minutes.
Where did you go?
I went to Walmart first. Then I went to Pizza Hut.
If the receipt in the Walmart bag, look at this. What'd you buy at Walmart?
Walmart, I got ice trays. I got Mountain Dew. I want to say Dr. Pepper. And I think it was like some cheeses or something. The duo kind.
Okay. Show you State 16. Is that the stuff that you bought at Walmart?
Correct.
State 17 is a roll-up of the receipt or a photograph of the receipt that was in the bag. Can you read the time on there?
The time,
At the bottom.
12/14.
12/14 on what day?
January 14th.
January 14th. Okay. 12/14. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
That'd have been about the time you left Walmart?
Yes, sir.
So when you were on your way back with pizza, what did anything happen? Did you get any information? Anything happen in terms of communications with Trinity?
When I was pulling back in on campus, she called me, and by the time I went to answer the phone, it hung up. So
Okay. So you're driving. You said you were on campus. Where were you on campus when she called the first time?
I was probably just from the turn in the parking lot.
Into the parking lot for her dorm?
Yes.
Okay. So and the phone rang.
Yes.
Okay. And what did you say? She hung up?
It hung up.
Okay.
Then it was followed by another call.
Okay. Then you got another call. How long was it between the first call, the one that hung up, and then the next call?
Maybe 30 seconds, 20, 30 seconds.
And when you got that call, did she say anything to you?
Yeah, I just heard JD. That's all I heard.
Okay. So she's calling, but she didn't actually say.
Yeah, I guess she was saying
something's up or
yeah,
whatever.
It just said JD. That's all I heard.
Just well,
Is anybody still comfortable? Does anybody need a recess? Just to make sure. It's been about an hour and a half. Okay.
well, something in particular. I'll find it momentarily. Okay, so she called, and you heard her saying, JD.
Yes.
Where were you?
I was getting out the car.
You were getting out of the car.
Yes.
Yeah. Was there a point in there where she told you that something was terrible, that something was going wrong, that whatever?
No, not on the phone call.
Not on the phone. Okay. So when you got out of the car, what did you do?
Opened the main entrance, and I sped walk and got into the second door. I sped walk all the way to the room.
Okay. So you got out of the car. Did you have anything with you when you got out of the car?
Yes, the Walmart bags and the pizza, and I want to say it was breadsticks also.
And So you got through the door that goes onto the hall of the dorm, right?
Correct.
And did you then get some idea that something may be wrong?
No, I didn't know what was wrong.
Okay. So, but she called you, her saying JD, JD. So
Yes, I sped walk there.
Okay, you mean sped walk?
Like walking very fast.
Okay, so you walk fast down the hall with stuff. Okay, when you went through there and you went into the room, what happened when you went in the room?
She had him in her hands. It's like he's limp. I don't know what happened. So I threw the pizza, dropped it, and grabbed him and took off.
So she has him in her hands, and she said, "What?"
I don't know what's wrong. He's limp.
He's not.
Like he wasn't functional.
Okay. So you said you threw the pizza down. Where'd you throw the pizza down?
On the bed.
And what'd you do with the Walmart bag?
I dropped it in the bed.
Okay. And then what did you do?
Grab him and leave.
Okay. When you grabbed him and left, how did you leave? Where'd you go?
To the emergency room.
Did you go by yourself with him to the emergency room?
Yes.
Do you recall JD getting sick?
Yes, when I got in my car and put it in reverse, he started vomiting and foam and blood started coming out his nose and it's.
So when you said that you were in the car, where was he? Did you take time to put him in the car seat?
No, the car seat was in that car. I left him on my shoulder.
Okay,
And
you had him on your shoulder.
Yes.
Right. And he got sick. And what did you say was coming out?
Foam, blood, throw up the Doritos chips. You could smell it all.
Stuff get on your clothes?
Yes.
Did you stop to clean up or anything before you went to the hospital?
No.
So you got to the hospital.
Probably maybe 4
What
minutes.
did you do?
I took him to the emergency room.
Okay. When you got to the emergency room, what happened?
The doctors or the nurses came back and got him, and they didn't want to let me back that just then. Then that's when the security said what's going on. He stepped me outside and asked me what was going on.
All right, so let me we're gonna get to that in just a second. So you said that the nurse got him. How did she get him? What did she get him?
They put him on the journey. Like they told him to put him on the journey and took.
Okay, pause. Can you imagine? I'm just asking y'all for those that can type in the chat. I'm sitting here like I'm watching a movie, y'all. His testimony. I'm listening to really, really carefully. But can you imagine though? You go out to Walmart. You go to Walmart. You go to Pizza Hut. You leave your. He wasn't quite 2 yet, I don't think, baby, with your girlfriend. And as you return, you get a call. You go there, you driving to the ER, your baby throwing up, foaming out the mouth, all this type of stuff. I'm just trying to understand why people just don't think, I guess. I think I probably would have. I think maybe she should have been calling the ambulance. You think? I don't know. They were young at the time, you know what I'm saying? Like, they were young at the time. And, sometimes, people, when they be in distress or whatever, something like that happen, you just don't think. Now, if he did good to think the rush the baby to the hospital. I think he said it took 4 minutes to get there. But I don't understand why she wasn't calling the ambulance there at the dorm. Why wasn't the ambulance called? Because, for those that know, when you suffer like a head trauma, any kind of trauma of any minutes count, like seconds count, right? Minutes, seconds, all that count. And the quicker you get care, the better the chances are of like saving your life or whatever, or minimizing the damage or whatever. So, I guess he felt like it was just, better for him to just take the baby to the ER case. I don't know, but can you imagine though? You driving trying to get him to the ER. You driving trying to get the baby to the ER and he throwing up and foaming out the mouth. He had to be terrified. And I can guarantee you, as this testimony goes on, he's gonna probably say they restricted him from going back there with the baby. They probably questioned him to the 3rd degree. and things of that sort. I can guarantee you initially when this happened, he was a suspect. I can guarantee you that. And I guarantee you, and we already heard the testimony of those bags that he took out to the trash, right before this happened. I guarantee you, since he was seen taking bags out to the garbage and things of that sort, I can pretty much guarantee he probably was a suspect in the beginning, him and her both. Mainly him, though. He probably was a good-looking suspect, and they ruled him out. But let's continue to listen, because this lasts a little bit longer, and once he's done, we're gonna end it for the day. But it's pretty lengthy, so I'm gonna try not to stop.
Into the back.
Did she take him from you?
Yes.
The nurse took him from you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then took him to the back.
Yes.
All right. And then you said somebody came around and said something to you.
Yes.
Who was that?
A security guard.
And what was that conversation?
He asked me what was going on and what happened.
And what did you tell him initially?
That's what I was sitting here
I told him
That's what I was sitting here thinking. I was sitting here thinking, how in the hell, how in the hell is he composing himself? Like, she's sitting there looking at him. And then when I was looking at the video of the baby here, I teared up. I'm like, how is he looking at this video of his baby, who's now gone, and able to sit there with that evil looking bitch just staring? Because if Luce can kill, his ass to be dead right about now. I'm just saying, like, he got some strength, honey. He got some real strength. Because I believe I would have just hopped up off that stand and said, fuck this trial, and just went over there and choked that hoe. 1-800 choke that hoe. Ain't that what Joe said on my deal? 1-800 choke that hoe. I think I would have done it, Miss B.
Didn't know he was with my girlfriend. Then when my girlfriend got there, when she got there, she said he fell off a chair.
So when the security guard, when you say security guard, you're talking about Lieutenant Allen from the police department? I mean, he's working there. A black guy, not so big, big guy.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but that's who you're talking about, the off-duty policeman.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So you're talking to Alan. He says, what's going on? You said you didn't know.
Right.
And then you said she got there?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you physically located when she got there?
Outside.
And did she come up to where Alan was?
Yes.
Where you were?
Yes.
Do you know if did she go in the hospital first? Did she come out of the hospital? Did she stop anywhere else? Or do you know?
I don't know.
Did you go in the hospital and get her or anything, or were you? How did she approach where you were?
She came. I guess she just walked up. I don't know if she's seen us outside or what.
Okay, all right. So she walked up while you're talking to Alan, and what did she tell him? And what did she tell Alan while you were standing there?
He fell off the chair.
Was that the first time you heard of him falling off a chair?
Yes.
So she says he fell off the chair, and did some other officers come up there while you were talking to Alan?
Yes.
What did you say when she said he fell off the chair?
I said I guess he fell off the chair. I wasn't there.
So did you have any knowledge of your own of him falling off a chair?
No.
Or him falling in the chair?
No.
Or him rolling off the bed or anything else?
I had no knowledge of that.
And so she walks up. Y'all have this conversation, continue this conversation with Alan, and then what happens? What y'all do next?
They let me go back and see him. Then they put me in a room.
Okay, so they let you go back and see JD.
Yes.
Now, did anything come up about you signing a release or you signing a consent to treatment or signing any documents or anything come up about, your relationship with JD?
Yes. I told him I was his father.
Okay. Did they require any further
No.
information from you or whatever regarding that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So you went back to see JD, and where was Miss Pogue at that point?
She was still outside talking to the officers.
Did she come in
Yes.
afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. Where did she go? Where did you go when she came in to where you were?
They put us in like a room off, like out of the lobby, but it was like a room they put us in and waited to tell us the results.
One room?
Yes, together.
And when you're in that room,
let me tell you something. That's one thing I learned about that damn ER. You don't never want to go in that room. That room that's off to the side. You don't ever want to go in there, baby. That's bad news. Oh my God, that is bad news. Ooh, child. I don't see how he doing it, y'all.
was there? Did someone come in to tell you? Did one of the medical personnel, doctor, nurse, somebody come in to tell you what was going on?
Yes.
Okay. When they came in to tell you what was going on, were you on the phone with anyone, or did you ask him if you could call someone?
Yes, I called my cousin.
Okay. Who was your cousin?
Joni. She's a nurse.
Why did you want her to be on the phone when they were telling you what was going on with your son?
Because she was a nurse and she was like the last relative I talked to.
Was your sister there then?
No, not yet.
Was she on the way? Did
Yes.
you notify her, told her?
Yeah, she was on the way.
Okay. So you did you do anything to make it so that Joni could hear what the doctor said when the doctor came in to talk?
Yes, I put him on speaker.
And did you get a report from the doctor and she hear the report from the doctor?
Yes.
What was, if you can recall, what was your understanding of what they had found or what his condition was right then?
A cracked skull.
Was there some conversation or communication about possibly transferring him to another facility somewhere?
Yes, I flight him to Atlanta.
Did you consent to that?
Yes.
So did that ever happen?
No, when the helicopter landed, they said he wouldn't make it to the helicopter.
They said he wouldn't be able to make it to the helicopter.
Yes.
Okay. When the doctor was telling you the news about the condition of your child, was there something said by Joni that caused Ms. Pogue to react in some way?
Yes.
Okay. What was it that Joni said that caused Ms. Pogue to react?
Your Honor, I'm objecting here, so unless Joni's going to be testifying.
But Your Honor, it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's simply offered for the purpose of eliciting testimony about what Ms. Pogue's reaction was to the statement. Whether the statement.
Okay, I don't understand your argument. This is a good time to take a break anyway for the jury, so I'm going to let you do it. I will take this up outside of their presence while they take a break.
Okay.
So I'm going to let the jury step out until 4:10. That'll be our last break of the afternoon.
All right, y'all, let me fast forward. Ooh, Lord have mercy, man. Listening to myself. Hold on, y'all.
All right, go ahead and ask the question, and I'll hear the question, and then I'll hear.
What we about to say?
Was there some statement made by Joni that caused Ms. Pogue to react in some way? And he said yes. And then my question was, what was the statement that Joni made?
That's what I was going to ask you to answer that. No, the jury's outside of the.
Oh, yes. What was the statement that Joni made?
Someone's going to get charged for murder.
Okay. And what was Ms. Pogue's reaction when Joni made that statement?
She looked shocked and got up and called her parents.
Okay. Was that the first time that there had been any inference or suggestion or whatever to anybody that there might be some criminal ramifications, legal ramifications?
No, that was the only time.
That's the only time. That's the
Yes.
first time, the only time anybody say anything about legal ramifications.
Correct.
Yes.
All right. So what's your objection?
My objection is it's hearsay, Your Honor.
What Jonah said is hearsay.
Correct.
Okay.
And for
Mr.
him to
Lamb.
try to testify to what she said without her being present is hearsay.
All right, Mr. Lamb.
Well, it might be hearsay under some circumstances, but it's admissible under, well, actually, I don't think it's in fact hearsay because it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. In other words, it's not offered to prove that somebody is going to jail for murder. It's offered to prove that Ms. Pogue reacted to this statement in the fashion that she did, that she got up and walked out and to go call somebody, whatever. And it is, I mean, that's the purpose for which it's offered. It's her reaction that matters, not the truth of the statement. And I'm not trying to prove the statement true. I mean, and in fact, as it turns out, the statement was true, but that's not the purpose of it.
All right, what's your response to that, Mr.
That is the purpose of it, Your Honor. The purpose of it is to get in front of the jury that someone has said that she's going to be charged with murder, and then to try to show that she had some reaction to it. But the entire colloquy requires one to believe that
someone,
particular
not her.
statement was made exactly as it was made. So it is being offered for the truth of the matter asserted that statement was made. And then he's trying to come in through the back door and say, but oh, it's only her reaction to that statement, so it doesn't matter. But in this case, it does matter because he's trying to present it for the truth of the matter asserted. If you're going to do that, it is hearsay, and you cannot bring it unless the person is going to be subject to testify, and we object.
All right, if a statement is relevant just because it was said as opposed to whether it was true or not, and then the state contends that she reacted to it in a certain way, I believe that is non-hearsay. And I'm gonna look at that during our break at 801C, and I'll rule on that finally when I come back. We'll be in recess until, what time did I tell the jury? 14. Okay. All right. I'll make a final ruling on that when I get back.
Okay.
Joni?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. We'll be in recess. See? Okay.
Well, we'll for sure providers don't have them, but if you're,
how long are those witnesses do you anticipate?
I don't think that either of them is going to be particularly long. I mean, those two.
All right, go ahead and ask the question, and I'll hear the question, and then I'll hear his answer.
Was there some statement made by Joni that caused Ms. Pogue to react in some way? And he said yes. And then my question was, what was the statement that Joni?
See? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury. This is when
Part of their
those witnesses. But if we don't have a here's it's not being offered for the truthfulness. In other words, whether or not someone was going to be charged with murder, but the relevance is in the reaction if the jury finds that the reaction did occur, which makes it outside of the definition of hearsay under 801C. So I'll admit the statement. We ready to proceed? How much longer do you anticipate you'll have with this witness?
Well, this was, I would guess another 10,
Okay.
10 minutes, 15 minutes.
We don't have a deadline. I would like to finish with this witness tonight if we could. But if you get in a situation where it's going too long and you need to bring it back tomorrow, we will.
I've got two other witnesses that I could just told to stay here.
Just in case.
So that, when we're finished with him, if you want us to call another witness, I'll have them. But if you're,
how long are those witnesses do you anticipate?
I don't think that either of them is going to be particularly long. I mean, those two witnesses they're two of the providers from the hospital, a paramedic and a nurse. I don't know for sure, but I mean, my part of their examination, I don't think will be very long.
Well, we'll see where we are at what time it is when we're through with this witness. And then I may ask the jury if they want to hear another witness. I like to go as long as they like to go. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury. Late like we did yesterday. All right, Mr. Lamb, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, when we broke, the question I had asked you is when you put Joni on the phone and she heard the report from the doctor, did she make a comment of some sort to which Ms. Poe then reacted? And I think you said yes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What was the statement that Joni made
If
when she heard the report from the doctor?
if the baby dies, somebody's getting charged with murder.
If the baby dies, somebody's going to be charged with murder. When that statement was made, did Trinity Pogue's demeanor or expression appear to change in any way?
Yes.
How did it change? Like what was her, her reaction to the statement, and then what did she do?
She got up and said, "I'm going to call my parents."
Okay. So did she leave that room then?
Yes.
From that point forward, was there another time that you and Ms. Poe were in a room or whatever together?
No.
I want to go backwards a little bit to a couple of things that I don't think I covered in much detail. So let me go back to earlier. You said that week when you'd been in Americas and you stayed in her room, and then you'd gone to work, and then you came back, right?
Yes.
And then you got a hotel room on Thursday night, and,
Yes.
and you told about what happened there.
Yes.
Okay, so you said that y'all had been fighting or
Correct.
arguing throughout that week. What do you recall what it was you were arguing about?
It was an argument about she went out and she went to one of her friends or somebody else's room and they were smoking marijuana, and I didn't like that.
Okay. Was part of what was going on between y'all, was there anything that was going on between y'all that had to do with her not returning some phone calls or messages or something that you had sent?
Yes, that's what she was doing. That's why she didn't answer me.
Okay. So she was at a party or something, and she was with other people, and
Yes.
she didn't answer when you called her?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your reaction to that when you didn't hear from her, when she didn't answer or you didn't hear back from her?
I was home at the time.
I'm sorry?
I was home at the time.
Okay. But what was your reaction to that? Did that, were you upset about the fact that she wasn't responding to you or whatever?
Yes.
Okay. Did y'all have some kind of discussion about social media credentials?
Yes.
Okay. Snapchat credentials, or was it Snapchat or Instagram or what?
We had all out each other's passwords, and I asked for an Instagram password at that time.
So y'all had each other's passwords to
Correct.
your social media?
Yes.
So she could log into your accounts.
Yes.
And you could log into hers.
Correct.
Okay. But was there one account that she didn't give you access to or the credentials to?
Yes, her Instagram.
Okay. Did she give you any explanation why she didn't want you to have access to her Instagram account?
She did, and we just argued. And I was like, whatever, it's cool.
Y'all were just arguing about it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do anything about the fact that she, for whatever reason, she didn't want to let you have access to that particular account?
No.
Was that part of the kind of the trying to make nice, make up, got a hotel room so y'all could, be away from the dorm and
Yes.
so forth?
Yes.
And were y'all back on better terms again?
Yes.
By
At
the,
the
by
end
the
of
end of the week?
Yes.
Had she ever told you that she didn't like JD, or that she hated JD, or made any comments?
She made comments, but it's like, but then like maybe a few hours, like she like I always treat him like he's mine.
Did she make comments about whether JD liked her?
Yes.
Okay, what were those comments? What was her?
She was like, he
statement?
don't like me. I said, you got to give it time.
Okay. She said that he didn't like her, and you told her that she would have to give him time.
Yes.
Your Honor, I think that if I can have just a moment to confer with the folks on my table, please. Did you love your child?
Yes.
Did you harm him?
No.
Would you have stood by and allowed her to do so if you knew that she would or might?
No.
Thank you. That's all, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Jones?
Yes, Your Honor. David, Mr. Williams, I'm T. Gamble. I represent Trinity Pogue. How are you today?
Doing all right.
Some questions for you, Mr. Pogue. First of all, you've testified about, I want to talk to you a little bit about when you last weekend when you were with Trinity and this incident finally ended up happening on Sunday, okay?
Correct.
Now, I know, first of all, that you arrived for the time with the child. The first time you arrived was on Saturday night, correct?
Yes.
Previous to that, the time you were visiting with Trinity was without your child, correct?
Yes.
And it's my understanding that y'all have been dating since June of 2023 officially. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you said something in your testimony when you began, though. You said, yeah, we began dating officially in June of 2023, but we've been off and on before that. Is that right?
Yes, like texting.
And texting, is that meaning like trying to get a relationship going?
Yeah, exactly.
How long had y'all been doing that before you became boyfriend and girlfriend?
Maybe a month or two.
So really only, if it was June, maybe April, something
Yeah.
like that. Had you known Trinity, though, for some time prior to that?
Yes.
But not in a boyfriend-girlfriend way?
No.
You first start dating, she is 18 years old, is that right?
Correct.
And at that time, were you 22 or 23?
22.
Now, when this incident happened in January of 2024, how old were you then?
23.
And she was still 18?
Yes.
Now, this relationship that you had, as I understand it, you would come quite often to her dorm and spend the night, correct?
Yes.
And you would do that during the weekday a lot of times, correct?
Sometimes.
So even though you're working out of Bainbridge, I guess y'all work all around though, right?
No, I work in Bainbridge.
You work in Bainbridge, man. So you would come and spend the night at her dorm and then get up and go back to work in Bainbridge?
Yes, leave like 5 in the morning.
Okay. But would it be common for you to at least spend the night a couple of times a week on a weekday with her?
Yes, if she asks.
And that would be from August, when she enrolled in school, until that January, correct?
Correct.
And would it be fair to state that you averaged at least once or twice a weekday from August up until January?
Yes.
And in addition, you usually came on weekends, correct?
Correct.
And did you normally stay Friday and Saturday or just Saturdays?
Probably just Saturdays.
So you would come spend the night Saturday night and then leave Sunday?
Correct.
You didn't spend the night on Sunday and leave on Monday morning?
Maybe sometimes.
So either way, it could be a one-day weekend or a
Or
two-day
two-day.
weekend? Yes. Was that almost every weekend?
Sometimes. Every weekend.
Well, I mean, sometime. Were there any weekends that were missed during from August until January?
Maybe one or two.
So one or two out of that whole time period you might have missed, right?
Yes.
So you were seeing her quite a bit, right?
Correct.
And we know most of the time when you came, you did not have JD with you, correct?
Correct.
So we know that when you came a couple times a week and on the weekends that you had left the child to be cared for by someone else, correct?
Correct.
And that would be your sister, Ms. Burr, correct?
Correct.
And so you live with Ms. Burr, and would it be fair to state that for the most part, Ms. Burr took care of JD day to day for just your regular things that need to be done for that child?
Correct.
And a lot of times she was alone with the child because you're with Trinity, correct?
Correct.
And so you were letting her take care of the child, right?
Correct.
And you testified earlier that the baby mama of this child gave you the child or turned the child over to you, whatever you want to say, when the child was 2 or 3 months old, correct?
Correct.
So you said, I'm going back to Mexico, and for the most part, she was out of the picture after that, correct?
Correct.
Now, at the time that she had the child, however, this child was born, the baby mama was actually married to another man, was she not?
Yes, after I found that out after he was deceased.
But you didn't know it at the time.
No, I didn't know.
But you know it now, correct?
Correct.
And you have never legitimated the child or anything of that nature, have you?
No.
Oh, so not only did he not know his baby when his so not only did he not know that the name that him and his baby mama chose as the baby's name was not his legal name, he didn't even know she was married until after. See, he didn't find out the baby. He didn't find out that the baby, the name that they had been calling the baby, the name that they gave the baby was not the baby's legal name until after the baby passed. The whole time he had this baby, he thought his name was what they named him together. Kind of find out after the baby passed, he found out the baby had a whole nother legal name. And now he's saying he didn't find out she was married to another man until after the baby had passed. I remember in March when we had to go to that room now. Oh, yeah, that room ain't good, girl. It ain't good.
So in other words, you haven't been legally declared to be the father, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever done a DNA test?
No.
But nobody's ever disputed you're the father, right?
No.
I mean, a baby mama admits and acknowledges your daddy, correct?
Correct.
But once you got the child, from the time that she left the child with you, am I right that you have not one time taken the child to see a doctor?
I haven't. I have to go back to Tallahassee to give it to her mama or her. She got back in like February of 23.
You're saying a couple of times you took her back to see mama and she took her to the doctor,
Yes.
is that right? Have you seen the medical records of the child that were obtained by the GBI?
No.
So you're not aware of how many times the child was at a wellness check, are you?
No.
And you don't know whether the child has been immunized for all the different things that children get, do you?
Yes, I know he got shots.
You know he got some shots.
Correct.
Do you know whether he's up to date on the shots?
He was. I know for a fact he went his 9 months in a year. I want to say.
But you know you've never taken him to a doctor.
No.
Now, on at least one occasion, isn't it true that you came to see Trinity in some fashion, y'all were meeting, or she was coming to you or you to her, in which you came up with the child without a car seat?
No.
You've never had a time when Trinity was mad with you because you didn't have a car seat?
No.
You don't recall telling anybody that?
No.
You wouldn't say that in law enforcement? No. When you came on the video that you showed, you were shown a little bit ago, you remember that one that you made, that you
Yes.
gave the GBI? You recall that video?
Yes.
That video seems to appear to show that car seat the child's in is facing the same direction as you. Is that correct?
Correct.
You're aware that a child on the floor is not supposed to be forward facing in the vehicle?
No, I was not aware.
You were not aware of that. So that was not a safety concern to you?
No.
Now, on Saturday that you met Trinity, I think you testified already that y'all went to Chipotle, correct?
Correct.
And initially you told her you were coming to meet her and she did not know that JD was going to be with you. But
You know what's another thing that's appalling to me, and I think I said it at the beginning, but I got to say it again because this man just brought up that mama again. Why the fuck ain't she there? Do y'all know the mama, the actual mama, is not there? She is not. This is the same woman. Let's go back. This is the same woman that was married when she had this baby by this young man. He didn't know. This is the same woman that him and her sat in the hospital and named this baby. He thought that was the baby's legal name. He couldn't find out after the baby deceased that it's not his legal name. He got a whole nother legal name. This is the same mama at 2-3 months old. She said, I'm going back to Medico for a couple of months. I'll be back. Came back from Medico and did not get her baby. And now this is the same woman that ain't even in court at the trial of the woman who unalive her child. What's wrong with Maria? What the hell wrong with her? Lord, boy, you got to make better choices. You got a deadbeat ass baby mama, and then you got a crazy heifer that done unalive your baby. You're a handsome young man. Seems like you got sense. You got to do better. Cause these two women that you done, ooh, baby. I'm sorry, y'all here to say that. I'm sorry. Let's go back.
you said, JD's gonna be with me, correct?
No,
You didn't tell her JD was gonna be with
no,
you?
she told me to bring JD.
Okay, so you're saying she just said bring JD,
Correct.
and that was fine with you, right?
Yes,
And that was an indication she wanted you to bring the child, correct?
correct.
And you testified already that as far as you could tell, up until this whole situation occurred, that you felt like that she was all right with the child, correct?
Correct.
And most of the time when you would bring the child around her, isn't it true if y'all went somewhere like walking in a store, more times than not, she would be the person carrying JD?
Yeah, she wanted to carry him.
She wanted to.
But most of the times I carried him.
And you didn't care if she carried him, though, right?
Correct.
I mean, I've seen several pictures. They always seem to show her carrying the child, correct?
Correct.
You saw the video of y'all going into the dorm on Saturday night. She was the one carrying the sleeping child.
Yes, because I got everything out the car.
I understand you had your hands full and you let her carry him, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have any problem with that, right?
No,
And you hadn't had any problem with that, right?
no.
And you would feel okay with bringing the child around her, correct?
Yeah, at the time.
Now, the relationship you had, you've already described somewhat, is a volatile relationship between you and Trinity in the sense that y'all bicker and fight a lot, correct?
Correct.
And not only bicker and fight, but there would be these declarations that it's over or we're breaking up for a little short period of time, right?
Yes.
It'd be fair to state that most of the time when one or the other said we're breaking up, that only lasted for an hour or two,
Correct.
and there was no real breakup at all.
No.
There's an old song called Break Up to Make Up. We all kind of live in a relationship like that.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, y'all were together, then you'd say we're breaking up, then you'd say
Yes.
we're back together, right?
Yes.
And y'all had a lot of fussing going on. A lot of it was because she was not happy with what she considered to be you wanting to control everything she did, correct?
No.
You don't agree that you were requiring her to let you know where she was at all times?
No, I did not require that every time.
You didn't demand when you text her that you expected her to text back right away to know that she got the text and know what she was doing?
Yes.
You did want that, right?
Yeah.
And you wanted all of her passcodes to all of her accounts, correct?
She wanted mine first. So I gave her mine and she gave me hers.
But you wanted hers, right?
Correct. She wanted mine first.
You didn't like it when she wouldn't give you one of them, or you thought she wouldn't give it, correct?
Yeah, she didn't give it.
And y'all fussed and fought about that, correct?
Correct.
And there were other times that y'all argued because of you being unhappy that she had gone to a party or gone someplace where there were girlfriends that had boyfriends or things like that, and you thought she was around those guys, correct?
No.
You never had those kind of jealousies?
No.
Never had those arguments?
No.
But y'all did do a lot of arguing nevertheless, right?
Correct.
And one of the things that you also were told by Trinity to some extent was that although she was in a relationship with you, she would have preferred not to have a child because you already had a child that was not hers, correct?
Correct.
Now, she wasn't saying she didn't like JD as much as she was saying that she wanted to have a child of her own, correct?
Correct.
And she never expressed to you, I think you told some of the people that interviewed you, she never expressed to you that she didn't like JD, correct?
No.
Now, she did express she thought JD didn't like her, right?
Yes.
And you told her, give it some time, right?
Correct.
And it's fair to state that y'all had not been around each other, or Trinity and the child had not been around each other a whole lot, even in January. They'd been around several times, but it had not been a lot of times, had it?
I'd say about at least 10 times. They've seen each other.
10 total times.
Maybe that's the minimum.
And you were comfortable with those times, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you went to the hospital that night with the child, isn't it true that when you saw the hospital personnel, that you told them that your child had fallen only 5 minutes prior to arriving at the hospital?
No.
Do you have any explanation for why that notation would have been contained within the hospital records of your child?
Occasionally, Your Honor, it calls for this to be speculated about why a record would say something. I mean, he can question the maker of the record about that.
Mr. Gamble, what's your response to that?
My response is he can answer the question if he has any reason to know why anybody would do that. He can say no or yes, John.
I will allow him to answer the question.
Repeat it.
Do you know any reason why the hospital records of your son at the hospital would have a notation saying that you had said that?
Yes.
Why would it say that?
Because she told the officer that. So that's what she told me.
Confuse you with her?
No, but she told me in the officer that, so that's what I was told.
Did you also tell Lieutenant Allen that the child had failed?
Yes.
You did tell him.
After she told me.
Now, on the night the day of Sunday when this event occurred, you testified about how y'all woke up in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And then y'all were all together for a bit. And you said you put JD on your chest, correct?
Correct.
And I don't know how long that would be, but I assume if you're like most folks, you do that, but you don't last a long, long time. Was that just for a short period of time they laid on your chest?
Yeah, short period of time.
And you said that y'all discussed a few things and then ordered some pizza, correct?
Correct.
So we can know if the time frame for that would have had to have been getting close to 11:30, 12 o'clock, correct?
Correct.
Because we know that you left to go get the pizza sometime like that right before 12, correct?
Correct.
And I assume you had enough time to feel like that order would be filled when you got there, right?
Correct.
And you also said one other thing that you had talked about it, and then you ordered the pizza. and then y'all went and got up into the shower together, correct?
Correct.
So that would have been before you went to get the pizza, you took a shower, correct?
Correct.
But after you ordered the pizza, right?
Yes.
So the time that it took to take a shower would have been time that the pizza could be prepared, correct?
Correct.
And then when you took the shower, as I understand it, you got out a little bit before she did, correct?
Correct.
You even stated that you were there with the child and you were going to tell the child bye, but you told the child bye after you were waiting on her to get out of the shower. And when she got out of the shower, then you told him bye and you left,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Now, isn't it true that once she got out of the shower that you were there holding the child and the child was crying at that time?
No.
You don't recall the time when the child was crying there that morning?
No.
You don't know anything about that?
No.
What about crying the night before on Saturday night? Do you know anything about the child crying Saturday night?
Supposedly cried around 12.
But you don't know that, do you?
No, I got up like 2. And she took.
But your testimony, or at least your statements that maybe have been made to other individuals, indicate that you didn't know that the child was crying at 12 o'clock or whatever time it was, correct?
Correct.
You didn't wake up, did you?
No.
Now, when you went to bed Saturday night, you went to bed before anyone else did, didn't you?
Yeah, it was like 11.
You go to bed at 11, but that leaves Trinity and the child up, correct?
Correct.
And you had been drinking at that time, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you were drinking a particular type of liquor, were you not?
Correct.
You were drinking rum?
Yes.
What kind of rum were you drinking?
Bamboo.
And is that the type of rum that was in the room there where Trinity lived?
Yes.
And that bottle was almost finished by the night, was it not?
I didn't buy that bottle that day.
I'm not asking you to buy the bottle.
Yes.
But it was
Yes, it
almost
was.
finished, right?
Correct.
And that was your bottle, correct?
Correct.
In fact, Trinity doesn't drink, does she?
Yes, she does.
What does she drink?
She drank White Claws. She drank at the time I think she was maybe drinking margaritas.
Well, she didn't drink any of that rum, did she?
Not that I know of.
And you testified earlier, I believe, that you did have that rum with you when you arrived on Saturday night, correct?
Correct.
And you had it with you when you arrived with the child to meet her at Chipotle, correct?
Correct.
But your statement was you didn't start drinking from it until y'all went to change the child over. Is that what
Correct.
you said?
I poured the cup on top of the car.
So that was the first time you started drinking.
Yes.
But y'all decided to go ahead and move the car seat out of your car into her car, correct?
Correct.
And move the child from your car to her car, correct?
Correct.
So y'all could then drive to Sumter County, correct?
Correct.
But it didn't have anything to do with the fact you'd already been drinking.
I started drinking after he was at my car. I poured the cup after he was in her car.
Now, you testified, I believe, earlier that although you had never hurt the child, that you were okay with certain corporal punishment like popping him on the hand, correct?
Correct.
That was all right with you.
Correct.
And so it was all right with you if Trinity would do
No.
that as well?
No.
Yes, you.
No, correct.
And I'm not saying you were abusing the child by doing that, but if he
No.
did something you didn't like, you pop him on the hand and say no, I guess,
Correct.
right? That was your form of punishment.
Correct.
Now, when you went out on Saturday night and you were at Chipotle and then you ended up going to McDonald's, you acknowledged that from all accounts that your child either ate nothing or only ate a couple of French fries, correct?
He ate before he left.
Before he left, still at McDonald's, ate nothing, correct?
He ate fries.
Very few fries. You said
Correct.
a couple. When you got up on Sunday morning, do you allege that he ate anything that day?
Yes, he was eating Fritos when I left. I was going to get pizza.
So you believe he was actually eating Fritos?
Yeah, he was.
So that should show up in his stomach contents if they
Correct.
check
It was all
on
over my.
Your Honor, requires witness to speculate about something that he couldn't possibly know the medical answer to.
Not a medical question, Your Honor.
Well, if you can lay the basis for his knowledge, I'll let you ask him. Otherwise, I think that would probably be left to know.
Mr. Williams, or have you watched people eat in the past in your lifetime?
Yes.
Have you watched your child eat in the past?
Yes.
Have you watched yourself eat?
Yes.
And when you ingest food, does it normally go into your mouth?
Correct.
Where does it go after it goes from your mouth?
Stomach.
And you would expect if someone was eating, would you not, for the contents of what they were eating to end up in the person's stomach?
Correct. It was all over my shirt. I still got the shirt at the house.
Well, the shirt you say he threw up on, correct?
Correct. Shirt and jacket.
Now, that shirt and jacket, did the Georgia Bureau of Investigation take that shirt and jacket into evidence?
No, it's still sitting at the end of my bed. Never been washed.
Did they ever ask you anything about it?
No.
On the day when you were at the hospital, did the GBI ask you anything about this supposed stuff that's on your coat and shirt?
No, they didn't ask.
One has asked you, have they?
No.
Now, did the Georgia Bureau of Investigation interview you
Correct.
more than once?
Correct.
Now, beyond interviewing you, they interviewed your sister, I believe, didn't they?
Correct.
Did they interview any of your friends to your knowledge?
No, not in my
Anyone
knowledge.
that lives around you in Bainbridge?
I don't stay in Bainbridge, I stay in Cockle.
In Cockwood, I'm sorry. You work in Bainbridge.
Correct.
Anybody in Cockwood?
No,
To your knowledge, they do any background check on you at all other than just questioning you?
not in my knowledge.
Now, when you talked about the phone call with your sister that was a nurse and saying whatever she said, and Trinity decided to go call her mother, at that time, Trinity was there just with you, correct?
Yes, and her hall manager, them just sitting in the lobby.
Now, there were people there with you, though, wasn't?
Yes, my sister and cousin, and both my cousins got there.
Right. You had, I believe, Cecil Grant, AJ Grant, your sister, and a friend all with you, right?
Yes.
So here you are with a child that something bad has happened to. You're talking to your nurse sister on the phone. You're surrounded by some friends and family, and she makes that statement. But Trinity is all by herself, correct?
Correct.
So it's sort of reasonable for her to want to call her mama and be around somebody as well, correct?
Yes, well, yes.
That wasn't unusual, was it?
No. But the reaction was.
Now you said you didn't hear your child, crying in the night before, but you are aware that people in the dorm claim that the child was crying during the night, aren't you?
Yes.
And you were told by Trinity that the child fell off the bed, were you not?
No.
You're claiming you didn't know that?
No.
Now, your child at times, JD at times, would have a mark on one of his cheeks, would he not, from some type of rash that he had from time to time?
Eczema.
Eczema. And that was something that would come up and be red looking or something of that nature?
Yes, like light red.
Sometime it almost like a bruise, correct?
No, never looked like a bruise.
It'd be a noticeable mark on the face, though, correct?
Yes. It usually comes and goes away the same day.
Right.
Within hours.
You'd have that from time to time, correct?
Time to time.
Now, on the night before the hospital of Sunday, you'll acknowledge that Trinity is the one that bathed your child that night.
Correct.
And Trinity is the one that put the clothes on the child to go to bed, correct?
Correct.
And Trinity even did the child's hair that night, correct?
Yes. After my sister did it the same day, she was just fixing it.
But it wasn't unusual for Trinity to do those type things, was it?
Correct.
And I hear you correctly that when you got the call from Trinity about that you said you couldn't understand, there were two calls in a row, that you fast walked back into the hallway, into the dorm?
Correct.
I assume when you say fast walking, you mean almost like you see somebody that's exercising and really going fast?
Speed walk.
Now, the night before this occurred and in the morning, isn't it true that Trinity had been telling you that she just really wasn't ready to deal with this whole situation with the child and you, and she wanted you just to go back and it was time to break up?
No.
You weren't upset about that morning?
No.
You weren't hungover that morning?
No.
Those things weren't playing into your mind and things that were going on at the time of that morning?
No.
How far is it to the pizza place from your dorm?
I don't got no dorm.
Well, her dorm, I'm sorry.
What, 10 minutes, maybe?
It's here in Americus?
Correct.
That's all the questions I have, yeah.
Mr. Delaney, do you have any cross-examination or further direct?
I do.
She done told that lawyer a whole bunch of lies. That boy done sat up there and with a straight face. And then y'all saw that smirk he gave him after he got done. Because the guy done fed the man, the lawyer, all the lies. And he done sat up there. You couldn't trip him up, man. You couldn't trip that young dude up at all. Let's listen. It's almost over, y'all.
Mr. Williams, Mr. Williams, I met with you the other day to ask you some questions and talk to you about testimony and coming to court and all that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
When we were talking, I asked you, if you recall, do you recall me asking you, what were you talking about when you told the GBI interviewer, when you told her that you were aware that there was a mark on his cheek?
Yes, he has eczema.
Yeah, that you were aware that there was a mark on the cheek, but it wasn't a bruise.
No,
Is that
correct.
right?
Correct.
And in fact, when I met with you, do you recall me showing you a photograph from it was actually taken at the autopsy?
Correct.
And I, what did it was a mark that was on his right cheek. Do you recall what I asked you about that mark?
It was a bruise.
Okay. Do you recall me asking you if it had been there before?
Yes, I remember you saying that.
Was that the mark you were referring to when
No,
you
sir.
told him you knew he had a mark on his face?
No, sir.
Had you seen that mark on his face before?
No, sir.
When the eczema appears, I'm going to show you 22 and State Exhibits 22 and 23. You sent me some videos, right? And I'm going to represent you. These are just screenshots from the videos. Okay. Do you recognize the photographs 22 and 23?
Yes.
And do you recognize those being from videos that you had taken on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. So on stage 22, is there a portion of his face that shows one version of the eczema, what it sometimes looks like?
Yes.
And where is that on here?
Right there.
Okay. You pointing to his left cheek?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would tender stage 22 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So what you're pointing to his left cheek is sort of a white patchy looking area on his
Yes. It's
cheek.
dry
Is that
skin.
right?
Yes, dry skin.
Okay, dry skin. All right. And then the other sort of manifestation of eczema when it appeared on his face was what?
Eczema.
What did it look like? If it wasn't the white patchy.
It's like a little light bright red.
Okay. All right. And is that what's shown in State's Exhibit 23?
Yes.
Tender State's Exhibit 23 at this time.
You do. No objection, Your Honor. No objection.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm not going to put these up there, but if I just have a moment to point to the two, can you come up here and if you step there, point to it. Okay. Like, will you point for the jury what you're talking about on this picture of him as a baby, where you were talking about the eczema showing up. Okay, and that's the dry skin. Okay, all right, and then the other version of that sometimes showed up. You point to it there. Okay. It's like the little red dots or whatever up on sort of rosy cheeks with the red dots. Yes. Okay. Was that something? You can go back up there. Was that something that was ordinary for him? Did it ever develop into anything else? Did it ever develop beyond that in any way?
No.
When you left to go to Pizza Hut, I'm sorry, when you left to go to Walmart and Pizza Hut from the dorm, were there any marks on this child's face?
No.
Were there any bruises on his forehead?
No.
Were there any bruises on his cheeks?
No, sir.
Could he sit up
Yes.
and have some motor skills? I mean,
Yes.
was he able to hold and use his cup in a normal fashion?
Yes, he was drinking his cup and feeding himself.
When you got to the hospital, how long was it, if you remember, before Miss Poe got there?
5-10 minutes.
When she got there, did you have any opportunity to talk to her? When she initially got there, when she first got there, did you have any opportunity to talk to her before either of you talked to the police?
No.
Or talk to the you said a security guard who was an off-duty policeman, before you talked to him, did you have an opportunity to talk to her at the hospital?
No.
When was when was the first time that you heard this version that he fell out of a chair?
When she got there and told the officer that.
And that was Alan.
Correct.
Same officer you were talking to.
Correct.
Did you find yourself to be or consider yourself to be any more controlling or jealous in terms of this relationship with Trinity Pogue than she was with you?
No.
I mean, the sort of wanting to stay in each other's social media and keep up with each other, was that kind of a two-way street?
Yes.
Oh yeah, so the rum. What kind of rum is it?
Bamboo.
Bamboo? Send a little copy of that. Same thing, right? I'm gonna show you what's been admitted into evidence as defendant's exhibit 3. You recognize that within?
Yes.
Oh, it's right there.
Yes.
You're taking in the door, right? In her room. The picture taken in her room.
Yes.
And have you, looks like it's about 2/3 gone. Have you drank all that rum in from the time you left Albany until
No.
you went to bed that night?
No.
Do you recall when you might have bought it?
I bought that Wednesday before the hotel.
Okay, so you bought it when y'all were staying at the hotel, or when you were going to stay at the hotel.
Correct.
When y'all were gonna have like an anniversary celebratory kind of night,
Correct.
make up,
Yes.
be on good terms, kind of.
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, any recross, Mr. Gibbon?
Just a couple of questions. Mr. Williams, when you got to the hospital with the child, you would have come into the hospital at some place. Did you come into the emergency room area or regular admissions?
I think emergency room. I'm not familiar with emergency.
You just went in there and then they took you on back to go other places.
But it said emergency room, so I'm positive.
And it was a few minutes, and you said 5 or 10 minutes before you actually saw Trinity Pogue.
Correct.
But you don't know where she showed up at the hospital at the exact time. You
No, I
just
don't know
the
exact
first
time.
You saw her, right?
Correct.
And she could have been at the station trying to find out what's going on and getting directed where to go for a few minutes before you saw her, correct?
No, she knew I was going to the emergency room.
But she still would have had to find her way and had some guidance there, possibly.
She had my location.
Did she know the hospital? She go there regularly?
Yes. She was in the hospital maybe 2-3 weeks before that.
Emergency room?
She was in the hospital. So obviously you got to
She at
pass
the emergency room?
Huh?
She was at the emergency room?
I think at first.
You think she was first at the emergency room?
Well, no, I'm saying she was there weeks prior.
Okay.
So she was familiar with the vicinity.
You will acknowledge that when you go to a hospital and you're coming with an emergency, many times you have to get guidance from the hospital staff to know where you need to be going, where the room is, what place the person's at, that type of thing, correct?
I was outside when she got there.
Oh, wait a second.
All right. You have another question, Mr. Lamb? You ready?
No, I do not. Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, you may be.
That means you can stay or go.
Yeah, I still stand by what I said before. I understand I may have been overruled on that, but I do object to that.
All right.
So you're objecting to the release?
To him being in the courtroom, we had that discussion earlier.
Yes.
That's what he was talking about, I think.
Okay.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I know from asking the attorneys before you came back in that we have 2 more witnesses that are short. We could take 1 or 2 if you want to. It is 5. If you're ready to go, we can go. But can I get kind of a sense of whether or not you'd like to hear from another witness before you leave? Nod your heads if you would. Okay. Well, one says no. Okay. I told you I wasn't going to make anyone stay late. In other words, I want to be at your pleasure when it gets to decisions like this. So unless we're in a situation where we need to have it done, but I think these witnesses are local. So we'll adjourn for the night. What I want to do, though, is remind you about what we discussed. And like I said, one thing I have in mind in particular is that you got to be very diligent about not going on social media or on the TV. No, you leave. I think they leave the tags here, or do they bring them back in the morning? Yeah, leave them in the jury room, and you can put them on when you get back to the jury room in the morning. But don't discuss the case. Don't look on the TV, and don't try to find out anything about the case or see if there's been any coverage or look at court TV or anything of that nature. Okay? And return promptly at 9 o'clock. And Lord willing, we'll get started right at 9 o'clock. Okay? Thank you very much. Yeah, take your notes with you and leave them in the jury room also. All right. I want to clarify one thing before we leave about my ruling with the, sorry, sit down for just a second, about the presence of Mr. Williams in the courtroom. The statute doesn't really say what a parent is, but I think there's a couple of reasons I think he can stay. One of which is I think he probably is a parent, even though he's, hasn't had the legitimation in the context of the rule of sequestration. But also, there's the latter part of that is substantial harm. And I think now that he has testified and been thoroughly cross-examined, I don't see the harm of him staying in the courtroom at this point as a representative of the victim.
One thing, just for clarity, I realized this after we had that whole discussion and that there's another provision in the statute that actually defines parent for the purpose of the statute as being a natural parent, guardian, or custodian.
Okay, well, that's even better. I mean, I frankly hadn't had time to research it.
Yes, sir.
But so that's I just wanted to clarify what was going through my mind when I wrote he could stay in the courtroom. And I believe he's not been released from Mr. Gamble's subpoena, so I suppose either one of you could still recall him as a witness if you felt it was necessary.
But he may be present in the courtroom.
He may be present at this point forward. Is there any other issues we need to address before we leave? No.
Not that I know of.
I don't think so.
Okay, well, I'll be here a few minutes early in the morning. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, y'all, this gonna be it for today. Okay, that's gonna be it for today. That was day one. That was the entire day one. There's 3 more days to go. We're gonna try. I'm gonna start early tomorrow morning, so y'all just jump in whenever you can tomorrow. I'm gonna start early tomorrow, so we won't finish so late. Which will be day 2, and then I don't know how that trial is gonna go that we're covering live. But I will get, because I think Trey be going live at like 10. So what I'll try to do is each morning until we get done, I will try to do a little bit, maybe from 8 to 10 until Trey goes live. But we're gonna watch the whole entire trial. Like I say, it's on the 4 days. We got 3 more left. And thank you, Miss B. And yeah, I wanted to listen to this. I was gonna watch this trial on my own time because I was curious as to how it went, even though it's already been a verdict and everything. But I said, why not watch it with y'all who like watching trials? So that's what we basically did today. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow morning. I'm gonna try to come about 8ish so we can do the whole day and not be done so late. So I thank y'all so much for supporting this live. I do. I appreciate it. If you have not hit the like button, hit it on your way out. If you're watching the replay, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see y'all in the morning. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all, and y'all be safe, be blessed, never stress. Okay, and until in the morning, truth seekers stand up, and we out. See y'all.